Hey everyone, how are y'all? Hey Wilby, how are you? Bianca K, how are you tonight? Hey Glowbug, how are you? Hey Courtney, how are you? William, how are you tonight? Hey Pub, how are you? Courtney, I'm exhausted. Princess Megan, how are you? No way, how are you? Thank you, Glowbug. I've missed all of you guys. Yeah, Courtney, we finally got our power back on today, but we haven't had a whole lot of sleep since Sunday. Okay, JC, no problem. No, no way. We had bad storms come through Sunday afternoon. Tornado come through here, ripped everything out, and we've been cutting trees and trying to get stuff fixed around here. Glow bug, I'm sorry. Hey Sandra, how are you? Sweet misery, how are you? Yes, Courtney, we had a generator. Thank you, KK. I miss all you guys too. All right, so my email is pinned to the top of the chat. Yeah, Kelly, we're good. Just it ripped out all of our the power lines that's on our road. It ripped all them out. Uh, Took out our electric pole. We had to go buy a new electric pole and with a weatherhead and a box and all that on it. So we had to get that put back in. Cut trees down from around here. Hey Fofa. Um, got insurance guy coming tomorrow to check the shingles on the roofs. And then we've got to get our water well fixed because it got taken out too, and our shed that we had behind the house, it got taken out. I got up the road, their barn is gone, so it's been crazy around here. Hey Sandy, how are you? Yeah, now Sandy, the fires are still they're like 2 hours below me. Hey Jody, how are you? Kelly, it's been crazy. I will say that. All right, yeah, don't forget to hit the thumbs up on your way in and to make sure that your chat is on live chat. William, yes, we did get rain, um, which we desperately needed. We just didn't need all the extra stuff that came along with the rain. As of right now, the only thing that I know that is wrong with our house when it hailed Sunday afternoon when all this was happening, the hail took out one of our front windows. So I don't know about the roof yet. Still got to wait on the insurance dude to come check all that out. Yeah, Jody, down close to where KK and them live at in Louisiana, they're having a lot of fires. We don't have them up here. Mr. Rosebud, how are you? Hey, Brandy, how are you? Hey, Miss Kelly, how are you? No, KK, the hail didn't hurt the vehicle, just it took out one of my front windows on the house. Hey, Matt, how are you? All right, y'all don't forget to wish Michelle Brooke a happy birthday. Today is her birthday. Jen with two N's, how are you? Hey, Ron John, how are you? Musical, how are you tonight? Yeah, KK, I'm glad the power's back on. Which the weather, I mean, it's like in the 90s, so it's not near as bad as what it has been, but it's still hot. Thank God for the generator, though. Hey, TT, how are you? Catacomb, how are you? Last electric bill was two something. So starting about October, it should start going down. Hopefully, anyway. Oh, Betty Joe, girl, them storms. That one, y'all. Sunday afternoon. The power went out at like 4:30 that afternoon. There was no rain. It was still sunny. I don't know why the power went out unless the storms up above us got it or something. And all of a sudden, like at 6:30, you could hear it roaring coming across the field that's across from us. It's like super scary. And then we were trying to get out because my son was at work and we didn't know how bad it did out there. And we was trying to get out there and we had to cut trees out the daggone road just to get out the road. Yes, y'all keep everybody that's in Florida. I know Riddler is in Florida. I don't know if he's in the path of this hurricane that's going to hit or not, but keep everybody in Florida in your prayers as well. I don't know if he will, if he's able to stop by. Hey, honey, how are you? Um, I know that a lot of people down there are already starting to get surge and all that in. Sweet Misery, I saw that earlier when I was looking at it on the radar. New Orleans and all that down in southern Louisiana are starting to get like some of the outer bands coming in. Hey, Lucia, how are you? Now, us up here, we're not going to get anything off of it. Catacomb, thank you so much for that super sticker. That's very nice of you. Thank you. And I did email Riddler because he had emailed me today, and I emailed him back and uh, told him that I hope that they're okay and all that. So, Brandy, I'm surprised my bill is not that high, honestly, because it has been 108, 109 here some days. Hey, Tina Marie, how are you? Riddler said earlier it shifted, so he's not in the eye of the hurricane anymore. I think he said it moved westward, but that may even make it worse since the east of the eye takes ES. Well, hopefully he'll get to stop in and let us know that he is okay. Hey, Philip, how are you? So they just said Cat 4. I know when I looked earlier, it was still, I believe, a Cat 2. And they were predicting before it made landfall Cat 3. Yeah, honey, I saw that earlier. Some people on Twitter were already posting videos of the surge coming in. Well, did you talk to Riddler earlier tonight? And I want to say that there was somebody else that comes in chat a lot that's from Florida, but I cannot remember who it is. I just hope that everybody, hey, hoping for answers, how are you? I just hope that everybody that's in the path is going to be okay. Did hear on the news before, but I don't think it'll get. See, now a cat formed landfall, and I talked to Riddler earlier. He said he is a survivalist and should be okay. Well, hopefully so. And Betty Joe, y'all are still getting bad storms out there? Oh, what's been up with the weather here lately, y'all? It's been like super crazy. Has it even hit land yet? Hey Tracy, how are you? I know when I looked at it earlier, it had never hit land. Yeah, I did see KK that it's supposed to hit Florida and then go up through Georgia, and I think part of it through the Carolinas. Okay, and what I'm looking at now on the radar is still showing a Cat 2, and it's still offshore. It had never hit land yet. And it's supposed to run into where that other one, what is the other one, Franklin? Where Franklin has went through. I have no idea what's been going on. It's outside of my area since Sunday. I didn't go live Saturday night because I was just exhausted. Yeah, just on that's what it's showing right now. It's still a cat 2, but they're saying what they have predicted on there is that by the time it hits land, it'll be a 4. So we don't even have rain in the forecast. Will be. It was like that for us for I know almost 2 months we didn't have rain. And honestly, like Sunday, it rained so hard that the water it didn't really have time to soak in. It just kind of like ran off. Scott, no, I haven't even been on YouTube since Friday night when I did my live. Hey, H Town, how are you? I went, well, I stopped in Sleep Miseries yesterday when she was live for a few minutes and said hi to everybody. But other than that, I haven't even been on YouTube. I haven't talked to anybody or anything like that. And my computer literally just got turned back on today after the power came back on. Hey, Vix, how are you? H Town, we're doing good. How are you? I don't know. Hopefully, Riddler will stop in later on, let us know that he is okay. You know, you're trying to become Poppins and Flyway. That is too funny, honey. Hey, Sick, how are you? Tracy, someone else had told me that earlier that he was storm chasing. I just hope all these storm chasers, because I did see that there was like a bunch of them down there. I just hope they're all where they can get to a safe place too. KK Laura was a bad one. It came straight over us too. All right. So has everybody heard all these new documents that came out since I guess yesterday and today? 'Cause it seems like some of the hearing stuff for September the 1st has been changed. If anyone knows Huddle House, he asked for prayers. Tracy, no, I don't know who that is. I've never heard of them, but uh, we will keep her in our prayers. Betty Jo and KK, yeah, I ain't heard them. I didn't even know there was documents until I got online today. There's, let's see, one, two, three, four, five, six new ones. All right, so let me get this first one pulled up. And Fofa, I know you ain't trying to joke about what documents. Betty Jo, the last time I was on here was Friday night when I did the live. I didn't go live Saturday. And then I stopped by, like I said, Sweet Miseries for a few minutes yesterday when she was live. And that was only because I had like a few minutes to sit down. All right, so this is just a notice of hearing, and it's for September the 1st at 1 o'clock. And it's hereby, our notice is hereby given that Bryan C. Kohberger, bound through his attorney, and C. Taylor, public defender, will call on for hearing the defendant's motion to remove the cameras from the courtroom in the above entitled matter on September the 1st of 2023 at 1 p.m. or as soon thereafter as counsel may be heard in front of the Honorable Judge John Judge. So counsel for the defendant hereby gives notice of the intent to present oral argument and or testimony in support of said motion. So that was done on the 25th, which was Friday. So what they have done is the motion to dismiss the indictment has been taken off out the docket for September the 1st. It was moved to 22nd, I believe. Yes, the motion to dismiss the indictment was vacated and moved to the 22nd of September. Because, they had the whole, hey, sweet Melissa, how are you? They had the whole thing that they're wanting to, the state's coming back and got to respond to it and all that. So they agreed to have that moved back to the 22nd. So as of right now, the only thing is going to be the cameras, or the removal of the cameras, which Court TV actually did a document too. So we'll get to that in just 1 second. Hold on, I'm hitting the wrong buttons. Good Lord. His motion is her crying about social media. Being social media. All right, so 12 a.m. Eastern Time, position and intensity updates 110 miles, 958 millibars. Dang it, Scott. You took your message away. Hold on. And it is moving north at 17 miles an hour. Wow. All right. Hey, Gigi, how are you? Betty Jo, I agree. She does need to stop with the cameras. Honestly, like we need the cameras in the courtroom. CNY family, doing good. How are you? All right. So this is the defendant's seventh supplemental request for discovery. And it just says, please take notice that the undersigned, pursuant to Rule 16 of the Idaho Criminal Rule, the 4th, 5th, 6th, 8th, and 14th Amendments to the Constitution of the United States and Article 1, 1, 2, 13, and 17 of the Constitution of the State of Idaho, request discovery and inspection of all materials discoverable by the defendant per the ICR 16B 1 through 8 and the aforementioned constitutional provisions, including but not limited to the following information, evidence, and materials outlined in Exhibit F. And of course, Exhibit F gets sealed. So, let's judge who will strike the cameras 100%. A catacomb? We don't want him to do that. Okay, let me get this next one up. No, I'm just clicking on all the wrong stuff like I've never done this before. Bubba, that's bad juju. He's going to jinx it. All right, so this is a stipulated motion to file the Exhibit F attached to the defendant's seventh supplemental request for discovery under seal. Hey, Kim, how are you? So, Kim, you're in Florida? If you are, honey, please be careful. Y'all be safe. Christy, I don't know. It's like I'm just sitting here just clicking on the wrong stuff when I'm trying to pull it up. Like I've literally never done this before. Hey, Tonka, how are you? See, Catacomb says I want cameras too. I just think, the pressure for the judge. Well, hopefully he doesn't get rid of them. All right, so this one says, comes now Bryan C. Kohberger by and through his attorney Ann C. Taylor, public defender, and hereby moves the court for an order to file the Exhibit F of the defendant's seventh supplemental request for discovery under seal. The motion is made pursuant to the ICAR 32I2D and E and IC 74-124 1B and C because 1. The documents contain facts or statements that might threaten or endanger the life or safety of individuals, and 2. It is necessary to preserve the right to a fair trial. And 3. Disclosure would constitute an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. So it's sort of not too bad here right now. Just praying for everyone. Yeah, okay. Well, Kim, yes, please just be safe. And we're going to keep everybody, Kim, Riddler, everybody else who is in the state of Florida, in our prayers. Sweet Misery, I come in there. I don't remember what it was you were talking. It was before you did the interview, the one before the interview, because you told me that you were doing an interview at like 4:30 my time, and I didn't get to come back. So you read up about it. Proceedings to give us a good idea what being sealed. Okay. All right. So this was also dated on August the 25th. And Of course, the judge sealed it. Hey Riddler, how are you? Norman Cook, how are you? Do you think the cops lied to trap Bryan Kohberger and pin this crime on him to cover up the real truth? Norman, I don't know because I don't want to say he's completely innocent and I don't want to say he's completely guilty. Hey Don F, how are you? I don't know if I would say that they lied and trapped him. It's one of those things, Norman, that we need more evidence. Um, Thank you, Riddler. I just think that there's things that's being hidden in this, and I don't understand why they're being hidden. If that makes sense, I still think that there's more people involved in this. Look what's happening to the Karen Reed and Catacomb. That one I haven't kept up with. I've been seeing a lot of people saying that there's been some framing going on with that, but I haven't kept up with it. Seeing one family, yes, there was one that came through where we live at Sunday afternoon. Dreamcatcher, how are you? Hey, Lady V, how are you? Jetty Chip, don't feel bad. It's driving me crazy too. All right, so this is the order to file the defendant's Exhibit F attached to the defendant's seventh a supplemental request for discovery under seal. The judge says that the court having before it the defendant's stipulated motion to file Exhibit F attached to the defendant's seventh supplemental request for discovery under seal and in good cause appearing now, therefore, it is hereby ordered that the defendant's Exhibit F attached to the seventh supplemental request for discovery shall be filed under seal pursuant to the ICAR 32I2D and E and the IC 74 124 1B and C. So judge signed that also on the 25th of August. Riddler, thank you so much for gifting that membership. That was very nice of you. Thank you. So let's see. We've literally got two more. This one and one other one about court TV. So the one on September the 1st is going to be recorded. It just can't be broadcasted. Hey, Brooklyn, how are you? All right. So this one is the order extending the time to respond to the defendant's motion to dismiss the indictment and continuing the hearing. This is where they came in the other day, asked for more time to respond to the whole indictment stuff. Ann Taylor agreed to it. So the judge is just saying that based upon the state's motion to extend time to respond to the defendant's motion to dismiss the indictment and to continue hearing filed herein on August 24th, and there being no objection from the defense counsel, the court does hereby order that the state's response to the defendant's motion shall be filed no later than September 14th, and the defense's reply filed no later than September the 20th. The court further orders that the hearing set on September the 1st, 2023 is vacated and reset to commence on September the 22nd at 10:30 a.m. Now, what they're saying here that the part that is vacated is just for the motion to dismiss the indictment. The part for the cameras is still scheduled for September the 1st. They're just not going to be talking about the indictment dismissal and all that. Okay, it's the CMI family. Thank you so much for stopping by. It was good to see you. I hope you have a good night. All right, so there's that one. How are y'all?
Hey, we missed you.
I know I've missed all you guys too.
Hi, Riddler.
Hey there. Be right back. Let me change my avatar.
Okay.
I was like, a D? What's that?
I know. I was like, is this really Riddler coming up, or is
Uh-huh.
this something else?
So you were out of power. Are you guys doing okay?
Yeah, it went out Sunday afternoon about 4 o'clock, 4:30, somewhere around there. Wasn't a cloud in the sky. We knew that there was supposed to be rain coming that afternoon, but it was sunny. Hey, Kim Banning, how are you? It was sunny, pretty outside, and all that. Power goes out. So we're sitting in the house, and about 6:30, we hear it roaring, like coming towards us. And at first, I thought it was just rain. You know how when you can hear rain coming through the
Hey, Wilkie.
woods, what it
Yeah.
sounds like? That at
Yeah.
first, that's what I kept telling Troll. No, that's just rain. He was like, no, that sounds more like wind. And then all of a sudden, like it's getting louder and louder and louder. And I look out my back window, and the wind's not blowing. So I'm still thinking
Oh,
it's rain coming.
no.
Well, I go to the front door, and when I open my front door, it is just like chaos in my front yard. Wind's blowing, limbs are flying. Uh, we hurry up and get out of the house, get into the storm thing, and it it literally took out my electric pole with the weatherhead on it. It took out the shed in the backyard. It took out some trees in the yard. Um, our well is messed up, so we got to get that fixed. I got the insurance guy coming tomorrow to check the shingles on the roof.
So was it a tornado?
Yes,
Oh, wow.
and so
I'm glad your
we
house is all right.
yeah, the only thing that, as of right now, that I know that it tore up on the house was when it started hailing. The hail busted one of my front windows on the house. That's the only
Wow.
thing. Now we don't know about the shingles. Like I said, the guy's coming tomorrow to check those. Let's see. Wait. No way. A weatherhead is what is up on top of your electric pole that has the wires that goes to like your uh, poles out in your yard or whatever. It's kind of hard to explain, but it runs down the pole into your electric box.
That was a close call, girl.
I know, because it literally just came out of nowhere. But it took
Wow.
out every power line that we have on our road, took all them out. So they had to come in and put all those back up this morning. Took the neighbor's barn out. There's a tree that's in one of my other neighbors in the backyard. It literally just took it and just twisted it.
Oh, my
It left
goodness.
this, like the stump, the bottom part is still in the ground. It just twisted the tree and snapped it and just laid
Wow.
it over beside of the the stump.
I'm sure,
Catacomb, yes, we have a generator, thank God.
well, I'm sure glad you're all right.
Yeah, we're good. Other than that, just been busy having to cut trees up, and we didn't know what, because my son works just like a couple of miles up the road, and so we were trying to get out to get to him to see what happened. Well, in the process of doing that, we're having to cut trees out of the road to get out. So it's just been, we've had very little sleep. We did have a generator, so we were able to run the air and have TV, but
Goodness
internet,
for that.
yeah. So, but I mean, we've been outside pretty much the whole time, cleaning limbs up, cutting trees up. Had to go get the new pole yesterday, get it put down for the electric people to come out and hook all the stuff up for that. Now I got to get somebody to come fix my well. So,
Well, that's a lot, but just thank the Lord that you guys in your house are okay.
oh yeah, we're good. Other than
Scarlett, it sounds like y'all went through the hurricane.
a girl, I kept thinking, like, what the heck is going on? Literally, that's what went through my mind.
That's supposed to happen here and in Debbie's state, not yours.
Right.
Well, we
Hey,
have.
Scarlett. I'm so
Hey.
glad you're okay.
Thank you. So we're
I'm
good.
glad you're
Just-
okay too.
Thank you, Fofa.
How's
Uh,
Toto? Did
How's
Toto make it
Toto? How's Toto?
Y'all, Klaus
through?
was like a nervous wreck. Poor thing. Like,
Poor baby.
because he didn't know what was going on. After this is all said and done, we're like rushing out the house to go check on my son, and Klaus is just beside himself.
Clownfish, that's the name of your dog?
No, Klaus, Klaus.
Oh, Klaus.
Klaus. Yes, we named him after Klaus off of the originals.
Oh, I love that show.
That's who we named him after.
He was cool. Tribrid. Yep, that's a
Yep.
good thing.
So
Long
Scarlett,
time no see, Debbie.
Scarlett, you got
Yeah,
quite a few
right.
things
Been a
accomplished.
long time.
what is it, Riddler?
I said you got quite a few things accomplished.
That's because we've
I
been
know,
running
right?
like with our heads cut off, or like a chicken with its head cut off around here, literally trying to get it. Because we were the very last ones to get our power back on because of it being down the dirt road, which gave us time to get the electric pole put down and have that ready for them to hook it all back up. So
Because if you're like us, you're responsible for those poles and stuff,
yes,
aren't you?
yep. From the weatherhead down, we're responsible.
Yep.
So
At
Hey,
least they got
Boca.
it done. At least
that
they got
normal?
you back up pretty quickly.
yes, I
Yeah,
thought it
that-
was actually
Betty.
going to be longer, but they got us back up quicker than what I thought. They were saying actually tonight at 10 o'clock is when they were supposed to have our road back up. In about 11:30, between 11:30 and 12, they had it the road lines put back up, and then they were in my yard about 1 o'clock. So I'm
Those
guessing after
guys are
they,
amazing.
yeah, they've been pretty much like after the winds and all that died down and it finally stopped raining, they started coming out and assessing it and all that. College shooting. Norman, yes, I did hear about that. About the college student peeing on the back of the house.
Such disrespect.
Wait, what? What happened?
There was what was it, August 23rd, I believe is when it was. The security guy that stays at 1122 King Road at the girls' house there um, called in because there was parties going on in the King Road neighborhood, and there was a guy that went to the back of the house and peed on the back of the house, back of the girls' house. So the security guy that was there called the police, reported it. Police get out there, and from what I understand, they never even went to the house. They never went and talked to the security guy because they were too busy going door to door where all these parties were going on, telling everybody to be quiet, saying that they had a noise complaint, and that ain't even what they had.
Doesn't that sound familiar?
Did you guys hear about the college kid in South Carolina who went to the wrong door and was shot?
Yeah.
No.
No.
On the
Wait.
same street where he lived. It was like a couple doors down.
Okay, so
Wow.
wait, Christy, what was the one that you were doing yesterday when I come in? Because
Virginia. She's from Virginia. They found her dead today.
Yeah.
okay, but the college one, the college. Remember, you were doing the live yesterday because that's what I could remember.
You went
What you?
uphill.
Okay, so is that the one you're talking about, Will B?
It was in South Carolina somewhere, and evidently he was going home, and maybe he'd been out partying. I'm not sure exactly, but he went to the wrong door, and he was shot.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
God.
Yeah, those are different because the one that Sweet Misery was talking about was the active shooter
Okay.
on campus.
Yeah, that was in UNC Chapel Hill.
Yes.
Good Lord.
Too
People
much
are
craziness.
crazy.
Too much craziness going on here lately.
So
And I didn't
basic-
even go ahead, Lady B.
Oh, no, go ahead.
No, I was just saying what Chrissy was talking about yesterday. I hadn't even heard of that until I just stopped in her chat yesterday to say hi. And she was doing the live about it.
April Hooks.
No, I missed that one. It was the live that she did before that.
Yeah, they found Avril today. She's no longer with us.
And it's sad. And did she have like a 5-month-old baby?
Yeah, I've been talking to her cousin and dad all night. I just stopped talking to her. She just wants to sleep. It's really bad.
So the baby's fine though, right?
Yeah,
Thank
Yeah.
God for that.
it was. I mean, it's gonna all come out at the end, but it's just really bad. Y'all could just say prayers for this family because that little girl went a lot.
So H. Bonus is saying, is that the 20-year-old new mom? Was she 20? Because I know her baby was only like 5 months old.
Yep.
Okay.
So, Scarlett, are you happy about Court TV's request being granted?
Oh, yes, I need to pull that up. That's like the last document.
Yeah.
I haven't got to go over that one yet.
Watch, it's them sealing their own fate. I hope not. But
We had a mass shooter here 2 days ago. Took
Oh,
out
wow.
took out 3 people. It was a white guy putting swastikas all over his
Oh, at the
rifle.
God.
the one at the
at
Dollar
Dollar
General.
General.
Yeah, see, actually, he
Yeah,
first
yeah.
went to it's a historical black college, Edward Waters, and for some reason he left from there and walked over to the Dollar General, and that's where he did his damage. He took out 3 that he shot himself.
Oh
Sweet
yeah, I heard
Misery
about
covered
it.
that one too.
Yeah.
I told him he should have done it the other way around.
Right.
That's
Yeah,
Leave,
don't-
leave the 3 victims and I mean,
Take out himself first.
that is crazy. I heard
But
about
he
that
was-
a little bit too.
He had a manifesto.
Yep, and he left messages for his parents and that type.
Oh, he
deal.
did?
Yeah,
Oh,
good
yeah.
for him. He got to say goodbye to his parents, unlike the victims. It's so mess. I hate it.
Yeah, I kind of heard a little bit about that because I only got on YouTube yesterday for like a hot 5 seconds. I dropped in Christie's because she was like the first one that I seen live to say hi, let everybody know that I was still alive, and was kind
I
of
still did a wellness check on you.
You did today.
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
I was
Yeah.
going to if I didn't see her tonight.
Oh, shit.
yeah. She sent me a message. She sent me a message on Twitter, and she was like, "I'm just doing a wellness check, just checking to make sure you're still alive." I was like,
Oh, it was in all caps. I was yelling at you.
Oh,
see, I
okay.
didn't even realize that.
I was just making sure. I was trying to wake you up, if not.
Oh,
With
no,
all caps, yelling.
I've had very little sleep the last few days. Very little. I did get to write Riddler back today, and I did respond to you. And there was somebody else I responded to. I can't remember who it was though.
Well, let me tell you, Will B, you up here?
Yeah, he's up here, or he was.
I can't see the screen, sorry.
Yes, I am.
Whenever he really hurt my feelings. Whenever I did that live on Ivriel today about her being found dead, like
Yeah.
he said, I can't find anything
Well,
to corroborate
I
this.
went on Google and I pulled everything up, and there was no news media reporting it yet. And I kept looking. Then finally, I found Dolly was on live. I didn't doubt you. I just didn't see it. I couldn't find
She
it.
had inside information.
You had it straight off right as it happened. You were ahead of the media. Is what it was.
Yeah.
I didn't doubt you. I just didn't. I couldn't find it.
Okay, I was like, he really hurt my feelings. Like I wouldn't go live.
I'm
if it
sorry
wasn't-
you felt that way. I didn't mean it like that. I just anytime somebody says something, I go to look see what the media is saying, and I couldn't find it.
There are some people out there that will just post something to be posting something and it not even be true.
Yeah, I think
Just
everybody.
my
else
own
is-
reflex, too. I never take anything at face value. I go and I research everything,
I know
too.
Fofa was telling me too. She was like, "Are you sure that that's who they said they are?" and all that. And I was like, "Yeah, I vetted her and asked her questions that only a family member or someone that knew her would know."
Right.
And
I was trying to protect you, right? I know I appreciate that because I messaged Dolly's girlfriend because I wasn't sure either. I was like, I don't know who this lady is, but. And y'all, she found me from this Aware Foundation program. Y'all ever heard of that? They sent her my live.
Well, that was good. I mean, at least she got in touch with you.
I know, right? I thought that was pretty cool. Okay, I'm done now.
You were the first person to break it on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
I know. I'm just joking. The family contacted me, you guys. Like, I never contacted anyone.
Hey, King Scarlet, how are you? All right, let me go over this last document real quick, y'all. This is about Court TV and their requests that they've done. So this is they're requesting to obtain approval to video, audio record, broadcast, or photograph a court proceeding. And this is from, like I said, Court TV. and it's for the September 1st court date that they're having at 1 o'clock. And it says, I have read Rule 45 of the Idaho Court Administrative Rules permitting cameras in the courtroom and will comply in all respects with the provisions of that rule. And will also make certain that all other persons from my organization participating in video or audio recording or broadcasting or photographing of the court proceedings have read Rule 45 of the Idaho Court Administrative Rules and will comply in all respects with the provisions of that rule. And that's Jessica Thiel, I guess is how you pronounce her last name, with Court TV. She's a news organization representative. And then down here, it says that the court, having considered the above requests for approval under Rule 45 of the Idaho Court Administrative Rules, hereby orders that permission to video, audio record the above hearing has been granted under the following restrictions, in addition to those set forth in Rule 45 of the Idaho Court Administrative Rules. And it just says, please see the order governing courthouse and courtroom conduct. So that was granted. The next one, the court, having considered the above request for approval under Rule 45 of the Idaho Court Administrative Rules, hereby orders that the permission to broadcast the above hearing is denied. The court, having considered the above request for approval under Rule 45 of the Idaho Court Administrative Rules, hereby orders that the permission to photograph the above hearing is granted. It also says to please see the order governing courthouse and courtroom conduct. So they can record it, get the audio off of it, and they can do still shots in there. They just cannot broadcast it. So they have to record it. They have to send it out to the pool of all the other news media that it has asked for it in a timely manner. And then after that, it can be put out to us, just like it was before.
Only the audio or the video too?
No, audio and video.
So it's going to be released like Lori's one?
Yeah, it'll be released later on.
It'll be like it has been.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they've been recording it and then releasing it later in the day.
Right.
So it's staying the same for now.
Yeah, they're not going to be broadcasting it though like they did last time. Because I don't know if they
didn't broadcast it last time either.
Yeah, they did it in these annoying segments where they would do like 10-15 minute segment of it, not live, but it was running like a half hour behind
during the breaks.
And then they did like 15 minutes of commercials. It took forever to see all of it, but at least we get to see it.
Tonka, thank you so much for being a member for 11 months. And Tonka says, I don't know how, but somehow I managed to get a month behind. Congratulations on a year. Tonka, thank you for being with us for that long. You're awesome.
Yay, Tonka's been up for a year, like me.
Tonka's been here from the jump. Okay.
Is it your 1 year?
Yeah, it's been this month sometime. Will be a year since I got monetized.
Well, happy channel birthday.
Well, thank you. Okay.
And happy birthday to Michelle.
Yes, today is Michelle Brooks' birthday. So y'all all wish her a happy birthday. I did say that earlier when I first started, but there wasn't a whole lot of people in here. So y'all go wish Michelle a happy birthday. Annie Roller, how are you?
How long have you been on, Scarlett?
I've been doing live since June of last year, but I got monetized the end part of August.
Okay, so I've been with you for
a while.
Yeah, almost since you got monetized, I think.
Yep. Hey,
cool.
Summer, how are you?
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, so guys, you were new when I first started watching you?
Do what, Christy?
So you were brand new when I started watching you. I know you grew massively.
Yes.
Since those other people.
Hey, Paper, how are you? Yeah, you were like one of the first ones to come in also. In the very beginning.
I know
I'm the
I've been
baby.
here since December, so only like 8 months or so. I think it was around December, wasn't it?
Something
No?
like that.
Wait, no, because my
You've been
dad
here for a
passed in
while.
February. Yeah, my dad passed in February, and I'd been here for a while before that. So yeah, cool.
Probably about like that.
Man, time is flying for you.
I know.
Sorry to hear about your dad crime sleuthing.
Oh, thank you. I kind of lost track of all my time everywhere. Like I lost all my memberships because I wasn't here to keep them renewed. So I had to start over. So I don't know how long I've been where.
Betty Jo said she thinks she's been here 9 months. I know a lot of people has been here for a very long time. I don't know exactly how long, but for the most part, a lot. Hey, Carrie, how are you?
I've only been here since June.
We still love you, Fofa. You're the.
Fofa's still a newborn.
She's the rookie.
Yeah.
She's the
First
baby.
day
So-
here
So
was
am I,
the
Fofa.
yeah,
You
it was the
were-
day that the first J Logston thing came out.
But she caught up fast.
Yeah.
Oh,
I've
wow.
been following the case. I just didn't know that there were other night owls like me.
I
There's a
know it was
lot of
great when
us.
I found Scarlett. I was like, yay!
I know
Somebody
that's what got
asleep.
me. That's what got me on her too, because I'm behind everybody so many hours. So everybody over there sleeping, and I'm like, do 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 do. So I'm glad they have people that stay up late at night.
So Scarlett, are you going to have any kind of a celebration or anything, or just hey, I've been here for a year. It's whatever.
I don't know. I mean, is there really a point in it? I'm like,
Yeah.
I mean, I appreciate everybody being in here and hanging out with us every night. And
We can have a
Every
pickle
day
party.
that you're here is a celebration.
Well, we should.
I mean,
So like we could do something that's kind of special too if you want. But
Everybody wear foil hats with pickles on it.
Oh my god. Yes,
Did you-
everybody has. Yes, absolutely. That sounds fun.
Hey, did you
good
miss my
Lord.
hat the other day?
I'm not wasting a pickle on a foil hat.
that is total pickle abuse. That is what
That
is.
is. That's just.
Yeah,
that's
it did
just
go in the trash.
pickle. But
Yeah, now I'm hungry.
Debbie,
Pickleiciously.
did you see
terrible.
my hat that day? No?
I don't think so.
On my 1 year anniversary, I came up here wearing a tinfoil hat with a number 1 on it for the 1 year, and then a whole real pickle on it.
She
Oh,
looked like
we-
an alien with a
okay.
pickle
Who got a
on her head.
screenshot? Send me a
It
screenshot.
literally took me forever to figure out what the pickle was on the side of her head.
I was like, what does she have on her head?
I did do it.
I was all up in my screen, like, what the hell is this? Like, I saw the 1 year. I seen that on the little post-it note, but I couldn't figure out what the
I was
pickle
like,
was.
does she have a penis on her head?
And did you notice there was a post-it note just for you?
Yes, I caught that. We'll have to do
Okay,
something
that
one
was
night, though. Maybe one night when there's nothing out on Kohberger, no new documents or anything like that, or maybe this weekend. I'll have to see. What is this weekend? Friday is the trial.
Labor Day
Or the
weekend.
hearing.
Labor Day weekend.
Maybe Saturday night. We'll do something for everybody. I don't know what.
Oh,
Maybe just have
bummer.
what do you mean bummer?
Well, because my aunt's coming. I will be occupied this Saturday.
Tell your aunt you need 4 hours.
I'll say, I got to stay up. She's a night owl, too, so
Well, heck, she
Yeah.
can join us.
I'll just introduce her to
Hey,
your
Dory.
team.
Yeah, she can come hang out with us, too.
I like OCD Shaggy's suggestion. Free Red Bulls for everyone.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
The OCD Shaggy, you got the right idea.
I need one, but speaking of which, I'm going to go on to bed. I just wanted to come up and say hi. I've missed you. I'm glad you're
Yeah.
okay.
Thank you. I appreciate
I got to
it.
get
Good
up
to
early,
see ya.
so have a great life, you guys.
All right, you have a good night. Thank you for
Hey,
stopping by.
Have a good night.
You did a good job, Debbie. It was a good life.
Oh,
Good night,
thanks.
Debbie.
All right, I'll see you guys later. Have a good night.
Good night.
Bye.
All right, you have a
Good
good
night.
night. Betty Jo don't drink Red Bulls. Betty Jo, you don't.
I
know what
don't
you're
either.
missing.
I
Oh,
don't
y'all
either.
Drink Red Bull
But
with
I'll
Jaeger.
drink one to celebrate with
I
you.
would too.
Okay, so Saturday night we will do a celebration for the 1 year channel thing. Everybody come, bring your Red Bulls and your gummy bears.
Red Bull gummy bears.
Red Bull and ask Summer. Summer can vouch for it. Red Bull and gummy bears is it's the shit now. I'm telling you.
I will
One-
drink Red Bull only if I can put Jägermeister in it. And have
I'll bring some Crown Royal.
I don't drink.
I'll bring my coffee.
Okay, just anything to keep y'all awake. Okay.
Hey, I got the Red Bull, okay? I just want to add something to it. That's all.
Okay, but see, you got to have the right kind of Red Bull.
Okay, well, you got to tell us what kind to get.
Coconut.
You can't be wasted on panel though.
Coconut Red Bull.
Yes,
Oh,
it's
how
a
does
white?
coconut
It's red. It's Red Bull in a white can. It's the best
with
you
the
can
silver writing?
get. Yes.
Red
Oh,
Bull
I've seen
white
it
can.
before. Okay.
Yes.
I haven't
Really
tried
good.
that one. Maybe I'll
It's
try
really
it.
good. Avery, thank you so much for becoming a member and welcome to
Hey,
the
Avery.
Pickle family.
You're a pickle.
So yes, coconut
On that
berry,
last
that's what it is.
document,
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to say on that last document, I thought it was interesting that he made sure to remind them to also read his order governing the courthouse and courtroom conduct.
Yep.
He's like, this is
So-
your last chance, people. You better behave yourself.
Yeah, except I do not agree with Ann. I think she's being a big crybaby because social media is going to do what social media is going to do. And zooming in on him walking into the courtroom is normal.
Normal.
Yes, I don't.
And the whole
don't-
thing with you can see the stuff on counsel's desk or on the computer, that's something that is a problem with the angle of the camera that needs to be fixed by the arrangements, which would be awesome.
It needs to be turned up
further away
more,
from
is what it
the
is.
keyboard.
I agree.
I
But,
don't know why she thinks he's so dang special.
well, I don't understand why, if he's so innocent, why he doesn't want the whole world to see.
I mean,
Remember, he can't wait to be exonerated.
He's no different than any other person who is on trial that we see on Law and Crime and Court TV
Right.
and all these others. He goes through the same court proceedings that all these other people have went through that we have watched. You know, once it goes to verdict watch, they do the whole verdict watch thing.
Right.
They show the reading of the verdict and all that. I mean,
Yeah. The only thing we normally can't see is the jury and occasionally the witness.
and I mean, the jury not being able to see them is perfectly fine. I don't have to see them.
I don't
We
need
shouldn't
to.
see them.
Right.
No.
I mean, it's not a big deal. Hell, I don't even have to see him. Just point it to the judge or to the stand.
Yeah,
like
I
we
want
said earlier.
Judge Cam.
Well, never mind. I'm not going to be able to see his body language anyway, so never mind. I don't care about that then.
I mean, just point it to the stand. And if there is, which I don't think in this case there's going to be any minors that's going to be sitting on the witness stand, but if there is some sensitive witness who would rather not be put on camera, then the camera, like, they should
Turn it off.
Right, they should turn it away from them and just point it to the judge and
Yeah.
the court reporter lady.
Honestly, I think they should have like at least 2 cameras in there. One at the witness stand and one pointing to the front of the court where the judge is, but also where they're going to be doing their, openings and closings and arguments and all that.
Right.
Like
And they
Letitia,
already have it set up. We could see it on the Zoom
Yeah.
on the big screen. So I mean, they can just do the WebEx. I don't care.
Oh, I hate WebEx. Hey, Bullets, how
I mean,
are you?
I'm not a big fan of it, but
Oh,
if that's what
I
they want
hate
to do,
it.
I would
better
much
than
rather
nothing.
have that
Yeah,
than.
it's better than nothing. I just can't mute myself. So if I'm live streaming it, then y'all, everything that's going,
Can't mute.
I could, in Letitia's, I couldn't mute on WebEx. They muted me, so like with the whole issue with the WebEx thing that happened before with Jared's court date.
Yeah, where people are talking.
Yeah, so they mute it to where they can't hear anything on their end, but I can't mute myself on it.
That's so weird.
I don't like it.
Is it because you're doing it through StreamYard too? Is it?
No.
Or were you doing it directly in WebEx onto YouTube?
We had to do it straight through WebEx.
That's interesting because I use WebEx at work, and you can mute yourself and still be able to.
Because I even sent a message to another YouTuber and was like, "Can you explain to me how I can mute myself?" And it was like, "There's no way." And then you have to like move the cameras around the little boxes to get it where you can, like if.
What about a mic that you can mute on the mic itself?
My mic does not have a mute option on it, or a volume option or anything. All of my volume controls is on my computer.
Well, if it's a 6-week trial and it's on WebEx, it might be worth the investment for you. For your state of mind.
Well, I do have a headset here that with a mic on it that I can mute that. So I may have to switch if it comes down to that. Sally Mae, you're good. King Scarlet, I agree. King Scarlet said at this point we need the cameras for the protection of the case and all the accusations. Yes.
Yeah, because you can't trust what the press has been saying either. They've been coming up with a bunch of crap.
Well, I mean, I don't want to have to rely on live tweets only and what the media is coming out saying that went on in the courtroom. I don't want to have to just rely on just that. I want to be able, if we can't see it, at least audio. That way we can hear everything like we did with Lori's.
That subjects us to the bias of whoever is tweeting or whoever's making comments. And that's worse than people being able to make their own decisions.
Right.
And judgments.
Like with Lori's thing, like Nate Eaton was live tweeting when he was in there. It was like several different people that was doing live tweets. And in order to keep up with everything, because one may say one thing and one may say something else, you have to keep up with everybody on Twitter to keep up with what's happening. And it can get frustrating at times having to switch back and forth through everybody.
I wouldn't know who to listen to on Twitter, to be honest.
You what?
I wouldn't know who would be the best to listen to on Twitter.
I'll give you like 20 sources at once. Then the biases even out.
Nate Eaton with East Idaho News, he covered Lori's trial. He's actually the one who found Lori and Chad over in Hawaii. I fully trust him. I just don't know if he's going to be at court at Bryan's trial.
Don't forget about Justin. He's going to be doing Lori in Arizona.
Oh, Justin Lum?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been on Lori's case from the beginning also, since he spoke. Yes, Betty Jo, hold on, let me grab it.
Vapor.
Will the Twitter comments be live with the proceedings, or will they be late?
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, they're live as
they're
it's
live
happening.
With the proceedings. Okay.
Yes, they are like typing away in there. Every few seconds, it's a new tweet or X or whatever they're calling them now, popping up on. And all you have to do, you just have to find, like with Alex, the last time I was keeping up with his stuff, and he'll start one thread, and you just keep up with that one thread, and that'll be where all the new tweets go in.
And then you have to refresh it when it's
Hey, Betty Jo.
For Vapor.
Hey, everybody.
Right.
Hey,
Yeah.
Betty Jo.
Betty Jo, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Tired, but I'm good.
I'm glad you're safe.
Yeah, that was some scary stuff, I tell you.
Hello, Avery.
Hey, Avery.
Avery, how are you?
Hello, Avery.
Can you guys
How's the
hear
new
me?
fanny pack?
Oh, they haven't come yet. I'm still waiting.
Oh.
Can you guys
How many did you order?
4.
Yeah, wait.
Oh my gosh.
4.
Yeah.
Women can never order just one.
But then
That's because Amazon saw what they wear and they threw them out.
You got to get them in all the colors.
And then I seen an advertisement for a clear one, and so now I need to go. I got to go order that too.
So everybody can see all your stuff inside there.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me okay? Because I'm actually in my house, in my bedroom, not outside with the taquitos.
Yeah,
you sound really good, actually.
Yeah,
Really?
better with the outfit above.
Shelly Steer, yes. Andrea Burkhardt is another good one to keep up with for live tweets.
So, Scarlett, I was coming up here to tell you because I'm not gonna stay up here because I'm kind of sleepy. But I wanted to tell you how these people acted while you were not live for the past 2-3 nights.
It was hell. It was pure hell.
I got messages. I'm pacing. I don't know what to do with myself. What are you doing? Where's everybody going?
I was so bored. I was following Dago and the CJ saga.
That is so rude, all of you. So rude.
Christy was off. Y'all should have went and hung out with her.
And then
Fofa sent me a message in Discord. Do you want to watch anything?
Yeah. And then
I'm not hanging out with you guys anymore. I'm done with that.
I hung out with Christy.
What was wrong?
I hung out with Christy too.
What was wrong with hanging out with us?
Avery.
I get called out about it.
I told on her.
Oh, Lady V does that. She tells on everybody.
I do.
She doesn't mean to, but she does. But tonight I got a message that said, if Scarlett doesn't go live tonight, I'm checking myself into a mental institution. I was like, okay.
I'm sorry, y'all.
I need rehab.
And then tonight I get a message from Avery going, is Scarlett going live?
You lie. You lie. You said.
I got
screenshots. Yeah.
I got proof. She said, we get to watch BK tonight. And I was like, BK? I thought you were talking about Benny Keys. And I'm like, I'm thinking, hell no. And then so I'm like, BK. And then I said, she said, Bryan. And then I said, oh, Scarlett's going live. See, don't you even twist my words all up. I have ex-husbands. You cannot twist my words.
I meant we could watch BK's trial. Are you silly? That's what I meant. Not that we were watching him tonight.
Oh my God. You need to be more specific and articulate.
I hate writing out stuff, man.
Holy moly. It's that
I'm like shorthand. Okay, sorry.
Okay, Christy ate. Let me tell you guys about what Christy did tonight. She was so hungry, and her mom took her out to dinner to a Chinese restaurant, and she ate half of her plastic fork. Swallowed it. Ate it.
Are you serious?
What? Yes. And then her mom did too.
How did y'all do that?
Those are some flimsy forks.
Yo, I asked Avery, I sent her a picture. It was a Chinese buffet, and by the way, I took my mom out to eat, okay? Anyway, the buffet, it was all paper plates. I was like, oh, the plates are so pretty. And my mom was like, yeah, I know, they're paper. And I'm like, what? So then I go sit down, and the drink's in a styrofoam cup with no cover. And then my mom opens the silverware, and the napkin was closed by one of those little bitty hair ties, you know what I mean, for like the little bitty hair. And she opens the napkin. I said, bro, don't tell me it's plastic. And she opens it, and it's like them little bitty plastic silverware, the little bitty fork and a spoon. And I'm like, yes, Lord. So I start eating. And then I look at my fork, and when the prongs are missing, and I'm like, Mom, what's going on? And so I'm like, I either ate it or something. So then she brings me another one, and then a little while later, my mom's eating, and she's looking, and she broke
She ate a part of her fork too, or whatever. I don't know. You guys never going back to me. $40 for both of us, and that's what we had to go through.
Wait, they don't have regular forks, like actual forks?
No, it was like
That's
I was at a fast food place for real, y'all.
$40 and no silverware. That's
I wouldn't eat there again.
I never will.
I feel very concerned about their future bowel movement.
I would be like, give me some chopsticks.
Riddler. Riddler. Back to Kohberger.
Wait, let me think.
Riddler, are you there?
Who else can I tell on before I go down?
She's
Not me. I ain't been on YouTube.
Snitching all kind of stuff tonight, ain't she?
Because these people
and she
were.
says I do.
These people were like, they were okay with Scarlett.
I would like to clarify that I messaged you to ask you how you're feeling first.
Oh, that's true. Popa did, and then that was followed by I don't know what to do with myself.
Well, King Scarlett said that whenever I don't go live, she gets in trouble because she goes in all the BK chat chat groups and starts talking mess to everybody.
These people act like kindergartners who have had their Play-Doh taken when you're not live.
Oh, it's terrible. People really do have withdrawal.
We hurt my feelings. Avery hurt my feelings. Well, guess what? I went live for you, Scarlett, when you wasn't here for your people, and some of your people did come. And I didn't
over there.
Yeah, I wasn't going live, and I only did for your people because you wasn't live. And then Avery's like, "Oh, all your people's like, where do I go? What do I do?" And I'm like, "Whoa, what am I?"
Yeah, they should have all come and hung out with you.
Yeah,
Sucker and KK and Fofa and Lady V and even Avery.
I came over there when you were live about Sarah Boone.
But Betty Joe, yeah. So that was very rude.
Not me. I've been the mature one about the whole situation.
You just snitched. Riddler, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome back to the Pickle family.
Riddler, when you've been gifting out memberships, but you didn't have one? What happened?
Weren't you already a member? You were already a member.
We know not
give.
to say nothing when Avery's around.
It's
like
better to
snitch.
give than to receive.
Yeah,
no, what happened was my bank changed names. So they issued out all new cards, everything. So I had to go get a new ATM card, new everything.
Oh, how dare they ask first? Did they ask you?
Ooh, you have your actual bank card connected? See, the reason you guys see me become a member again every month, I use a prepaid card because back in January, I had $2,700 come out of my account via Google YouTube, and I played hell fighting to get that back. So I use a prepaid card.
See, I just use a debit card that doesn't have any money on it except for when my husband puts it every 2 weeks and I spend it just like boom.
It's gone just like that.
Again.
Boom.
It burns a hole in her pocket, y'all.
Where did I hear that boom from?
I don't know. I'm like,
I just learned that.
Baby, I need $200. He puts it in. By that night, it's gone.
I just learned that circus dude said boom. I watched him for the first time the other day.
He's got some good, he's got some good interrogations I like to watch.
Yeah.
I love interrogations.
Yeah, I think Troll has watched every single interrogation he has on his channel.
I want to watch one back in the day when they used the phone book on him.
The phone book?
Yeah, they used to get him with the phone book so it wouldn't leave bruises.
No.
Oh my God, Lady B. Cricket Moon, how are you?
See, back in the day, the police was known for putting you in a dark room and putting a hot spotlight right in your face.
And they wore leather gloves.
1960s type stuff.
Yeah, wore leather gloves in the room with you and brought in a rolled up newspaper or a magazine that's rolled up or a phone book.
Smack you in the head with it.
You confessed one way or the other.
Man, back home in Louisiana, when my car got stolen, I had to go into an interrogation room just to talk to a detective about what happened. And let me tell you, it was hot as all get out in there. And I'm like, man, why is it so hot? And like all the walls, everything was padded. And I'm like, why is it so hot in here, yo? And he's like, tell them that they can make them sweat. They have it
Exactly.
so they can make them sweat.
Either that or they'll freeze them out, one of the two.
Yeah.
And they're like, I'll go get you a blanket. And 3 hours later, they're like, yeah, I'll go get you a blanket.
If y'all haven't hit the thumbs up, y'all please do so. Because KK said that she thinks everybody was happy that I was back, that they forgot to hit the thumbs up.
Oh, that could be.
Oh, yeah. I don't think I did either. I can't believe
too busy calling me out for wanting to make friends. My bad.
Actually,
I had fun.
You were the last one on my mind, though, when I was telling on everybody.
Oh,
I'm glad I don't do anything wrong.
Because you weren't nearly as bad.
I didn't do anything wrong. I tried to make friends.
Pofa was great, but some of you, oh my God. God forbid Scarlett ever gets sick for a week. Holy shit.
I know next time I'm just going to hang out with King Scarlet and troll.
That is rude.
Y'all gonna get in trouble.
You're just rude. She's being rude, Scarlett.
Who was being rude?
Pofa. She don't want to hang out with me anymore.
I can see why.
You want me to tell you honestly, Pofa? I felt very honored that you messaged me and asked if I wanted to watch something with you because I was about to lose my mind.
She did what?
She did. She said, would you like to watch something? And I'm like, sure.
She didn't ask me.
Well, she invited you. She's the one that invited you.
No.
Yeah, she is because I didn't do it. She said we should ask Avery, and I'm like, cool. And she sent you an invite.
Avery.
I have to go investigate. Hold on.
Avery, I have the receipts.
It was
I watched Criminal Minds.
Oh, yeah. It was, we had fun. So anyway, back. So are you going to cover Sarah Boone? Does anybody know what's going on with her? Is she going to do herself or what?
We're still waiting to find out.
It's going to be epic if she does.
But our trial's not going to be October 2nd, so the only thing we can count on is Alexi.
Yeah.
I know so they've done pushed her trial back too?
Mm-hmm.
Did they?
No, they will.
Oh,
you talking about Sarah?
Sarah Boone, they will.
Yeah. The lawyer said they're going to have to. It's not going to be till 2024 now.
Yeah, I don't see her going to trial.
Boomer Girl, I'm doing good, thank you.
Yeah.
Not unless she does represent herself.
I mean, how many attorneys has she been through now? 7?
6, 7. What can she accomplish? I mean, she has a video. The guy begs to get out. She says F you. In the video we watched on Sweet Misery the other night, she said she didn't intentionally do it at least 200 times in the interview with the detective.
Yes, she did.
I mean, over and over. I didn't intentionally do it. It was not
malicious. Not malicious.
I mean, at least 200 times.
That wasn't my plan. I'm like, how many times she said that wasn't my plan? I'm like, see?
It wasn't intentional.
Yeah, she thinks she can get away with it because it wasn't intentional, but it's not going to work, girl.
That wasn't her plan.
King Scarlet, I've seen that where they did the petition for Alexi Trevizio because they're not wanting her at the college. I think, was it 15 or 16,000 signatures already?
Oh, wow.
It was something like that.
I heard about that.
Oh, really? What, to keep her from attending where she's supposed to college?
From college.
Yeah, she can do it online, I think, but just from going in person.
Yeah, because I think she had started online or something like that, but now they're saying that she's allowed to attend classes, but they're doing the petition because they don't want her at the college.
It was because she couldn't be around her boyfriend, so she had to do online. But now now the judge put it to where she can go to classes in person and be around him. She can have contact with him.
Well, I don't think she should be allowed to do anything.
I don't either. I think she should go straight to jail and stay there till her trial.
Oh yeah, but Mama can't help her after trial, so let her do all that she can do right now because it's about to be over with for her.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's over with, and Mama can't help her no more. So once she goes to trial, she's done with. Let her do what she wants to do right now while she's out. She paid her
how
money
can her
to get out.
mom? How can her mom help her anyway, though? I mean, it's.
I know she's she tries to cover her and pay for her to get out, and you know what I mean. Just thinks that she can cover everything up for her.
Bosses the police around.
Yeah, and
she has no remorse. That's what bothers me.
Yeah.
Neither one of them.
And then have the nerve to sue the hospital, bruh.
Yeah.
The hospital is going to end up writing a check to them. I can guarantee you.
Yeah.
Whether it's right or wrong, they screwed up.
Yeah.
Sally Mae, the petition is to keep Alexi Treviso from attending college in person. She was doing online courses through the college, but now they're saying, like, law enforcement is saying she can attend in person. And there was a petition that was started to keep her from attending. And I don't know how many. Do y'all know how many signatures they were needing to begin with?
No, I don't.
Where was she supposed to go? What college?
University of New Mexico, not Albuquerque. I'll look on the map. It's one of the it's one of the locations of the university. It's somewhere around where she lives.
Vapor. She went to the hospital in labor. Told her mom she was not pregnant, went in the bathroom, had the baby, unalived the baby, put it in a trash can, put another liner over it in the trash can, and they found it in there. Went back to the room like nothing happened.
Chrissy, do you see the message on the screen?
I'm laughing because I'm like, what is she talking about? And then I'm like, oh, and I started laughing.
I know what she's talking about because I waited too.
I'm lost. I don't have a clue.
When you said you were going to come back?
She didn't tell on me, so stop it. Y'all telling on me. Dang it, snitches.
I came in the chat and you said you were going to come back and never came back.
I was live and I said I was going to come back because you didn't go live, and I kind of like.
She would have left me in there all by myself without no control over the screen or anything.
I was just going to eat.
Well, I couldn't put anything up. I couldn't change anything on the screen. She's like, "Do you want to stay up here?" I'm like, "No."
Okay.
Avery said Bobo was right. She did invite me.
Yeah, I know.
We know.
Bobo wouldn't lie about that.
Scarlett asked a specialist, I said, how long would it take to review 50 terabytes? And this guy's expert with videos and cameras and all that computer stuff. And he said it takes 480 man hours just to go over 1 terabyte.
Oh my God.
So you can imagine 40 hours is 1 week. 480 is more than 10 weeks for one person.
Melissa Jade was going over like the Hubble spacecraft, and you were in there, Wilby. Were you, Riddler?
No, ma'am. I wish I would have.
The IRS, and there's more terabytes in Bryan Kohberger's case than the IRS has.
Damn. So that's how you know that she's got to have a lot of help, and we're not seeing all that extra help.
She does have a team behind.
There's no way she can do all of that by herself or a little bitty team for a death penalty case.
That's that's the
possible.
prosecution just drowning her in paper. That's all it is.
There's for sure more people going through this that 51 terabytes than just her, Eliza Massett, and Jay Logston.
Oh yeah.
Well, think about this. The state had to go through it first.
Right.
Before they handed it over.
Uh-huh.
Right.
Kelly P, me too. I'm ready to volunteer my services. I'll help them go through it all.
That means you would have to move to Idaho.
Nah. Can get a secure server.
And be like, no, Bofa, I'm sorry, but you got to move to Idaho. Or you can't help.
She's too busy looking up laws and things from before we were even in a country.
Yeah.
The Stone Age.
Bullshit. Vapor, I do believe that too. Vapor said that some of the extra help are responsible for leaking the bullshit. That could be where it's coming from.
That's on them. That's on them. They need to take care of their own employees and make sure stuff like that doesn't happen. But I mean, the extra help isn't just like anybody. I mean, it's like paralegals and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's not crowdsourcing. Yes.
There's been a lot of negative, almost hatred against Ann Taylor. And in my opinion, she's just doing what a good defense attorney does. I mean,
Wilby, it's okay if you like Ann Taylor because I think
she's just a good defense attorney. It's part of the system.
like her
you
too.
have to have good defense attorneys to make it all go round and round.
Hey, excuse me.
Yep.
I'm sorry. I need to drop down and go take a shower. I didn't realize the time. But I just want to know.
Really bad. So bad I can smell through
I
here.
know it's 106th day.
It's only 10 o'clock where you're at. You got a date or something tonight, Christy?
No. It's 10 o'clock is late, girl.
Hey, Scarlett, check your messenger.
Okay.
I'll show you what I did last night while I was waiting for you not to come on.
Hear from Billy since the boob incident?
Nope.
No, I haven't seen him anywhere.
Oh, well, the weekend's over. I hope he's okay. He might have drowned in that fluid.
Oh my god.
I can't believe you just said that.
Well, Willie, put one finger up if you need help.
What?
Thumbs up, Willie.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Okay, I really have to go shower now. Bye.
All right, have a good night.
Bye.
Oh my god.
She's crazy.
She is nuts.
Lady V, I got a question.
Uh-huh.
How do you write with them things?
Same
For
way
real.
you. I've shown her what I did last night while I was waiting on her not to provide. Usually it's how do I wipe?
Well, I wasn't going to get that personal with it. I mean, let's see, the Stone's cats need a life alert bracelet. Yeah, hold on. My chat. You would think it'd be enough for 3 nights. It would work properly tonight, but it's not.
Yeah, he had a nice vacation, Mr. Nightbot.
Exactly. But my chat is still jumping off a live chat to top chat. So,
Okay.
Riddler, are you good with the hurricane?
Oh, right now I'm fine. It's just light rain and light wind here.
Okay.
There's been a slight shift to the west. I just feel sorry for those small. There's a lot of little small country counties and towns that are going to get hit, and they don't have the resources like we have here.
Yeah.
And I mean, they're country boys; they can survive out there. But I mean, it's hot here in Florida, just like everywhere else in the South.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to be without electricity for weeks.
Fofa, what's wake up supposed to be?
At the Nightbot. I was typing out vacations over now.
Well, hopefully, Riddler, it won't do too bad. I know they're saying that once it hits land, it's supposed to be a Cat 4.
Right, it's going to be a Cat 4 when it hits land. They're predicting. because that's where the Gulf Stream comes up to that part of Florida. It hugs it right in that area.
Yeah.
And that's really warm water. And it'll maintain hurricane strength all the way up through Georgia.
Catacomb and Cat 4 is bad. Cat 5 is really bad.
It's almost catastrophic.
Yeah. I know that there's some places, is it called Cedar Key or something like that?
Yeah, Cedar Key is right there on the bend.
That they were getting surge earlier today.
Right. Someone asked about Sarasota. They should be fine. They probably got about an extra 3 or 4 foot of waves. Now, where Summer and I, we're on the Atlantic coast. She's in Carolina. I'm in Florida. Mm-hmm. There's been a number 4 hurricanes sitting out there for days.
Yes, and this one here is about to hit Florida. It's supposed to cross over Florida into Georgia, into the Carolinas, and go straight through the path of where Franklin is done yet.
Right, and some people think this one's going to loop back around and hit Florida again.
Oh, God, I'm in North Carolina too.
And then it'll come on across, but we don't know yet. They got it coming out that way. But what I was going back to with Franklin's been sitting out there, and it's probably up about near Bermuda now, north of the Carolinas. It's just been plunging that ocean that we've had a 3 foot rise in tide water here. And tonight, not tonight, tomorrow night, I believe we're going to have our full moon with a king tide, the astronomical high tides. So everything that can go wrong, Murphy's Law, is hitting us. Murphy strikes again. So summer's going to get really high tides up there in the Carolinas. And as the storm passes away, the wind goes one way, then it shifts back the other way, and so does the tide.
All right.
It'll run back out to the sea as quick as it went in. So you get hit by both sides of it, because it can actually drag you back out to sea if you're near the ocean or a real strong stream or river.
I just hope everybody is okay, and all the people that they were saying needed to evacuate, I think for the most part, most of them did, but there was some that was staying, going to ride it out.
Well, I got up early this morning at about, I don't know, around 6 o'clock, and I went to fill my truck up and fill my mom's vehicle up, and the gas stations were already packed at 6 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, that's how it gets here whenever there's storms approaching Louisiana.
And of course, I already knew which type foods to buy, but I'm a prepper, so I've got food stored all around this place. I don't know if Mom's gonna like eating it, but you mix it with hot water and you put a spoon. It's what we had in the military. It was those.
I've had MREs.
Yeah, MREs, and
they're not too bad.
No, I'm well aware of the gasoline thing. That's what my family, the business we were in for 50 years, we were independent wholesale fuel distributors and C-store operators. And people, anytime there was a storm, sales would go up quite a bit.
We were snowed in once for 2 weeks, and that's what we survived on.
Yep. Astronaut ice cream.
I can tell you all the milk and bread's gone.
When Laura hit in 2020, that's what they were passing out to everybody around here. That cases of water.
The worst thing I saw was Hurricane Andrew down in the Homestead, Florida City area on the very, very southern tip of Florida before you get into the Keys. And we were down there. We got activated, went down there, and we saw people standing in lines, and I'm not kidding you, almost near a mile long. And there was and they're passing out 2 bottles of water a person. And I saw a pregnant woman there, so I went and got 2 bottles of water and walked it over and gave it to her. Boy, I about caused a riot.
2 bottles of water.
2 bottles of water. That's all
That's
you got.
ridiculous.
Sure. And I'll tell you what happened on that. I'm not going to get into politics.
8-ounce glasses of water?
It was about it was those little bottled waters, like 12, 16 ounces. Yeah, it was like those real cheap ones. The governor of Florida says we don't need federal help. So the president of the United States, they can't come in here. Federal troops cannot come into any state without the governor's permission. So the president says, "All right." They had them. All of our planes were sitting up at Moody Air Force Base in Georgia. We're waiting for them to come down here. They're bringing medical relief tents, food, water, things like that. And so they turn around and send them back home. Well, the Adjutant General of Florida, he's the number 3 in command. He's actually a two-star general. He told the governor, says, "You better get down there and see who's going to fix this then." And when the governor got down there, he went, "Oh my goodness." So he tells the president, "Bring them back." He goes, "I done shipped them planes back home, boy." So we were late getting them, just like Louisiana was during Katrina. And it's all because of politics. One was a member of one party, and the other one's a member of another party. And they want to make the other one wants to make one look bad. But it's just terrible. And it took them down there. Let me put it this way: if that storm would have been further north and hit Miami, Andrew, we still would be picking up glass off that street.
Storms can get scary. And Riddler Vapor said to make your mom some Ranger cookies.
Okay. Done that before.
Okay, let me get back to my chat. I was in the Philippines when Mount... Okay, Cricket Moon said they were in the Philippines when Mount Pinatubo erupted. Lack of water is no joke. It's really not. It can get, even when the storm's here, like if they don't have enough water and people are doing without it, it's a very sad sight.
Well, you can live without food a whole lot longer than
you can water. Right.
Water's usually about 3 days, and after that you'll really feel the strong effects.
Yeah, I think
you'll be hospitalized.
I think air is 3 minutes, water's 3 days, food is 3 months.
Food is usually about 30 days.
Mm.
I don't know, maybe 40. How long do they fast for?
I don't know. I just know it's a very sad sight to see, though. That's why we always, as soon as they mention something about a storm out in the Atlantic just starting to develop, we're already tracking it. I'm keeping up with it, where it's supposed to go, hit, when, make sure we have plenty of water, food, and all that stored up.
And of course, one thing I learned from being with the military and being activated on all these storms, get those plastic sheets, what they call visqueens, because I see people get their windows knocked out, and guess what comes in at night while you're sleeping? Bugs, mosquitoes, gnats, and they will eat you alive in there.
Yep.
So it's really difficult, and even if you got plenty of water, it's not going to be cold for very long because you're going to be without electricity, and it's going to be hot days and hot nights, and all the air. It's like once a hurricane goes by, it's like everything got sucked up and gone with it. It took everything with it. There's no more breeze, nothing.
It gets very hot. It was actually the other day when that storm came through. It was 108 that day when the storm hit.
Okay.
And when it was done, it had dropped down to like 77 that night.
Okay. Alexis said survivalists have a rule of 3. You can survive without food for 3 weeks, survive without water 3 days, survive without shelter in very harsh conditions for 3 hours, and you can survive without air for 3 minutes. So Mr. Riddler was right again.
No, I wasn't right. I always thought 30 days, but I wasn't sure. And of course, some people eat food and they claim that's not real food. And I go, yeah, okay, you're not fasting.
It says that there's no real scientific study on it because, that would not be humane. And estimates indicate that starving people become weak in 30 to 50 days and die in 43 to 70 days. Individual factors including sex, age, starting weight, and water intake all play a role in how long someone can live without food. That's what it says.
It just makes no sense to not be prepared.
No, it doesn't.
And the whole thing is, there's no sense anybody in this country really starving. We got plenty of food. We pay farmers not to grow food. So, there's no sense. We can get food across. We can send food all the way across halfway around the world, but we have trouble getting them into different states where people need it real quick. We can get supplies anywhere in this world. Our military is that strong. Why can't we get it in a place like Louisiana when they got hit by those horrific
Politics.
storms? Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. And then you got people down there. You're going to put me out of business. Did you know our military was putting up 78 telephone poles a day? True story, 78. And they got in trouble by the Department of Labor for putting up 78 a day. I'm sorry, 78 a day. You're only supposed to put up 75 a day. The other guys that were down there doing it also were guys being paid. You see those big crews, they come in a convoy from other towns. Well, they're getting paid overtime. They want to stay down there as long as they can to make some good Christmas money.
Yeah, I have a friend that does that Riddler, and anytime they declare a state of emergency, he'll go down south, and like during Katrina, he went down there, and they literally have rules where if they work X amount of hours a day, they get paid for the entire 24-hour period. It's ridiculous what they make.
Right, and the government pays the company, and the company pays them.
That's right.
And you're 100% right on that. I got a friend that's a longshoreman. Same thing happened to me. He told a colonel, he says, I'm going to send my boys home. And like that way you don't have to pay them. He said, no, tell them to stay here 4 hours. They'll get paid for the whole day.
Exactly.
And he says, well, we don't want to fraud the government. He goes, it's not fraud. He says, tell them to stay here for 4 hours, find something for them to do, and they'll get paid for 8.
Oh,
but I got another friend, and he does this on his own. Of course, he takes contributions, but he feeds the first responders that are down there working.
That's a good thing.
Right. It's his own little thing. He finds a place where nobody's set up. He sets up one of these big church tent things, and they come in there, and he's feeding them. He's cooking. And, I mean, they're getting barbecue beef and, chicken and roast beef, all kind of things like this, mashed potatoes, gravies, all the vegetables and fruits and water you need. And for firemen, policemen, paramedics. And one day there were some military guys. He told me, you can come on over here and eat with us. So they went there and ate. Here's, once again, bureaucrats from Washington saw that, says you're not allowed to feed those guys. He says, I'll feed anybody I want. Show me a law says I can't feed someone.
Yeah, because I mean they got to eat too when they're out there working like that. So
right. See, our guys had to spend the night at the zoo in Miami.
Oh wow. Hey, Queen of Hearts, how are you? Oh Lord, Queen of Hearts said hold on, I gotta go back up. Let's see, I got my own rule of 3 days. Fish and family, they both stink after 3 days.
Good one. Yeah, that was something. They had to pitch tents inside the zoo at Miami, and that's where our guys that were doing the construction had to stay.
Okay, so Courtney says Guy Ferry does that over here on the West Coast for fires and disasters. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of times those first responders, they don't even really have time to eat because they're so busy doing stuff. So for somebody to go out and feed them, that's a really good thing. OCD Shaggy. Someone told me about that he was doing that now. Honestly, though, I hope he is in a safe spot. I wouldn't want to see him get hurt either.
No, obviously not. But watching him ride around, I was pulling him up randomly throughout the day, being like, "Where are you? How much gas do you have? Go home."
Yeah, 'cause, I mean that can be very dangerous, especially at night. Uh, Guy Fieri is on the Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dive show. I've never heard of that, Courtney.
He's a famous chef,
Oh,
I think.
Yeah, he's the guy with the bleached blonde hair that sticks up.
oh, I know who y'all are talking about. I just don't watch all them cooking shows like that.
Me neither, but his face used to be on a billboard that was huge.
But I thought his last name was something else. Oh. But yeah, I know who you are talking about now. Oh Lord, he must be. They're saying he's live again. And I'll honestly, I hope he's, like I said, in a safe spot and doesn't get hurt. Hey, Big Al, how are you? Let's see, I've seen the slope that the Red Cross and FEMA provides to feed volunteers and victims is barely edible, and every time they sit up in Alabama, when I was there, the locals ran them out with food.
Hi, Big Al.
Okay, so they arrested the guy who did that at the UNC. That's what Boomer Girl is saying. I hadn't even heard of that case until I stopped in yesterday and had just heard about it.
I hadn't either, and I'm an hour away from there, and actually went to school at UNC Chapel Hill for a year before I transferred to Wake Forest.
Uh-huh.
Was that the one with the Dollar General thing?
No, that was in Florida.
This was on the UNC Chapel Hill campus in
North Carolina.
Yeah.
It just happened yesterday.
What happened?
I didn't hear about it before. There was an active shooter on the campus.
How many people did he shoot? I don't even know.
I know that one professor passed away. I'm not sure.
That is sad. Get up, go to work.
I can tell you this, I went to Wake Forest, and in the last since I've graduated in 85, that campus has literally been made a fortress. I mean, used to you could drive right through the campus, right off the one of the main roads in Winston-Salem. Now you have to pull up to the front gate. You have to be let through, and it's literally fenced entirely around the entire campus.
It's sad that stuff like this is going on, whether it's a campus, at a Dollar General, or just anywhere.
And it's not like they've had a lot of incidents or anything. They've just been proactive, and they have more money than just about anybody. I think for several years, they had more donations per number of graduates than any university in the country.
Well, B, those are two excellent universities, Wake Forest and UNC. Very high standards in academics, both of them.
My whole family is, if I told you all the education my nephews and nieces and sisters and brother-in-laws had, you wouldn't believe it. I've got a son with a doctorate in mathematics. His wife graduated from medical school in University of Southern California. My sister got 2 masters from Duke. Her husband has his master's from Duke, his doctorate from Yale. Their 2 daughters have a master's from Duke, and their other daughter has got her master's from University of University of California, Berkeley, and she's a professor at Bryn Mawr. And I've just got a undergraduate degree from Wake Forest, so I'm the least educated of all.
Do y'all have fist fights during basketball season?
No, my mom pulls for Duke because she says she spent so much money having my sister educated there, and plus they helped my brother-in-law when he was going there. And she says she has to pull for Duke because she spent so much money there. She can't not pull for them.
That is so funny. I can imagine the ball games.
Oh, it's crazy.
right, so Cricket Moon says she has a very important question about the Idaho case. So I'm just waiting on them to post their question.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I was looking for it.
Yeah, they haven't posted it yet. I'm going to put the... Oh, wait, that's the wrong link. Hold on. Cricket Moon, I'm going to drop the link in the chat, too, if you want to come up and ask. Let's see. Do you remember anything about the four faces being untouched? Cricket Man, you're talking about the victims, right? I've heard that one of them was, but I don't know if it's true or not.
Yeah, that was in the Howard Bloom first article about one of them being almost unrecognizable.
Right.
But it's unconfirmed.
Yeah, it's... Don't know how... I mean, a lot of people say stuff, and honestly, I don't know where they come up with some of the stuff at. Big Al, how are you?
Hello, and no foof, I'm not hiding.
Hello, Abigail.
Hello.
I knew that would get you up here.
You're so sneaky.
Yes.
Okay, Cricket Man, do you want to come up on panel and talk about it, or would you rather type it out?
Okay, so I was watching something earlier today. I don't remember what channel it was on, but they were kind of going over things. Well, this was from like not too long after it happened, and they were talking about what was found in BK's apartment.
Mm-hmm.
And they had a couple of things of blood that was found in his house on something. Do you remember that?
One of them was it an uncased pillow?
Yeah.
That
There was a stain on a pillowcase.
There was a stain on a pillow.
There weren't any pillowcases. It was on the mattress cover.
Mattress cover or something. Okay. There you go.
Yeah.
It was on the mattress cover, on the pillow, on the pillow itself.
Right.
And then also I think it just said a red. I forget how they, it's stained.
I would be surprised if any of that were relative, though.
Yeah, I wouldn't either, because I mean, you could cut yourself or have a scab and scratch yourself or whatever. I thought I remembered it being exactly like Fofa just said, but I wanted to check.
Okay, Riddler Max Smith wants to know if you're interested in listening to an interview of the Grassy Knoll hitman. He was outed by Ellie.
Yes.
Never came
I want
forward.
to.
Okay, Max, how would they be able to hear it? He said he gave a 2-hour detailed interview of his actions in November of 1963.
Yeah, he can just drop me the link.
Okay, well, you may have to, Max, what you'll have to do is email it to me.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Email it to Scarlett, and I'll receive it from her. And
yeah, I'll send it.
And then you can put it in the back.
Yeah, I can do that too. That way y'all can grab it from there.
I would love to host a show or one of those or anybody has a decent show on the Kennedy assassination.
Yeah.
Do it on Rumble. It'll get you canceled on YouTube.
I tell you what, I've seen so many shows on it. It's like insane. I'm watching they did that 3D enactment with the car and everything on the computer. That was interesting.
I like the one where they went out, I guess it was out in the desert, and they actually reenacted the entire same type rifle, same type bullet, same.
I saw that.
6 stories high, same speed. They had these dummies in there that had the red fluid in them and green fluid for the brain. and the guy got the shots off. Everything, the markings were all the exact same on all the bullets
Here you
that
go,
they
people.
have, and the splatter was all equal. So it shows that the shots came from behind, and but the one that's got me is where the Secret Service agent stands up with the M16. At the time was a classified weapon. Nobody had ever seen it, and some people said that gun went off.
Yeah, I've seen that too, and that is almost convincing.
It is very convincing, and it hits him Kennedy from behind because it does different than the first bullet. First bullet just passed through. Second bullet came in and exploded the way that type bullet does.
Well, and didn't they have one that went through? Was it went through sideways?
They call that keyholing.
Keyholing.
Yeah. Keyhole.
That was interesting.
Yeah, and if you read the story on Zapruder, that's another interesting. When he took the video, when he videotaped it, a lot of people say, "Well, the FBI cut out so many slides," which is true. But what they don't tell you is the rest of the story. Zapruder made copies of that film.
Yeah, he did.
Then he said, "Mr. FBI, here's your copy. Secret Service, here's your copy. I'm keeping mine," and ever many others he made. I don't know, but they could do what they want to with their own copies. But I always said the conspiracy was who got Oswald that job there, because they knew they were going to force Kennedy to drive by there. See, how did Oswald, all places in the United States, he winds up in Dallas,
right?
And he gets a job,
yeah,
right there where
on the parade route,
right there where he's going to have to stop and make a turn. He gets a job there, and of course he goes up to the 6th floor, and he was separated from his wife at the time, and he took I think a cab to work, and he told the guy he has curtain rods, and nobody questioned, just walks on into work with those big old curtain rods, but it weren't curtain rods, and he goes upstairs, and then how did he get to way across the other side of the town, and now you got J.D. Tippit gone. And then he goes to the movie theater, and the press is about there as quick as the police were there. And that's where they end up. But there's so many coincidences with that in the Kennedy case. I mean, the Kennedy and Lincoln, there's so many coincidences with them.
Oh, Lord, Chrissy, I just saw your comment in that chat. I didn't know what you were even talking about.
She didn't answer me. Hey, Big Al.
Hello. So what's the cliff notes on the cameras? I missed the whole day.
Okay.
In or out?
Okay,
You're walking on thin ice.
Oh, well, we knew that.
Well, they changed. September the 1st was supposed to be for the motion to dismiss the indictment, but they had to change it to September the 22nd. So now all they're going to be talking about on September the 1st is to have the cameras thrown out of the courtroom. And Court TV put in a thing requesting to do audio and video, which they were granted that, but they were denied broadcast. So they can't broadcast it. And then, hold on, I gotta go.
They can't live stream it.
Okay, so audio record was granted. What's the other one at? Okay, so yeah, they can't live stream it. The permission to broadcast was denied, and then the permission to photograph was granted. But they're telling them to please see the order governing the courthouse and courtroom conduct. And they're saying that they are going to abide by the Rule 45 with the cameras and all that in the courtroom too. So we shall see how it works out on September the 1st.
Doesn't sound like it's going to be live.
No. So we'll just have to wait like we did before for it to be put out to the public.
Isn't this kind of what we all figured was going to happen? We were hoping for live, but we kind of had a feeling this was going to happen.
Well, as of right now, I mean, hopefully he allows the trial part of it to be live streamed. If not, then at least keep it the way he has it now, where it can be recorded. We just don't get to see it till later on after it's over with.
All right. Well, thanks for the cliff note.
I've think you need to. Been trying to catch up on everything today too, so it's. Let's see, did they have any hearings September the 14th? No. Wait, hold on. I gotta go find.
What that? I think that was in the scheduling order.
Yeah, everything that was on the scheduling order, they have vacated, but now they have the state's response to the defendant's motion has to be filed no later than September the 14th. So that's, as of right now, all they've got for the 14th of September. But it's not a hearing or anything like that.
Scarlett, have we heard any more on the lady who was an expert on DNA, or that system that has the DNA, and she was interviewed by the FBI the following day or two?
I haven't heard anything else about it. Which, if I'm not mistaken, she has that on the docket as well to talk about. She put a motion, or was supposed to put a motion out for that, but I haven't seen that unless it came out yesterday, and I'm just not seeing it on this list. Because there wasn't anything that came out last week on that. But she did say she was going to be doing a motion. So
there was another article in the Intercept today about the FBI and all the DNA data that they had collected. They're going to double down and double their budget to collect more.
Well, they're good at doubling their budget. Not usually very good lately at producing.
Okay, hold on, y'all. Let me go back to my chat real quick to see if Max has posted that. Because he said that he was just going to post it in the chat where we could find that at, but I don't see it.
Well, he can't post a link.
Yeah, that's what I told him. He said he was just going to post where we could find it at, and then that way I can go grab it and get the link and post it. But he said to hold on. He was going to go find the information for it, so it may take him a second.
All I care about seeing in the courtroom is the evidence and the expert witnesses and the witnesses, I guess the two females roommates. I could care less about seeing anything else.
I agree.
I don't want to see Bryan. I've done seen him enough. I don't want to see Ann. I've seen her enough. I've seen Mr. Thompson enough and all those people beside him. What I don't want to hear is that guy or lady, whoever, just pounding on the keyboard.
The hard typer?
Oh, man, I was ready to confess everything I've done wrong.
She's beating the shit out of that thing like she's mad at it.
I'd rather be waterboarded again than go through that.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
Hopefully they don't allow anybody to sit too close to the camera.
Well, if they mic everybody up right, it'll work. But when you're running a mic on a camera that's behind all the action, I mean, unless you have a directional microphone, you're not going to be able to hear.
I don't know why they can't do it like Letitia's was. That was just perfectly fine.
Oh, but it was WebEx though. Okay, so
fine though.
Hopefully, Court TV will do a better job.
I hope they do.
Well, I'm not an audio guy, but I think it'd be pretty easy to patch into the mics that are sitting in front of the people that are talking.
It's not rocket science.
I hope they just do it. I hope they just follow the rules so we don't get kicked out of there.
Well, that's that intern that's behind that camera.
Sounds like we might have gotten talked to, though, because they're like, well, make sure that our guys behave themselves.
Max said that the confession video is 2 hours and 48 minutes long. So let me.
I'll go look for it.
You gonna see if you can find it, Fofo?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Now, yeah, that is a good thing Agape love about the WebEx thing. There was like 3 different views in
Yeah,
Letitia's.
I like that.
I just don't like WebEx. That was my issue.
I was watching it on Grizzly, and she like just moved those things and zoomed in and all kinds of stuff. It was pretty cool with the 3 being able to watch all 3 of them at once.
Yeah, I could not. Hey, Texas Ranger, how are you? I could never get it to work properly. I didn't like it at all. But
I loved the judge in that one too. He was too cool.
Well, I mean, I've never heard of a judge allowing the jury to ask a witness questions before they get off the stand.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. I know some people disagree, but I thought that was pretty neat.
Yeah, that was a first for me to ever hear that. No, Boomer Girl, you're good. Let's see. And Boomer Girl said, you remember Johnny Depp case, camera was facing him. It wasn't behind him.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I just looked at it all the time.
Oh, Lord. And then what was the dude in Kenosha? Zachariah Anderson. They had one that was pointing at him most of the time.
Well, they had one that was on Letitia constantly.
Yep.
Yeah. I could have done without seeing her, though, honestly.
I think we all could.
Well, yeah, because she looked kind of like that girl from The Ring half the time.
Oh, hold on. Let me grab the link real quick. Hold on, y'all.
They all just need to put on their big boy pants and let the cameras in the courtroom.
Yeah, they do. But I don't think the defense wants it in there either, or they don't care.
No, they don't. The defense is the ones who really
they don't want it. I think this. I don't think the state really wants it either.
State. I meant the state. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I don't think they do.
Yeah, I don't think they do either.
But the one in Letitia, though, the only good thing about it pointing at her is that we all got to see what she did as far as like the hand motions.
Yeah.
We did get to see all that.
With the ring.
Yeah.
Huh?
The girl from The Ring.
Yeah, she looked like the girl from The Ring.
They transferred her out of Colorado.
Yeah, where did they move her to?
Nevada?
Oh.
I think.
Oh, no, I don't know why I was thinking when you said Nevada, she was going to be there with Lori. But no.
I think it's Nevada.
Oh, I'm going to have to look that up.
Why'd they move her?
I don't know if it's been like a week or 2 weeks.
Okay, let me see where she's moved to. KK, how are you?
Betty
Hey, I'm
Jo.
good. How are you?
Hey, KK. Betty Jo, you need to go back to being blind, because when you were blind, you remembered every single little detail. And
I
now
remember
you're
every
losing
single little
it.
detail about BK's case. Even though I watched Letitia's the whole trial, but no, I heard it was
You're
Nevada.
slipping. I'm just saying you're slipping.
I know. I'm sorry.
Okay, hold on. We're fixing to see where she's at. While Fofa is Googling the other.
Found it.
Okay, just drop it in the back chat.
I already did.
Okay, thank you. No, she was actually moved to a facility in Kansas.
Oh, Kansas.
Which one?
Let's see.
You can do her nails, Lady V.
Leavenworth?
She was moved to
Dorado?
Kansas, From Colorado prison after conviction of murdering stepson, the El Paso County woman was found guilty. Okay, wait. It's just saying to a facility in Kansas.
No.
Let me see if I can find which one. Let's see, this was 4 days ago.
I don't know why I said Nevada.
And when you said that, I don't know why. I just thought, damn, she may be there with Lori. You know, and Lori's in a whole nother state.
Boy, that would be.
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Those portals.
Yeah.
They'll get you.
Did you guys hear they canceled Pepe Le Pew?
No.
He's in Kansas.
From Looney Tunes.
Oh, wait.
Oh yeah, he's been canceled back almost a year ago.
It's sexist, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess so. But some lady in a local group just posted on my Facebook. She posted, "I'm so glad that they're canceled and my children are safe. Now my son can get back to playing Grand Theft Auto." Where he just
that's any better.
Wait. Now my son can get back to playing Grand Theft Auto where he just set a hooker on fire so he didn't have to pay her.
Oh my god.
Thank God Pepe Le Pew's gone.
Yeah, right?
Lord.
It's like one of the funniest things I've ever read.
Shit, it's not saying what
That's
which
crazy.
prison she was moved to.
It just says Kansas.
Yeah, that's all it's saying so far.
When I would go to Halloween parties, I would dress up as Pepe Le Pew and chase all the girls dressed in a black cat outfit.
Oh Lord!
My little darling,
Brilliant.
That's hilarious.
That's brilliant.
Ziwi, no. And I had so much fun with it. But here's another thing, Al. You can go on Amazon and buy the book Mein Kampf. That's a book hit.
I know.
Yeah.
I don't say that on here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you can go on there and buy that book for $10. I apologize. That's my fault.
Wait, Candace is asking who Pepe Le Pew is.
What?
Oh my.
Oh my.
Pepe Le Pew.
Pepe Le Pew is the French skunk from Looney Tunes.
That's in love with a cat.
He was a womanizer that was in love with the opposite species, which I think should be okay now, right? I mean, he identified as a Frenchman.
Yeah, I mean, you should.
I don't know. I didn't know he was canceled. That was news to me.
I didn't either.
Yeah, I had heard it, but I can't believe.
I know they took the Dukes of Hazzard off of every TV channel there is.
Yeah, why?
Because of the flag on top of the car.
Oh, good Lord!
God,
the General Lee.
Yeah, because of the General Lee.
This is just getting too out of hand.
It's crazy.
It's getting hand. It really is.
Okay, Fofa, this is. Hold on, I gotta bookmark this, or I'm gonna lose it, so I can watch it later. Riddler, did you and Lady V get the link in the back chat?
Fofa wanted it too.
I found it.
Thank you, Fofa. And I'm trying to find out what prison it is that Letitia was transferred to, but for some reason they are not putting the name of it in any article that I've seen.
I wonder why.
It just says she was moved to Kansas from Colorado. That's all it's saying.
Well, it's got to be a max prison. There can only be so many of those for women.
I think they said it was like a health. It's a prison, but it's like a health facility, a mental health facility.
Oh.
It's a type of prison, though.
But I wonder why they're not putting the name of it, though. Courtney, have a good night.
I'm still trying to wonder why I said Nevada.
I don't. Inside Edition had a thing 5 days ago, but they didn't include the name of it. I figured they would have put the name in there, but they didn't.
I thought they would too. some were saying she was making trouble in the women's correction in Colorado. They transferred her.
I can see that happening. Lady V says she knows where she's at. See, Lady V, there you go. You just pop up, be like, Letitia, put me on your guest list, and I will come do your nails on a weekly basis. Let's see. Lady V, it is too early for Lady V to get knocked off StreamYard. Oh, my allergies are killing me tonight.
It says that there's only one facility for women that you could be in Kansas.
Larned, Kansas. Not Larned
In
Correctional.
Topeka?
Yep, Larned Correctional.
It's a mental health facility.
Yeah. It's about 4 or 5 hour drive from me.
So they put her in a place like that, but didn't they say that she was sane?
Yep, they did.
But
I would want to keep her on meds myself, so I can't blame them.
Right. I think she was making problems in Colorado.
Well, it's not like all roses and sunshine in there either. There's some hardcore stuff, man.
That's good for her.
Shouldn't be all sunshine and roses.
She should suffer every day of the rest of her life. She should suffer for what she did to that little boy.
Absolutely.
She gets exactly what she deserves.
She will. Jail's not going to be easy on her.
I was listening to the phone calls that she had between her and her Aunt Brenda in June. Yeah, they talked so much smack about her daughter.
Oh, Letitia's daughter?
Yep.
What was her name?
Harley.
Yeah. But why? Because she got up there and told what she knew on the stand?
Apparently, yeah.
Did she expect her to get up there and lie?
Nah.
I mean...
The way Letitia thinks? Yeah.
Well, yeah, that is true.
But yeah, they were talking so much trash. The Aunt Brenda saying, oh, she told me she didn't want to live with me because I was too old.
So is Letitia's aunt defending Letitia?
Yeah, she's defending Letitia. Yeah.
That's a damn shame.
She sent her $500 to buy a TV.
Oh my God. That's crazy.
I wonder how long it takes before somebody takes that TV from her, though.
Mm-hmm.
And then
the women have the same rules as the men do in there, man. You hurt kids, and you're not having a sweet stay at the freaking Hilton, man.
That's why I always thought that the Susan Smith lady, that her and that Andrea Yates woman, what they did to their kids. I thought that they were going to get unalived when they got to prison.
Yeah.
No, they won't do that to them. They'll make them suffer every day. They're not going to give them the easy way out.
That's good. They should. They're
going to hit them where they can't see it. They're not going to leave marks on their face. They're going to beat the shit out of them and extort the hell out of them for the whole time they're in prison.
Yep.
Jen P said that Annie is cuddling the hell out of Tisha. And she don't deserve that. She deserves to sit in a jail cell and rot every single day.
Exactly. I don't know if y'all know the case about that Gabriel Hernandez, the little boy that was tortured by his parents.
Yeah, I do.
When did it happen?
Back in, I want to say, was it 2009? It's on Netflix. Well, it was. I don't know if it still is.
Okay, since it's that far back, I might have seen it back then. I just don't remember it now.
But I heard that, I don't know how true this is, that the inmates there beat up his mother, and I'm not sure, but somebody said they unalived her in prison for doing what she did to her son.
Yeah, people don't They don't like all that. When you get to prison, there's some inmates that don't like that.
No, you hurt kids. You deserve everything you get.
One of the greatest videos I ever saw on YouTube was a convict who was in front of the judge for unaliving his cellmate because his cellmate wouldn't stop talking about his pedophilia. Yeah. And he just calmly explains to the judge, guy had to die.
Yeah.
So I took his life. That was I was like, wow. He just had enough.
I mean,
prison ain't an easy place, man. It's got to be bad, whether it's a male or a female, when it has something to do with kids. At least I hope so. Yeah. I hope it is.
I agree.
They deserve it, so I have no sympathy for them.
See, that's why, I mean, that's why I don't understand. Most of the time they put them in protected custody. Don't put them in protected custody. Where was that kid's protection when they were doing what they were doing? Put them out there in the gen pop and let them take care of them.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough room in the jails anymore for everybody to get protective custody. Sounds to me like they're pretty full.
Okay, so I just looked up the little Gabriel Fernandez. Yeah. I remember seeing his picture.
Yeah, that was a shame what that little boy went through.
See, it happened 2013.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was. Yeah, I didn't know if it was.
Okay, I hear music or something in the background.
Yeah, it's my granddaughter. Hold on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember seeing this now about that little boy.
Oh, so speaking of grandkids, so today my boss and I, she's got a little 2-year-old little boy, and I've actually got, it's like those old-fashioned carriages, you know, with the top that comes down and stuff. I have one for my little Yorkie that I have at work to put her in, so it's kind of like, you know, a little bassinet thing. And we were talking, and the next thing I knew, we turned around. I was walking back to my desk, and he had crawled up in there and was laying down playing with my little dog today. And we both had a heart attack because we were trying to figure out how he got in there without hurting himself. Kids are crazy, man. But it was cute. It was so
KK,
cute.
what kind of puppy is that?
I think she said it was a pit last time she was here.
Yes.
A really cute one.
A Staffordshire Terrier?
No, it's a pit, I believe she said.
Staffordshire Terrier is a pit. What?
It's not. Nope, it's not.
It's not?
Nope.
No.
You have an American Staffordshire Terrier, and then you have an American Pit Bull Terrier.
Huh. I did not know that.
I had a pit bull one time, and the insurance at that time they were getting all the bad rap, and the insurance wasn't going to cover. And he said, "Turn it into a Staffordshire Terrier. Write that down."
Yeah,
so I did, and went on through. Passed.
My insurance dropped me because of my Rottweiler twice.
If you want to fly a pit bull, like if you're selling puppies and you want to fly it out to the person who bought it, you have to put it as a Staffordshire.
They say Staffordshire isn't part of the pit bull. Is that true?
It's part of the terrier family, but it's a different breed.
So it's not a pit bull, or it is a pit bull?
It's not. A pit bull is an actual American pit bull terrier, and then you have the American Staffordshire Terrier. But they look just alike. But
they do look so much alike. I'm not sure whether ours is a pit bull or a Stafford. I'll know when she gets bigger. But I want to get another one. I want to get a Stafford. They're so pretty.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, pit bulls are the only kind of dog that I own, except for my father-in-law's, which is like a black lab mixed dog that he had gotten from somebody. And the only reason why we have her is because we had promised him right before he passed away that we would take her and take care of her. So
we have a pit We have a pit that's mixed with lab, but he looks more pit than anything.
Well, the bulldog family, even when it's full bred, there's so many different types. The English, the Stafford, Shire Terrier, getting in there, the Mastiffs, all those in there. And what was the one? It was two dogs and a cat, and they got away from home, and they had to find their way back.
Homeward Bound.
Yes.
Yeah, and wasn't that John Travolta's voice for the bulldog?
I think so.
Now that bulldog there got real popular in America at that time.
I like that. I like that movie.
And little Spuzz McKenzie, that's another one that belongs to the
the bull terrier.
The bull terrier.
They say that one is aggressive.
I don't know. I've never been around one. They're cute though. Like they're super cute. But...
They are super cute. Our other dog is an old English bulldog, but it's not the short, like fat kind. It's like the old kind, not just the English bulldog kind. And she looks just like Eva, but she's fatter.
Oh.
Then you got the French bulldog.
We almost got one of those, Riddler. I'm so glad we didn't, and we got the pit instead, because all the stuff I've looked at online says that the French bulldogs are really hard to train, like to make them listen.
Yeah, my neighbor had one, and it looked strange, and
they're cute.
And it didn't obey any commands.
Right, that's what they say. They say that the French bulldogs don't listen whatsoever. Like all of the TikToks out there, like you can train a pit bull to do basically anything. But they showed all the Frenchies, and it's like, if only we knew, like, Frenchies don't take commands, period.
But they're like so cute, though.
They're so cute. But it's like having a puppy all over again is hard enough, like trying to potty train it and stuff. I can't imagine having a dog that, like, is never going to listen, ever.
You tell him, sit down. No, I'm not sitting down. What's wrong with you?
Right. That'd be like testing my nerves. But they're cute. They're so cute.
My buddy had a Staffordshire. He moved away, but he had one named Pontiac. I'm trying to figure out where he got that name from. But anyway, he told the dog, and then you'll know the rest of the story. He says, left turn. The dog would pulled up his left paw, like shaking. He said, right. And so he pulled up that. And he said, pop the hood. Everything's in NASCAR talk. The dog would stand up on his hind legs. And I do like that. But he would tell that dog, go inside and bring me your orange Frisbee. And he had like 3 different Frisbees in there. That dog went there and pulled out the orange one and brought it to him.
Wow. Yeah, that's the next one we get is going to be a Stafford. That's the next one.
They're smart dogs.
And they're so cute. They're so cute.
Hold on just 1 second, y'all. I'm still here. I'm just answering a message back.
Kelly, our dog's name, the baby, is Raven. So we call her Ray Ray. And then our big dog that looks like Eva, but she's twice as thick, is Coco.
I was going to get a Malinois, but I'm not active enough for the dog.
They're a lot of work, bro.
What kind is that, River?
Well, we call them land sharks and alligators. It's the Malinois. Yeah, they're out of Belgium. My buddy trains them as little puppies, and I says, man, what are those, African wild dogs? Because that's what they look like when they're little. And these things are so aggressive. I've seen them climb up on top of buildings.
Wow.
Go up can you believe a dog can climb a tree?
Oh, they can
climb trees. I've seen those videos where they train them to jump like super high.
Yeah.
They're the number 1 police dog in the world.
Sally Mae,
we have a dog.
Hold on, wait 1 second, y'all. Sally Mae, who's dropping names in chat? I gotta go back up and find it.
So Riddler, the Stafford isn't considered a pit bull breed?
I don't know. You have to look at the AKC and what they consider. The Staffordshire Terrier, from what I understand, is a breed that came from 2 different dogs, the Terrier and the Mastiff. Okay. Because they used to fight dogs. I don't know if you can say that on here, but anyway, they used to combat battle dogs, contest dogs over in Europe, and they were just too slow.
Okay.
So they went to a smaller dog, more aggressive. Now the American farmer used the dog to bring the bull down so they could work on him. If they had an infection, they had a fix, or they had to brand him or give him some kind of shots. And that dog could do it. He'll stare that bull down and go out there and grab him by the ear and pull him down. And I was always wondering, well, how would that work? And the guy says, let me put a battery clamp on your ear. I bet you I can pull you anywhere I want to. And he was right.
Wow.
Dang.
Okay. Go ahead, brother.
Oh, I'm finished.
Okay. Max, don't be putting people's names in chats of people that we have no proof that is involved in this case. Because you're dropping someone's name who is being said that was said on the Linda Lane footage, and we don't know if that person is even a real person or if they're involved in this case or anything else.
How would you like it if somebody dropped your name somewhere? Crazy people.
I mean, this person, I'd never even heard of that name until the Linda Lane footage came out. And I've heard that it was a person who lived in those apartments where the camera was at. I heard that it was a name of a dog. I've heard that different things about this person that they're saying, and we have no proof that they had anything to do with this case, that they even knew the victims or anything else.
I've never even heard of them.
Some people just can't help themselves.
Oh, who did we lose? Betty Jo?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me throw the link back out for her. Yeah, I mean, they'll go to other channels or they'll read it on social media, Facebook or whatever, and then they'll bring it into people's chats without any proof to back it up.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, if you can't prove it's not true, then you shouldn't be doing it.
I mean, we don't even know if this person's even a person or not.
I want to tell my granddaughter no and knock myself right off.
She told you.
Don Trump, I saw your comments. It wasn't for nothing. You have to be careful what you say in chat. And if y'all haven't hit the thumbs up, please do so. We still only have 135 likes with 209 people.
Scarlett, it was so funny. Whenever I first got in here, there was like only 17 likes, and we had like, I don't know, over 100 people. And I was like, oh my God, I forgot. I think we were all so excited that you finally came back. I swear we all forgot like how to act. Like nobody hit the likes button because we were just like, oh my God, she's back.
I know.
Guys, I'm going to drop off. I'm really tired. I need to get some rest, and I'll see you guys tomorrow night. I've had a good time.
Good night, Will.
You guys enjoy yourself. Thank you very much. All right, good night.
Have a good night.
Will be.
Too.
Kelly P. Yorkies are amazing. I've had one since I was like 8, but they are extremely bullheaded and hard to train to.
Or they're just dumb.
They are not dumb.
My sister had one that was dumb as a rock.
Well,
they're not all dumb, but my sister had a dumb one.
Now mine have always been smart. They're too smart for their own good. But they are they're bullheaded little dogs.
Hers was walk off of the hardwood floor under the middle of the living room carpet, look dead in your eye, and squat and piss.
Okay, so Agape Love said, I'm tired of people insisting that Ethan and Xana were at the grub truck. It's not them. Where is people seeing Ethan and Xana at the grub truck video?
I've never heard of that.
I've never seen them.
I haven't heard that.
I've heard it, but I don't know where they're thinking that they're seeing them at.
I've heard it too on another channel. Of course, they were coming up with all kind of whoppers, and but I can't. Where they at? They point with an arrow, and I says that could be anybody. I can't even see a facial shot. It's kind of like that one you and I looked at, Lady V. Remember when the guy says, "See the two people in the car? You can't see anything."
Oh yeah, I remember that.
See the sign on the back of the window? What sign? What sticker?
I don't see anything, dude.
Right. I was like, Sergeant Schultz, see nothing, know nothing.
I
But
know.
but there are channels out there that swear that they were there at the grub truck, and I can't see it.
They were not anywhere near that grub truck.
No, Catacomb, thank you so much for that super chat. And Catacomb says, I want to drive the BK route and pull my own data. If you do that, will you please let us know and like film it as you're driving it?
Because Riddler and I were watching this on another channel, and we watched probably, I don't know how many hours of that over and over and over and over and over again. And I never saw anything that looked like them.
The grub truck video, right? Not the...
Yeah, the grub truck video. There has been people that have said, and I've heard it a couple of times, that they see Ethan and Xana in that video. And I've watched that video, like we watched it here one night. And I've watched it on other people's channels. I went back and watched it myself a long time ago. I'm not seeing Ethan and Xana in this video.
I bet I probably watched like that thing like 50 hours worth of that stuff. No kidding.
So where are they saying that?
I have no idea because they're not in there anywhere.
Are they like, is it because they never have said, okay, this, like they're there during the time that Kaylee and Maddie's there, or is it before they got there? Like,
because we scrutinized almost every single face in that thing.
That's what a lot of people has done. They go back and they'll watch it and they'll concentrate just on one person each time that they watch it, so they can keep up with it. Boomer Girl says LSCC was on another channel. Do you remember like where they're saying that Ethan and Xana was supposed to be in this app? Because I mean, I've seen the dude that looks like the creepy neighbor, but I really don't think it's him, but it does look like him. But he's got a lady that leaves behind him when he gets his food. And then we know that the one guy that's there with the mustard yellow sweater on, he was approached by the police later on that night or later on that morning because he was with the guy who stole the sign. And then we know Joe. We've heard from Joe after that. And then we know, Ethan and Xana. Not Ethan and Xana. Kaylee and Maddie, and then the hoodie guy.
God, we looked at number 9. We looked at Agape Love said that they would bet their right arm it's not Ethan or Xana.
I was gonna say, because I watched, now that I can see out my one eye, I watched all them videos. I don't see them at that grub truck.
No, I mean, yeah, we went through almost every person in there looking.
So, well, I mean,
because first it was this guy, and then it was that guy, and then it was this guy, and oh no, now it's that guy. It's like, good Lord.
Well, I'm at the point where I don't believe that Dylan and Bethany are involved by any means. But I'm also at the point that BK had help or he was the helper. I just think there's two to three people involved in this.
But what makes you think that Dylan and Bethany are absolutely not involved?
I just can't see it. I know there's that 8-hour delay. I just can't see it. Them doing this. Plus, they've been scrutinized 3 or 4 interviews, from what I was told, by the state. I'm sure the FBI was in the room with them. But
I'm sure they grilled them too.
That's what I was told. I was told they were grilled, and I just can't see them doing this. And then here we got all this other excitement going on in other places.
I agree with Riddler. I don't see him.
I do too. I just can't.
I just have a problem with the 8-hour gap. That's what I have a problem with.
I do too.
I think everybody has a problem with the 8-hour gap.
And I tried to run over scenarios. How could she, did she get in a panic and then she jumps out her window and loses her phone, doesn't know it, as she jumps and she runs around the corner to get into Bethany's room and hides with her? Okay, well, Bethany should have a phone, so why didn't they call that phone in 911? So I'm trying to think of every reason why.
I can't wait to hear why she didn't call 911. That's the most intriguing part, I think, of this whole entire case.
Yeah.
I think that's like everybody, other than like the other evidence, I think that is going to be like the number one thing that people are going to be listening for when this trial starts. It's why, because I think no matter what we believe in this case, and there's a lot of us that believe different things. Okay, we're not agreeable
Absolutely.
but I think that one thing, that 8-hour time gap, everybody agrees on, no matter if they think he's guilty, innocent, and wanting to wait on more evidence or whatever. That thing right there, the 8 hours, I think everybody is agreeable on.
So I think if we could all like vouch and request that Dylan go on the stand like on the first day before they kick out the cameras for zooming in on Bryan, like we just need to see Dylan on day one. On day one, we all need that question answered because everything else is almost irrelevant. Like, why did you wait so long, sis?
Yep.
Like, there's not a lot of excuses that can make it make sense to us. And I feel like a lot of people find that he's not guilty and he's innocent because they're like, the girls are in cahoots with him. I think if Dylan went on there on day one and the first thing out of her mouth was, I waited so long because blah, 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 then like, we could be like, whoo, that's good. That's great. Okay. We could care less now. If we lose our cameras, we only have audio like the Lori case, we're okay with it. Like,
no,
we just all want to know that.
Okay with it.
We won't be okay, but like, it's better. It's better than nothing. Like, that's the biggest mystery. The biggest mystery is why did she wait so freaking long?
Yep, I agree.
Because
that makes no sense whatsoever.
And that's the one thing that I don't want to have to rely on, like I said earlier, with the live tweets in the media and all that. Because I want to hear it straight out of her mouth, word for word.
We want to see her. We want to see why she says what she says. Why did she wait? That's what opened up the conspiracy theory like window to all of these people, I feel like, especially the ones that are like trying to blame what I'm going to say are the victims, like Dylan and Bethany right now, is because we know so little about the odd behavior that went on after the fact.
Oh, I agree with that.
I want to hear the 911 call, and then I want to see Bethany on the stand, and that can be day one. And after that, if the guy wants to zoom in on Bryan the whole freaking time and kick out those cameras, that's fine. And I don't care if he sits right next to the fan. I don't got to hear everything. Like, we can put our captions on. Like, I want to hear the 911 call, and I want to see what Dylan says. And the rest of it, I can live with waiting for.
Problem is the captions don't come through either.
What, Fofa?
The captions don't come through.
No, they really don't. Like, they don't exist. But I did see on Reddit, there's somebody on there, I don't remember what their name was, but somebody on Reddit went through that day whenever like the audio was so terrible. They went through and they like typed out all of the words. So it's like you had somebody putting it in captions to where we could read like what was really said. I'm asking for the bare minimal here, Fofa.
I wrote out some of the things.
Dylan. That's it. That's
Scarlett.
it.
I went back and I listened until I could get it, like with certain specific details. But then I wrote them all out because I knew if I went back and listened, I wouldn't hear it again.
Best YouTube channel ever would be somebody that comes out and can like read lips. They would be a hit overnight, like 100K followers
that would be
overnight.
Grizzly True Crime.
Scarlett, I was watching another channel.
Uh-huh.
There's a lady that comes on here quite a bit, and she was showing the police conference again. And at that conference, he said it actually came over to the 911 operator, an unconscious person.
Yeah.
And
Heard
so that's why the police were looking. But a lot of people are thinking that they already knew that they had 4 deceased people in there, and they were just using that term unconscious till the police verified it.
Yeah,
but
that's what I had heard too, that's the reason why it was put out.
But it actually came in that we have some people here unconscious.
Yeah. Hey, Mountain Mama, how are you?
Wasn't there another one that said somebody was like passed out unconscious in the street or something?
Yeah, that was like in the very beginning. And real quick, Big Al, thank you so much for being a member for 4 months. He says, please take a moment to click the thumbs up button. It really helps the channel. Thank you. That is very nice of you. And yes, if y'all haven't hit the thumbs up, go do so.
I did it, okay?
I did it twice.
Well, then you have to do it again.
No, I don't. It's 2 different channels.
Oh, you're doing both accounts.
Okay, I will.
Hey, Rock Chalk, how are you? Yeah, I heard about the person being late and passed out in the middle of the street. That was like one of the first things that had came out, like in the very beginning.
That, and they were running around hysterical and then passed out in the yard, and then
one of them fainted
on the street.
See, that's when law enforcement came out and had this whole rumor control thing on their daily press releases and said that the 911 call was made from inside the residence from one of the surviving roommates' phones, but they never did come out and say who it was that made the call.
Man, I want to hear that, police. I want to hear that tape.
And they didn't say whose phone.
Nope, they never said whose phone or who made it. Hey, Sarah, how are you? Yeah, they never did say it. So the 8-hour time gap, that one dang footprint, and there's one other thing. And I would like to know if Dylan did stay in her room that night. Like, what was going on between Dylan's phone and Bethany's phone?
What was the wording though, Scarlett? There was wording in the PCA that makes you believe that she didn't stay there all night. There was a particular sentence in there that made it sound like she started off in a room, but then she ended up down in Bethany's. There's something in there that worded it that way, which I feel like kind of gives light to the fact that we were all assuming she was downstairs with Bethany the whole time. And they worded it that way after the fact that we heard it the other way.
I never assumed that. I always thought she was in her own room.
No, there's something else. It says something in the PCA. If you read that sentence, like I'll look for it. If you read that sentence.
I'm reading it.
Go. Okay, go. Go, Fofa.
Well, I think the one that you are referring to, though, where it's she originally went to sleep, but the other one is the combination of Mortensen's statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads of records from Funk and Mortensen's phone, and video of a suspect it should say car, as described below, leads investigators to believe the homicides occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25. That one?
Start with the beginning again. You said it really fast. Like originally, that sentence.
That one is so Mortensen stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the south side of the second floor. And then she was woken.
That was probably what I was talking about.
Okay, but how did she see him leaving if she was downstairs in the basement?
I think it means like originally she started there and she observed everything from there, and then after he left, she went downstairs. Is what I assumed from it.
Well, that could be, but she wasn't down there. She wasn't down there the whole time.
No. But it just with the word originally that tweaked my interest to think, well, maybe she did go down later.
Well, I would like to know, was Bethany even at home when all this took place?
Yep. Yeah. I always thought that was real weird that we have all this stuff from Dylan in the PCA report, but very little has been said on the PCA as far as how did Bethany's interview go down? Like, what did Bethany say? Bethany had to have sat there, right, for a while and gave her statement, but they didn't include hardly anything from Bethany's statement. So it's like that. To me, that was definitely really weird.
Well, if you remember Richard Battani come out, he's the defense's investigator, and the way he worded it in that document that he put out whenever they did the subpoena for Bethany, and it was just like he says she was at the house 8 hours later when the 911 call was made and police discovered the victims or whatever. The way he put it, it made it sound like she wasn't there whenever it happened, but she might have been there whenever the 911 call was made.
Right. And how would he know? Their phones were communicating, but it doesn't say that Bethany was downstairs and they were communicating.
It say they were communicating. It says based on.
You know what I mean. The activity between the two.
It's not necessarily. It can be independent.
It's kind of weird though how they put that in the PCA though. That one part that Fofa just read about. the downloads from their phones makes us believe that it happened between 4 and 4:25. So what was going on their two phones to make police believe that?
Yeah.
But I mean, they could be doing things independently. They don't have to be interacting with each other.
Yeah, that's true.
I think that's why the defense wanted to question her. It's because she didn't have much in the PCA.
They would have had to turn over, I would think, the interviews with her for the discovery.
Yeah, they know.
Well, they do now, but I mean,
they went
when they filed the subpoena to go and question. Well, when they wanted her to come back to Idaho to question her.
But I was questioned by the state and the defense, and I'll say about 75% of the questions were the same, but 25% of the questions were different, and you get a different outlook on it. And that's when the state dropped me as a witness and the defense picked me up as a witness, because I was the state's witness. And then they dropped me after they heard my testimony, and there's only two witnesses and the lady there. They dropped both of us. Now they have no witnesses for this case.
Hold on just a second, y'all.
I'm gonna spiral down before I pass out on stream and end up snoring and making an idiot out of myself.
Oh man, I'm laughing.
Please stay.
I know you want me to, but I'm not gonna.
Good night, Big O.
Hey, good night, guys. Hey, good luck. Good luck at the storm, Riddler.
Oh, thank you. It's a cat 3 now.
I know. I heard they're saying it could be a 4 or 5 by the time it hits.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Say a prayer for you. Say a prayer for your power.
Yep, absolutely.
Oh man.
Good night, guys.
All right.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Hey, Riddler, are you going to be on the east side of the storm? I remember earlier you said that it moved like westwardly, the eye of it. Does that make you directly on the east side? Because that's the worst side.
Yeah, I'm on the dirty side.
So you're directly to the east of the eye right now?
Not right now. It's still off the coast.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't know what's going to happen once it hits the coast.
But they're saying that it shifted, and it's saying, like, with the shift that the models are showing you to be on the dirty side?
Yeah, we're still on the dirty side of it.
Oh my God. I can't believe you're on panel and not prepping.
He already prepped.
He's already prepped.
I'm already
Are
prepped.
you like good? Are you ready? I know Summer just started prepping like right before this live started.
Yeah, I've prepped. I prepped probably about 2 days ago with all the food and everything, gas. And one thing I did today was I went outside and tied up what I couldn't bring inside, and I got it tied up with paracord and all kind of things. And
Summer said you can stay at her place. You're more than welcome to stay at her house.
If I lose electricity, I'll be right up there.
You heard that, Summer?
All right. Anyway, Riddler, do you have a generator?
Yeah, I've got the old type, and I wish I had one of those Hondas or those. Well, I shouldn't say a name, Bryan. I wish I had one of those that automatically cuts on.
Oh,
and
yeah.
off of either propane or diesel. I'd rather have propane or natural gas.
That's what we have.
I'd rather have that running, and it cuts on like 1 minute after.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's got this safety system where it doesn't go back out to the telephone poles and out there, so you won't hit a worker trying to get everybody else power.
Right.
That used to happen.
That's what we have.
Right, and that's what I wish I had. But I've got this old one, and it can run about 2 things, like a television and and I should have went and bought a little window unit just to put one room.
Right.
Air conditioned down.
Shoot,
oh my God! Yeah, the window unit is a must.
The last time that we had to use our generator, you wouldn't have even had known we had no power here. I mean, I ran the vacuum and everything like normal, TV going.
Yeah, we had an electrician come out and without having to get like a whole home generator. One of our friends is an electrician. He wired it outside of the house by the AC unit, to power like 50% of the house. And so we could run our TVs,
Right.
we could run the refrigerator, we could run the air conditioner and the washer and dryer, which made like
Right.
every neighbor in our neighborhood come to our house to do their laundry. But it was only like $150 for him to hardwire in like something that made half of the house work. But we
Yeah,
also had the
that's-
generator and the window unit.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's a must. Agape Love, if you want to send it to me, that's fine, and I'll forward it over to Tonka for you.
See, like my emergency generator, I placed it on wheels in a cart. But what am I supposed to do when there's like 4 feet of water out in the yard?
I don't
Like,
know whether that was weird because we had our first like portable generator outside, and it's like when it's raining really hard, are you supposed to run those without it being covered? I don't know. That's why we had our house like wired
yeah,
in a little bit.
yeah, you can do that. I mean, you might at the worst warp the heads if it gets cooled off too quickly. But see, mine would be underwater, and I can't put it up on the porch because I'll get carbon. I'll get that.
Yeah.
Was it
Carbon monoxide.
Yeah, poisoning.
Can you build like a block, like a stage with like plywood?
Yeah, I could, and I could probably build a block and
just
put
go
it
stay
about
with
3
Summer.
feet high. Yeah.
I'd build a block or go stay somewhere else.
And a lot of people around here, because see, I live right near the river, the St. Johns River. And a lot of people here, a smart thing, they go park their cars at the hospital near us that's like a mile away. And they have like a 7-story parking garage. People were parking their cars up there and then walk back home or get somebody to bring them back home.
Where me and Scarlett are from, they say if you can't pay the note, let it float. They get excited. They get real excited over these kind of events. They're like, can't pay that note, let it float.
Well, you know, I've got a buddy, he'll get out and drive around in it. And I don't know what he's doing, accessing damages. He says, I just love weather, just like guys chase tornadoes. And I guess girls do too. But anyway, he's one of those that likes to go out and just drive in the worst storms possible. Me, I just want to stay inside, stay warm. You know, my fighting days are really over. And I'm tired of it. And I don't mind spending the night in the woods. I love that. I love being close to nature. Yeah. But I just don't care about having to struggle, get soaking wet again, and all that kind of stuff.
What's that guy's name from the Weather Channel, the one with the white hair? Like, as long as he's not directly like doing a live in your neighborhood, then you know you're safe.
Jim Cantori.
Yes, as long as Jim Cantori isn't in your city, Riddler, you're probably going to be all right.
The last time I looked, he was on the Gulf side of
He decided
Florida.
to go to the Gulf. Okay.
Yeah.
Girl, you know it's bad when he's here. He's at the casinos in Lake Charles. We're like, oh no.
When you see the Weather Channel in your neighborhood, it's going to be a bad day.
Absolutely.
And they were all parked in here when Irma came.
Do you have a Waffle House where you're at? If you see a Waffle House closed, that means it's over with.
Oh, I know.
True.
I know they never close.
They never close. They will never close until like that's when you know that's a good indicator. Jim Cantori or the Waffle House is closed, like you're done.
Someone asked if our houses are on stilts. Not in this area. This area here was built. The house I'm in is over 100 years old, and this area here was built like in the 1914 era.
Did you say where you're from, Riddler, or you don't want to say what town?
Yeah, I'm from Florida, right? Jacksonville.
Jacksonville, okay.
And on this side of the river, it's real old. It's antique. It's historical. It's beautiful in here. If I showed you the fountain and you see the skyline behind it, the fountain, it changes colors at night, whatever the theme is for that week, they change it. And it's a huge fountain that goes off. It's called Friendship Park. And this whole area here is gorgeous.
That's cool. Was there just like a mass, like not a mass, but was there just a shooting at y'all's dollar store, or was that a different Jacksonville?
No, that's the one here. It's near the post office downtown. Yeah, there was a guy from another county. He came over into our county, the neighboring county, and he was one of those supremacist guys, and he did the shooting.
He's a supremacist, and of all of the places, he picked the dollar store.
Well, he went across the street from
And
that's where he went to the college first, Edward Waters College,
Okay.
and that college is a historical black college. And
So he didn't do anything at the college, so like he didn't hurt
no,
anybody over there.
the security guard went after him because he
Oh,
saw him
okay.
putting on a bulletproof vest.
Ooh.
And I didn't know this. Anytime you wear a bulletproof vest, that's you're telling the cop, throw me down to the ground.
Right.
Makes
And
sense.
right. That on that one there, they don't have to have reasonable articulate suspicion to get you on that one. The court's already ruled on it.
Right. That makes sense in Texas. That's how it was the other day when we had that shooting at the mall. The guy had like a bulletproof vest and all this stuff on, like with the AR, like he was ready to go. I was just wondering because that sounds weird that he's like a supremacist, but he's shooting at the dollar store. The wrong kind of clientele. Like people at the dollar store aren't really even into politics.
Some just crazy ass people out there, though.
William Tardy was saying he was stationed at NAS Jax. I was just there Monday at NAS Jax. I'll tell you something else. There used to be a naval air station here called Cecil Field. Lee Harvey Oswald worked there. He was a Marine. Little fun fact.
Scarlett, have you heard where Reed's at?
Who?
Reed? Timmer, the one that chases like the extreme?
Yes, he was on Twitter earlier.
He's coming?
Somewhere. Yeah, he's already there. He's somewhere in Florida too. He was doing a video down there.
Riddler, do you watch him? Reed's always tries to be like where all the action's at. He's like
I watch a guy called Ryan Hall.
Ryan's good, but Reed puts himself like in the center of the action. So like when Reed is there, he's so extreme. Like he's the one who like he enjoys getting like blown away in the middle of the mix. He's crazy.
And then he's got his little baby buddy. What's it, Connor?
The city I worry about the
Connor's
most
a little baby.
Is a place called St. Augustine, Florida. It's just south of us, and that's the oldest city in the United States. And everything, there's so much historical. There's mostly Spanish, but they have so many. Oh, if you ever get a chance, take a vacation there. It's beautiful. Tour the whole city, and they got great food in that area. It's kind of like going to New Orleans.
What's it called?
St. Augustine.
Okay. We usually go to Panama City. Like we grew up on the beaches out there. My grandparents had a house on the beach, but that's about as far out as we went. I
used to go to Tyndall Air Force Base all the time, and I would go there for about a month. I enjoyed it. I love Panama City.
Yeah, it was super nice back then. I think it's all kind of commercialized now.
Is that the whitest sands you ever seen at a beach?
It's so white. It was so pretty. I hated when we sold their house out there. They tore it down to build condos.
Kelly P, I saw that today too. It was on Twitter. A teenager was stabbed at a McDonald's in DC today. Just so much craziness going on in the world.
I'm gonna blame it on the heat, Scarlett.
This was over some sauce, McDonald's sauce.
I know you're kidding.
No, I swear it. And the teenager was unalive by her friend over some sauce.
Unalive because she didn't give enough sauce?
I don't know if that's what it was, but it was over some McDonald's sauce.
Are you kidding? That's insane.
Crazy. And Mount Mama, yes, I'm doing good, thank you.
McDonald's just ain't worth it.
It's not, honestly.
Just like a shooting in the dollar store. It's like these people that are shopping in the dollar store, like really? Like,
yeah.
Super sad.
It's just, people, not even, the world has gone mad.
The world has been losing their shit. For sure.
Yes. Yep, I saw that though about the McDonald's thing. It was somebody had posted it on Twitter today about it happening.
That along with like all the school stuff, like all the school threats. We've had so many, and school just started like 2 weeks ago. We've had probably 5 people arrested over the school stuff, and it's like I don't get it. And then what I guess what really aggravates me is that they won't release the names because they're minors.
Right.
I feel like when it comes to school threats, the names should be released because we want to know, like, what school were they actually at? They make all these broad threats. Like, we had one last week that threatened like almost every school in our parish, and they arrested him like in the middle of the day at a different school. And my daughter's school was at the top of his list. And it's like, the sheriff out here is really, really good. He's really good. He's probably like y'all sheriff, Scarlett. Like, he's pretty like legit, to the point, real Southern. And he was like, we can't tell y'all how long he's gonna be locked away.
Don't make me laugh.
Ours is super Southern. He's super, like, he taught my DARE class when I was 5. And he was like, we can't tell y'all how long he's gonna be locked away. It's gonna be up to our DA, which our DA is pretty good. And he said, and it's gonna be based off of this guy's track record and his arrest record, which indicates he already had a record. He said we spoke with his guardian. So it's going to depend on that, how long he's going to be sentenced for. But they did charge him with like 8 counts of terroristic activity. So I guess that's good. I just wish they'd tell us the names. Okay, so why'd you laugh?
Who?
You.
Oh, I wasn't going to lie about our sheriff.
I know. Why'd you laugh? Like, why'd you laugh? Yours isn't that good.
No, not really. He could be better.
Ours is super good and like down to earth and like always boots on the ground. He talks to everybody. Like, he's very, this is my biggest, hand clap to our sheriff. He's very accessible. And I feel like when you have a sheriff that isn't, or like a mayor that is not, then that's where all the problems kind of come in. Right. Our sheriff and our mayor is very easily accessible. There's not one time where you couldn't reach out on a Facebook message or call his office and he won't call you right back. Both of ours call you back immediately, or if you Facebook message, they'll immediately respond. Like, they're really, really good at that. Even if it's not what you want to hear, they're really good at communicating. So that makes all the difference in my opinion.
Honestly, I think we need multiple Grady Judds, like just clones.
Absolutely, girl. That's kind of how our guy is. Our guy's just like that. Just like our representative, Kendi. Kennedy's like, he's going to tell you just like it is. And he's very, very Southern. If he would have ran for president, I would have voted for him.
Yeah, I think we need to clone Grady Judd, and just pass him out across the U.S.
Grady Judd needs to do lectures.
So we had an excellent sheriff, and we got one really good now, but Sheriff John Rutherford was so good, people wanted him to run for mayor, but he ran for Congress and won that. But I aggravate him all the time.
I love it when he says, when he did that one press conference with Pikachu, Grady, or Judge, Grady. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. I'm getting like Judge, Grady, Gravy, all mixed up in my brain.
Judge.
Yeah, Judge.
Judge John Judge. Say it 3 times real fast, Bofa. Judge John Judge.
Judge John Judge.
I think that's why everybody just calls him JJ. It's easier to say.
Scarlett, I just sent you a case where Sheriff Grady, his boys went to make an arrest, and what happened was this lady was supposed to give up her custody of her child to her husband by court order, and she didn't do it by Friday, so now a warrant goes out for her. And they went to her house, and she unalived 2 children and herself.
Oh my God!
But I sent that to you. I think it was today. I sent it. So
okay, I'll have to check my email then. I don't get what's up with people doing this to their kids, or any kid for that matter. But why your kids? Like, why does parents feel the need to do this? I don't get that.
The only thing I can think of, they're entitled and they think they should always win. Or they're used to always winning and getting their way. And they're going to show the judge and everybody else that, no, you're not taking my child, or you're not doing this. I win.
So you just go and do that to them, and where instead they could maybe get put with a family member or with a family who could take better care of them. You know what I'm saying? Instead of that's 10 times better than unaliving them.
I don't have children, but I would have to think that the child is more important than your own life.
Exactly.
And I mean, animals teach us that. You'll watch them sacrifice the mother. she'll go out there and fight for her life to keep a wolf off her calf.
Right.
And that's supposed to be the same way we should be, that fervency and zeal to protect our children. And but I see it I see it a lot of times, and I can't believe like some of these parents, not in this neighborhood, but my mother's neighborhood, they let their kids ride their bikes around when the street lights are on.
I just don't understand.
They're easy target for a van just to come by and grab you and throw you in. They do it to adults. You don't think they can do it to a child?
Yep. I don't get it. I don't get parents not watching their kids or hurting their kids. I saw a thing today about a mom and her boyfriend, and this mom used to be a teacher. Like, she was named Teacher of the Year and all this and that. And they left. She had a 13-year-old daughter who had a disability, and they left this girl in a car.
Multiple sclerosis.
Okay, that's what it was.
I think so.
And they left her in a hot car for 5 hours, and she died.
It was like 165 degrees in that car.
And she was
and they left her in there while they were inside, and then they stood out. It's like, oh, it's just absolutely making sick.
I don't get how parents forget their kids.
Crime Sleuthin covered that one today. If you want to watch her live from tonight, she covered that. It'll make you mad. I mean, it's just horrible. At one point, they're sitting on a porch swing playing with the phone after they know the girl is locked in a car. Yeah, it's like, yeah, it was bad.
When they start telling people, take your shoe off and put it in your back seat with your child so you don't forget it, or put your purse back there. If you forget your child in a car, you don't need to be driving.
You don't need to have a child.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, how do you forget your child?
And she wasn't vocal. She couldn't move by herself.
No, it's not like she could get out of the car.
And she couldn't vocalize either. So, I mean, she just had to sit there and suffer. I think the same thing should be done to them. And then her daughter did the same thing with 2 of her kids. Now, they weren't unalive, but she did this, I don't think, but she did the same thing. This was the woman's daughter.
The last time I saw Sheriff Grady go and do a press conference was because he left. Some parents had left their child in the car after a 4th of July party when they were all messed up, and the baby died.
And yes, Kelly P, it was on purpose. They did it on purpose. Anyway, I'm going to jump down.
Okay.
I'll see you guys tomorrow night.
Okay. Good night, Lady B.
Good night.
Good night, Lady B.
Good night, guys. Love you all.
All right, we
Good
love
night,
you.
Lady V.
I too.
Yeah, I don't get how a parent can forget their child, or sit there knowing that their child is in a hot car like that and just sit there and let it happen.
We had a girl when I was in hair school like 20 years ago forget her child in the car. And in the middle of the class, she like stood up and goes, "Oh my God, my baby's in the car!" And like, thank God her baby was still alive. But you know how hot it gets out here during the summer, and she left her baby there. It was probably noon when she remembered that she left her baby in the car, and class started at 9.
She should have had her ass kicked, honestly.
She should have.
That is just. That's like the grandma.
That's why I don't have kids. I don't want to be responsible for that. Thanks.
But Scarlett, she drove literally over an hour to get to school, like hair school out here. She drove over an hour with the baby in the back seat, and then sat in class from 9 to noon before she realized she'd left her baby in the car.
How do you forget your?
I have no idea.
I've had 3 kids, and never once did I ever. When I got out of the car, I took my kids out right then. If I went in somewhere, they went in with me. I'd never leave a child in a car. Just don't get it. It's like that grandma that, and I forgot what state she was in, but she had left her grandchild in the car. And the baby ended up passing away from being left in a hot car. Well, like a year or 2 before that, that child's sibling was with her, and she let the child get away from her and drown. It's just like she's not watching her grandkids.
That was a weird case. No, I've always had smart cars that remind you. They give you like a reminder, hey, check your back seat. Even like the cars that I have right now, they check your back seat and it like goes off when you get out of the car. But I've never forgotten my baby in the car.
I don't understand it.
I will say this though, the girl that did it at hair school had a problem with substance abuse, so that was probably why she forgot her baby there.
Still needed her ass kicked.
And just like the July 4th when Judge Grady, I keep saying Judge Grady, I'm on Judge Kick. But whenever
I
the sheriff,
did that to you. Sorry.
You did. Hopefully it's your fault. I blame you. No, I'm just kidding.
I take responsibility.
The parents that forgot their kids on the 4th of July, like forgot that one child, they were under the influence. So that's like a big factor with that particular case.
Okay, so there was also. Wait, why is it not pulling up the? Hold on, let me see if I can find the article. This guy, and I haven't read it, but it came out 17 hours ago. It's a 30-year-old, and I don't know where Indian River County is, but he stuffed a baby wipe down a 2-month-old.
No.
Oh my God, I just saw that, Scarlett. I saw that last night.
Oh, it's in Florida. Okay, so I'm not going to read the whole thing because that's a little bit too much, but the baby was 18 months old and she was colicky. So he did that to her. It happened in 2021, but the baby ended up dying. He's been arrested. Let's see. I don't know what they've done to him. And I don't know why they have a thing over him either. But yeah, that's. I can't. I can't comprehend why a parent would want to hurt their child.
Go look at the one I sent you, Scarlett, about the lady. She was so mean to their kids. I think she unalived their father, but she would take their pets, their puppies, and bowl them in front of them. With the kids, make them watch their favorite little cat or dog. Yeah, unalived in boiling water.
No. Moving on.
Back to the K-bar.
Yeah. Oh man, too many kids, too many small animals.
Yeah, I don't understand it. Is it the New Mexico mom of 15? Is that the one you're talking about, Riddler?
I'll have to go back and look to see how old she is. She's got a slew of kids if she's 15.
No, this one says a New Mexico mother of 15.
Oh, yeah, that's her.
Okay. She faked her own death after pleading guilty to child and animal abuse charges. Wow. I just don't get it. People are just. They're crazy.
You know, we had a system that worked here in America for a long time. It was great. Then somebody went and screwed it all up.
Yeah.
Vigilante justice.
They're crazy people. That's what it is. It's crazy people.
I have a question. Has anybody ever heard of the forgotten baby syndrome?
Forgotten baby syndrome?
Yeah.
Oh, where you leave the kid in the car and you forgot about it?
Right. Has anybody heard of that?
Yeah.
Is that really a thing now that they have for that?
Apparently they're saying like that's a thing. Like it's a thing. People forget their babies all the time because of forgotten baby syndrome. To me, that sounds like a woke bullshit excuse to forget your kid in the car. It's different with like leaving groceries in the car. If you forget your baby in the car, then you shouldn't even have a baby. I'm sorry. If you're responsible for that child, And for them to come out and say there's like scientific proof that people have forgotten baby syndrome and they can get away with leaving their baby in the car, it's insane. Anybody heard about that and done the research on that?
I've never heard of that.
There's like strong believers in forgotten baby syndrome.
Okay, I'm not even going to comment.
Anything, Scarlett? People go to bat over forgotten baby syndrome. Like it's a medical diagnosis that you forgot your kid was in the backseat of your vehicle.
How the hell do you go to a doctor?
As a mother.
How do you get diagnosed with that?
I don't know. I'm just saying.
Like, do you have to forget your baby in the backseat of a car to be diagnosed with that?
I guess so.
That is crazy. That is stupid. That is some bullshit stuff that someone has made up to make it okay for these people who forget their kids in the backseat of their car.
I agree. I'm just saying, I seen something pop up just now saying, you know, what about forgotten baby syndrome? I think it's bullshit, and I think that's like a woke excuse on why you could leave your kid in the car to die. Like
that's all it is. They're making it okay.
Unacceptable. Are we gonna make that okay? Like that's an okay thing? Like I was a hover mother. There is no way I would have ever forgotten.
No, I didn't have to put a shoe in the backseat with my kids or my purse.
I didn't have to do that either. I knew she was back there. I was watching the whole time. Like you turn the rearview mirror onto them so you can see what they're doing. I also had another mirror hanging to see what she was doing. Like the forgotten baby syndrome is insane to think that's a realistic thing.
Yeah, that's just a bullshit excuse to make it okay for something like that, and it's not okay. I'm sorry, but it's not. People are getting. Yeah, I know, Sally Mae. So let's get back on to Bryan Kohberger. Riddler, you're slipping tonight.
Riddler, keep us on track and away from these woke theories.
I was trying to say back to the K-bar. I was watching an expert today, and he says the number one knife for fighting. And he lists the top 10 knives he would use. The number one knife, the United States Marine Corps K-bar.
And he's a what type of expert?
He's a fight. He fight martial art with knives fighting.
Oh, okay. What was like his number two?
It was the what's the company begins with the no, and it's also a Marine knife. It's the what's that company begins with the no? Ontario.
Oh, okay.
It's a Marine knife, and that Becker, that BK9 that I talked about, it came about in third or fourth place. But it's made by the same people that make K-bar, I believe. But that K-bar was built in 1942, and it won us a world war.
Yeah.
Not single-handedly, but that's what the boys used on the front lines that were fighting. Very dependable knife. I mean, it's mainly for fighting. It's not really that well. You know, if you're going camping and you want to chop wood with it, and then next minute you want to start cutting food with it, and the next minute you want to go skin an animal, you know, something like that. It's not
right.
It's not the preferred one I would use. Now, if I'm going to a war, that's what I'm putting on my vest, a K-bar.
That's interesting, though. He thinks that it's like the number one.
Yeah. And now Marines have a group called Recon. They have their own knife made. It looks similar to a K-bar, but it's got an extra saw on it on the top, and it's got more of a curve in the blade.
And it's made by who?
Same. I think it's made by the same people, K-bar.
Oh, okay.
Just a different type. But the question I would ask is, what do the SEALs use in Green Berets? They're the ones on that front line that needs an all-purpose knife.
Right. That is interesting. Okay, let me get back to y'all my dang chat. Everybody, make sure that your chat is on live chat. Mine keeps bouncing. Kelly P, have a good night. Let's see. Do you mind how old do you mean? Like, I'm old. I'm 30. Candace 30 is not old. And that's another thing when this goes to trial and all that. I want to know where this uh, receipt that they're claiming that they have from Amazon saying that Bryan bought the knife and the sheath from them. I want to see that proof since that's been like a big, huge deal claiming that that's where he bought it from. I want to see the receipt.
I think it'll come up.
I hope so. But I mean, what is everybody going to do whenever it comes out that there ain't no receipt for him buying it from Amazon?
I don't think Dateline would say it if there wasn't. I'm just saying, like, if it was an unreliable network or an unreliable tabloid, like if we saw it in the Sun when we're checking out at the dollar store,
right?
I would say it's probably not real. But it's like if you see People Magazine putting it out, most likely it happened. Just like I was saying the other night, when there's smoke, there's fire, about stuff that is said behind the scenes. And Avery was on here the other night, and she was saying JRL was on the set of a documentary about this whole case or whatever, which I'm pretty sure he signed like non-disclosures on. But anyway,
wait, she said JLR was?
Yeah, JLR, wasn't he on the set of the documentary they're filming right now about Bryan?
Oh no, she was talking about what is that dude's name? He's a PI that did the Crystal and Kylan case up in Moab around the time that Gabby Petito happened.
I thought it was JLR that was acting like as a background extra.
Now, Jason Jensen, I think it's
okay. So it definitely wasn't JLR.
If she said JLR, I didn't hear it. I know she has said that the Jason Jensen dude, which is a private investigator.
Okay, he's also the one that covered like Debbie Collier and had like a lot of false information given out on what was going on with the case. But
okay, maybe I don't know.
Maybe I classified him with JLR because of the misinformation that he spread.
Now I don't know. Did JLR cover the Debbie Collier case?
I don't know. I'm just saying, like, whenever she said who was on that documentary, I just like wrote it off in my head as like he does misinformational stuff. So maybe it was the Jason Jensen, because Jason Jensen also did Debbie Collier, and I'm friends with Debbie's daughter, and he really did put out a lot of stuff that was not true.
Okay,
so Jason would make sense. Maybe I just misunderstood that it wasn't.
Yeah,
JLR.
That's who I heard her say. Now, JLR could be. I don't know.
Well, whichever guy it was, like, they're not supposed to be talking about what they're hearing on the movie set. Like, you're not supposed to talk about that. And he kind of was talking about different things, which I'm not saying that he was lying about what he heard on set. Because I guess my main point was what you hear on set sometimes, like you kind of get to hear behind the scenes stuff. And so I feel like with Dateline, they probably put that out before it was supposed to be public knowledge. And then with the gag order, you're not going to be allowed to put it out. So I feel like where there's smoke, there's fire. So I feel like there's going to be a day when we get to see in this trial that was actually accurate, because Dateline isn't a network that's going to put something out that's totally bogus versus like we have other networks that do kind of spin the web and put out misinformation. I don't feel like Dateline does that. Do you?
I don't know.
Like, can you think of a time where Dateline put something out that wasn't factual? Do they have a record for doing it? Because like Sun Magazine, Star Magazine, they have a reputation for putting out bullshit, but I don't feel like Dateline
I haven't even
I feel
watched.
like they put it out before it was released.
I hadn't even watched Dateline that much to be able to tell you if they have or not. I feel like that if there's a receipt,
I feel like there will be.
Okay, so let's say there is. Like, it shows that he bought it from Amazon. Why is the police putting that information out to media?
I think that was after the gag order that Dateline put that out there. I feel like some networks get their facts twisted, just like I love News Nation, but I feel like they get their facts a little bit twisted before they release. But I don't feel like Dateline gets them twisted. I feel like Dateline put it out ahead of what they were supposed to, like, allowed to put out, is what I feel like. I'm pretty positive we'll find out during the trial that was actually like a real thing.
Dateline's been sued a couple of times for falsifying.
Have they?
Yes. I remember I was going to buy a Chevrolet truck, and they wired the truck up so it would explode.
Oh, Fofa. I don't know what you got going on, but you got like some kind of weird noise.
But they had a truck. It was a Chevy S10, and they wired it up so it would explode on impact. And they were telling people not to buy it. And once General Motors, I'll send you the case. General Motors found out about it. They took them to court, and they won millions. General Motors did, but they gave the money to charity.
Send it to me, Riddler.
Okay, I'll put it in the back chat.
King Scarlet says she wonder if they have to sign NDAs. I don't know.
Any film production that you're on is going to make you sign an NDA.
I just don't understand why they would put that out to the public.
I think they heard it through the grapevine, and they just mentioned it. Like, that happens a lot in the film industry. And yes, everyone on a film set, from makeup artists to hairstylists to wardrobists, like, we all sign NDA saying we will not repeat anything that we see or we hear or we film on set until after the release of the movie. And then even after the release, we're only allowed to share certain things. But prior to the release, you're not allowed to share anything, which was crazy whenever Avery was on the other night and was saying, like, he was talking about this, he was telling her this. Like, you're not allowed. You definitely sign a contract saying you won't release any of the details about what you're filming.
Hold on just 1 second. I'm responding to a text.
Is it better now?
Yes. I don't know what that was doing a minute ago, but it was like a weird noise. Like a pulsating type noise.
I couldn't hear it, but I could see my ring thing moving. And I think it's just the Bluetooth being weird. Because I didn't change anything.
Yeah, it sounds fine now.
Weird.
Scarlett, do you remember when she said it was going to come out and on what network?
I want to say she said October. I think I wrote it down. Hold on. Because I do remember asking her so I could keep an eye out for it. But I don't. I'll have to send her a message and ask her. But I want to say she said October. Because something about it was going to be around the time.
Around the court time?
Yeah, around the trial. And that
I
was
wonder
when
if they're going to postpone it now.
If I can't find it, I'll just send her a message.
Just like they're going to postpone the house being demolished. I think they're going to probably go ahead and demolish it, though. Honestly, that's my opinion.
Well, they did that. That lady did say, I forgot who it was she talked to. I can't remember. Was it Bryan Inton or somebody that she had talked to? And no, Chanley Painter. And Chanley Painter had asked, well, like, what happens if it gets pushed back? And they said, well, if that happens, we'll
reevaluate the situation, which makes me believe that they're going to just say that's a no.
Okay. Maybe I didn't write it down. I do remember asking Avery.
I'm almost positive it was October.
I thought that's what she said. And I thought I wrote it down, but I don't guess I did, because if I did, I don't know where it's at now. But yeah, I can send her a message tomorrow and ask her. And if she knows like what network it's going to be on.
Okay. Sophie, do you remember, was it JLR or was it that other guy? Do you remember who it was? Was it JLR or the other guy?
And what?
When she was talking about her friend was on set for the documentary?
No, it was the private investigator. The one who worked on the Daniel Robinson case.
Got ya.
Maybe I didn't write it down. But I think she said October. I just don't remember if she said a specific date.
You think they're going to push it?
I don't know. I mean, if they've already got the documentary done, why? What would be the reason of pushing it back? Just because the
Well, for the viewing count, like they would have got more views if it was right before the trial.
I don't know. I'll have to ask her though.
Okay.
I'll send her a message because I know she was in here earlier, but she said she was going to sleep. So I'll ask her. I'll send her a message tomorrow and find out.
Yeah.
If she can, if she doesn't know, if she can find out like what network and an exact date that it's supposed to be.
Because even as an extra on a film set, you still hear a lot of things that shouldn't be repeated, but are repeated anyway.
Yeah.
And I do feel like Dateline, they're not going to put something out there that, they're not Sun Magazine, they're not Star Magazine, they're not out there trying to get people to read their magazine by putting out the bullshit. I feel like you can tell who's like warranted and who's not. And that was like a really big reach. If it wasn't true, that was a really big reach on their part that they're probably not legally willing to take if it couldn't be backed up eventually. They probably just weren't supposed to say it out loud.
Didn't they also say something about the IDs that were found at the house at Bryan's parents?
All I heard from them.
Oh, did we lose KK?
That were found like inside of a box, like in a glove.
A glove inside of a box.
In a box, yeah.
Right. I didn't hear him speculate on anything further than that.
Because it was said somewhere that I watched that the IDs...
It was on News Nation.
Okay, that might have been it then. That they belong to somebody in the house. Now, whether that's true or not, I don't know.
Coffindoffer was really pushing that narrative. And I think I wouldn't be surprised if she was their source for some of that Dateline information too, to be honest. It seemed like quite a few of her points were highlighted in that Dateline episode.
She's kind of a joke.
She was FBI, right?
Yeah, she's retired FBI.
I mean, she was a director, wasn't she? I mean, I don't mean the big guy. I'm talking about she was like over a, I guess you would say a section.
I remember her saying what she was. I don't remember right offhand though what it was. But she has showed her credentials that she is now retired from FBI.
Yeah, no, not that one. Nope. I've gotten DMs from her making the most petty points.
Have you really?
Just for liking something that someone posted on her stuff. Yeah.
Okay, didn't you send me?
More than once now. Yeah, I showed you the one time.
Okay, yeah.
And I'm just like, get out of my DMs. I don't have a following. I don't post stuff. I like something and you feel the need to go out of your way to prove that you posted it first when actually it's not the same thing and there's a big difference, but you still don't see it.
Well, maybe you didn't see when she posted it.
No, but what she originally posted and then what I liked, they're different. There's a word that was different. So they had totally different meanings, but she still couldn't see it. She couldn't see the difference between what she had written and the other.
Did BK's family attend court yet? Catacomb, the only time that I know for a fact that they attended court was when he was still in Pennsylvania. I don't think that they have while he's been in Idaho. It was said the other day, and this is more than likely just a rumor, that a family member of his had showed up and that there was, I guess, some family friends with the family member. And the family friends had to leave because people were being mean to him, spitting on him, and all this and that at court.
What?
Yeah, that was more than likely it's a rumor because if they would have been in that courtroom, you know that those people that was live tweeting in that courtroom that day, that would have been like tweet number one behind what Bryan was wearing. And they would have said Bryan's family, Bryan's mama, daddy, sister, whatever was in the courtroom. And that was never said. So I think that they probably, if they are attending it or watching it, it is going to be uh, via Zoom. Now, for the trial part, they might come out. I don't know. But, if they're there, there's no sense in people spitting on them or family, friends, or anything like that. That's just disgusting.
I don't think that's true.
Yeah, I don't think it's true either. Because, like I said, that would have been like live tweets all over Twitter that his family was there. Because they did say that the Gonzalez family was there, and even showed it whenever they were walking up to the courthouse and all that. It was never said anything about his family being there. Now, I don't know if they visited him in jail. They very well could have flew out there and visiting days or whatever. That I don't know. But as of right now, I don't think they showed up to any court dates that he's had in Idaho. Okay, thank you for that information, Riddler.
Remember that little town I was telling you about, St. Augustine, the oldest city?
Uh-huh.
That's where Jennifer Coffindaffer, she resides in that area.
I thought she was in Dallas.
She lives here. She was living here where I'm at.
Oh.
She moved down there. It got so crowded here.
Yeah.
She went down to St. Augustine. Unless she moved away from there now. But every time they show her picture, they put the Jacksonville downtown background on it.
Well, maybe when she was still an agent, maybe she was, because I know she said that she worked in the Dallas office, so maybe that's where she was at when she was still an agent. Jailer posted parents of BK's house in a huge blue dumpster. Is Jacksonville Broward County?
No, man, we're Duval.
Okay. Brooklyn in chat was asking.
Broward County would be more like Fort Lauderdale area. Down towards the southern part, near Miami. Miami would be Dade County.
Okay. Eric, have a good night. The dumpster. Yeah, I mean, what is the point of going and standing in front of his parents' house? I don't get that either. Wait, Cricket Moon, how did you turn 40 for the 14th time? Or did you just stop at 40? Cricket Moon is saying she turned 40 for the 14th time, y'all. Oh, math. I don't math after 8 o'clock at night, Cricket. I'm making a list, y'all, of everything that I want to hear when this trial starts. Taka, you just gave away her age. Yeah, Brooklyn.
You're making.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
I was gonna say you're making a list for Santa.
Yeah, that's what I ought to do. Be like, okay, Santa, here's my list. This is everything that I want to hear when this trial starts. I want to hear this, this, and this. And if we can, put Bethany and Dylan on the stand the first day, just in case just in case, like KK said, the cameraman doesn't behave and he gets kicked out like day 2.
I'd write a letter. If that happened, I'd go to the courthouse myself and do the camera. I'd be so mad.
Well, see, Bofa, there you go. Just going out to Idaho. I don't know how far you are from there.
don't want to live in Idaho. Thank you.
You ain't got to live there. Just go take a job for 6 or 7 weeks. Be in the camera.
Earlier you told me I had to go live there if I wanted to work on the Discovery.
Well, I mean, technically, you can live right across the state line in Washington and just drive over every day and work on the Discovery, and then you can tell us what all you're finding.
Yeah. Anne would love that. Gag order. The person helping her gets on YouTube every night.
Well, what she don't know won't hurt her. Not for the first night or 2, anyway.
Yeah. That'll be a short-lived job.
Hey, you can learn a lot in an 8-hour shift.
Oh, trust me. I would. And I'd be getting copies of everything.
Okay, so I want to know
if it was legal.
Yeah, just have your little spot. Were you the one that said something about a spy pen? Carrie H and Terry Barker, how are y'all? Somebody said something about going into the courtroom with a spy pen. And I don't remember who it was. But that's what you could do. You could go work for her with a spy pen.
What's your list?
I'm currently writing it. So I've got 8-hour time gap, footprint, shit, my mind just went completely blank.
Car portal.
Car portal.
I want to know about the poofing car. Remember why Elon blocked our Twitter? The car portal?
I'm not writing car portal down.
I thought I could sneak that in.
I tell you what, when we watched this case, if the DoorDash driver drove a white Elantra, I'm going to do a backflip.
I mean, what are y'all going to do if if it comes out that that's what they drive?
Or if he drives a white car that looks similar to it, and he says, that was me doing the Y turns. That was me going around I was looking for the house. You know how goofy that place is?
Yeah. Okay, so the 911 call. Shit, hold on. I'm trying to write this down on a page that's already got shit wrote all over it. So I'm trying to make sure it's all together. Tonka said it wouldn't surprise her.
I'm trying to figure out what's so hush-hush about the 911 call. I mean, look at the PCA. He gives us plenty of details. Not all of them. Probably about 10%. But where's what's so top secret about the 911 call?
Well, if you remember, Whitcomb, which is who does the 911 calls for them, was asking, like, can we release it? People are sending us FOIA requests. And apparently they said, no, you can't release it. Because they didn't know, if, like, when the whole gag order thing, if they were under the gag order or not.
Yeah, and they're located in Washington, right?
Yeah, just like right across, well, not far across the Washington line from Idaho. Okay, so we're going to write 911 call, and why not release it beside of it? Hopefully I'll be able to read my writing because it's like super ass sloppy tonight. Let's see. 8-hour time gap, footprint, 911 call. KK, what was the other thing you were saying earlier?
About if Dylan changed rooms.
Oh yes.
Yeah, the word originally started out. And Riddler, the Jody Arias 911 call is pretty interesting, and I feel like that would be a reason not to release this one. Because all the friends picked up the phone, there was like 10 people speaking on it, and they were all like, yeah, the ex-girlfriend was a psycho, blah, blah, blah. So if you listen to the Jody Arias 911 call, then you'll be like mind blown as to why maybe they didn't release this one. Because those kids had some pretty hardcore accusations on it.
Alright, so
Well, that could be it. They could have accused someone else.
Yeah, no, on the Jody Arias, they were accusing and like making really like detail oriented statements that you just wouldn't think about until you've seen it, somewhere else.
Scarlett, the other one you said earlier was if Bethany was home at the time.
I just wrote that one down. But there was something else that we said. I just don't remember what it was. Now I know that there was something that was brought up.
Connection.
Was it the DNA, the unknown DNA, male DNA, where they found?
Yeah.
2 in the house and 1 outside on a glove.
Yeah, but where at in the house?
Yeah, that is a good question. Okay, let me write these 2 down. And there was something else in the very beginning that was said about like whenever they first went in and started investigating this, and they said that in their preliminary investigation, they found evidence that led them to believe that this was a targeted attack. I want to know what those what is it that they found that made them think that?
I watched another channel today. Y'all probably know who it is. The guy I like, and he brought up a good point about the DNA, and it's 1 out of. I mean, I forgot my octillion.
Oh yeah, the octillion's not even a number.
Yeah,
is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, but how can I can understand if they said it's 1 out of 7 billion. So I can relate to that because there's 7 to 8 billion people on Earth.
Right.
Right now, there's about 8 billion. So
yeah, I
can relate to that.
Too.
If they just said 1 out of 5 billion, I could relate to that. But now they counting people on Mars, or no, are they trying to say so the ET didn't come in here and do it? Why would they put that number there?
Okay, so what was said on the phones between DM and BS, or between DM and BS phones? What was the one after that? I then forgot.
Where in the house were the unknown DNA profiles found?
Yes, that was it. Oh, I hear background noise.
KK.
I'll turn it off.
Okay. Okay, was unidentified male DNA sources. It seems like there's more though that we had talked about before. I want to know who all was at the house too. Before the law enforcement showed up.
And that night.
I still like to ask the lady, who do you, in her opinion, who do you think got released too soon or cleared too soon?
Oh, you talking about Kaylee's mom?
Yeah, I guess that was the lady that made it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because she might know something that even law enforcement wouldn't know.
All right. Rock Chalk had a good question too. What time were people at the house before Ellie was called? Oh yeah, the knife sheath, the knife and the sheath receipts. Hell, I think I want to know more about the 8-hour time gap than I do about the receipt. Honestly,
Yep.
Well, the 8-hour time gap is going to be one of the big themes.
KK, you know you got your camera on, right?
No thanks.
Yeah, the 8-hour time gap is going to be interesting to hear that explanation. And we may hear it, it may make perfect sense to us. I don't know.
I would like to see the interrogation video
Oh,
because a police officer is going to say, "Now, I want you to explain to me," and he's going to say it nicely, the first guy,
mm-hmm.
that 8 hour. He said, "I have to put this down, so you got to tell me what all went on during this 8 hour." He's going to act like he's her friend.
All right.
He's like, "I got to put this in there. You got to come up with something here." Then the next guy comes in and grills.
After all this is done and over with, you can do a FOIA request and get all the information.
Yeah, if they don't seal it.
Yeah, I don't think they will. It would be public information. Let's see. Wait, I just saw another one. Wait, where did it go? I just seen a. Oh, H Town Finance said maybe the 8 hours is longer. Well, if it's H Town, if that 8-hour time gap is longer, then the whole timeline is messed up. Then now, it was said in the beginning what between 3 and 4. So I wonder, and a lot of people even still think that that's the original time, and then they ended up changing it. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting to hear the actual timeline of when things happen. American Princess, yes, I'm doing good, thank you.
What's your list, Scarlett?
So we got the 8-hour time gap, the footprint, the 911 call, why it wasn't released. Did Dylan stay in her room all night? Was Bethany at home when this happened? What was said on DM and BF's phones to make Ellie think that the murders happened between 4 and 4:25? Where in the house was the unidentified male DNA sources? Who all was at the house before Ellie showed up, and what time did those people get to the house? And then the knife and sheath receipts. And I'm pretty sure there's more.
Did you see too what car did the DoorDash drive?
I wonder if they're gonna bring that up during the trial. Because I mean, do y'all think that DoorDash is going to be put on the stand, the DoorDash driver?
If they saw Zaina, I would think.
So, like, if she was the one that came to the door and actually physically took
like
it?
If it was a hand-to-hand delivery, or if they saw a car driving around at that time, or they witnessed anything. I think it's interesting that they didn't name the DoorDash driver.
I'm wondering though if maybe
why.
they didn't name them because they are going to put them on the stand and they don't want people harassing them. Because there are some people in the YouTube world and just social media in general that if they found out exactly who this DoorDash driver was, they would go and harass them.
Yeah, but I mean, well, I guess the thing is that they named the private car driver in the probable cause affidavit, and it was supposed to be, I think, redacted in all of them, but they didn't.
Right.
They didn't redact it, I think, for Pennsylvania. So that name got leaked, I guess, technically. Well, not technically, but.
Right. And hold on before I forget the IDs. I want to know who they belong to.
What if it's just his old driver's license from Pennsylvania?
I mean, I even said that. Like, it could be old driver's license, it could be library cards, it could be, like
School
your
IDs.
IDs. Yeah, for school, it could be anything like that. Now, why if that's what it is, why would they take them though? That every time I think, okay,
Maybe because they're inside of a glove, inside of a box, and they're like, "What in the world is this?"
Well, I mean, maybe to check to see if there's any DNA on them because they were in a glove, and we don't know what kind of glove they were in. Though.
Like
that's
preserved.
Yeah, so that could have been it. It could have been his, possibly. Not saying that it is, but there is a chance that it could have been, and they just took them to see if there was any other type of DNA on it because they were in a glove. And Astro, somebody did something to Kaylee's LinkedIn account. I remember her sister saying that.
Yeah, it got deactivated. I think like she was showing still online. I think it was like 12 hours after, and then the account disappeared or something like that.
So who would have had access to her LinkedIn account if it wasn't other than her family? Like,
Yeah,
who would
and
have
law
had
enforcement said they didn't take it down.
So somebody had to have had access to it in order to take it down. That was just another comment that I just.
I wonder with LinkedIn though, if you could report someone maybe, and that could get it taken down. Like, let's say that this is maybe not this is totally an example of what could have happened. I don't think it did, but like if the employer didn't want all of the hype associated with it and attention, if they could have reported the account and had it like suspended and then it got taken down.
But wasn't it done like 12 hours after the murders happened? So at that,
I think it was either then or the next day.
At that point, though, they wouldn't have known that it was going to turn into a high-profile case. So it almost seems like somebody.
No, I agree that it's something like super sus. I was just trying to think of an alternative explanation.
I mean, could somebody have had her phone? But why delete her LinkedIn account? That's what doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
It's almost like, okay, Tonka
and
said
law enforcement never subpoenaed it either.
Tonka said there's only two ways a LinkedIn account is taken down. One is with the password, and the other is the company itself. So did somebody have her phone and they deleted it themselves?
Or they could have accessed it virtually, like not on her phone. Because LinkedIn's a web page.
Right.
They had her password. But it just doesn't make sense why you would delete that and nothing else, or.
Right.
And it's not, I don't know. It's not like the digital footprint isn't still going to be there, so it just doesn't make sense. I can't make sense of it.
I mean, it doesn't make sense. So it's a LinkedIn account. So if the police were to subpoena, couldn't they recover the account? But the thing is, though, they didn't do a subpoena. And I'm fixing to go back to the Idaho website just to make sure, but I don't remember a LinkedIn account. in any of those warrants.
Mm-mm.
Were all the families notified by friends and students, or was the police the first to notify them what was going on?
Uh, Kaylee's family said that, or well, Kaylee's mama had said that she got a call, I believe, from her niece or her cousin or something like that, that there was a party at the house and someone came in and shot the party up and Kaylee got hit. So she went to Colin. Steve's calling the police and this and that. And then later on, like a couple of hours after that, he said that their local police, the Gonzalez's local police, showed up at their house and told them what happened. Now, of course, Moscow or Latah County or whatever would have had to have gotten in touch with the local police in each area of the victims where they lived at for the locals to go out. Um, Hold on just a second. Okay. I had to, good Lord. Some people just. Oh, Michelle, you unhit him. Hold on. Okay, I just got him. I hit him. I saw that coming and I hit him, and then Michelle hit him right after me. Um, I don't know about like how Xana's dad was notified. I would assume Ethan, not Ethan, I'm sorry, Hunter and Maisie would have called their parents. And I don't know about Maddie either, like how her family was notified. Michelle, you're good.
And then I wonder if Hunter or if Ethan's brother and sister had Zena's sister's number.
Oh, they could have. So that could have been how they were, which I'm pretty sure the police did go to them, but I don't know if it was police first for some of them or if it was obviously Hunter and Maisie would have called their parents first. I just don't know about Maddie and Xana. I mean, Maddie and Xana. It's sad when something happens and you hear it from people in the community that just tell you something happened, but they don't know exactly what happened. You know what I'm saying? And then you just kind of have to sit there and wait for police to show up.
Yeah, but at the same time, you don't want the police to tell you too soon.
But you're literally just sitting there, just like you've heard this information. Now you're just waiting for the cops to show up at your house to confirm it.
Yeah,
it's got to be. I couldn't imagine sitting there and just thinking, okay, like, are they going to show up and tell me if this is real or not, or is this just some sick, twisted rumor that somebody has started? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think I would believe it was real until the cops came.
Right. But also,
not that I wouldn't believe the other people. I just would,
yeah, because once the cops
you would want to deny.
Yeah, I mean, once the cops show up and tell you that it's happened, it's kind of 100% confirmed at that point. But I can't imagine. And they even said that they were trying to call. They tried to call Kaylee, and then Kaylee's mom was like, well, everybody needs to calm down because if something would have happened to Kaylee, then Maddie would have called me. And then she tries to call Maddie, and she can't get in touch with her either.
That's got to be so heartbreaking.
Yeah. And then they call Jack D, thinking that maybe he knows something, and they can't get in touch with him either. And Christy has said that the reason why she couldn't get in touch with him is because he was being interviewed by law enforcement at the time. But she didn't know that at the time, so it's, I couldn't imagine as a parent being told something like that, you don't know if it's true or not, and you're trying to find out what's going on, and you can't. Accurate. Let's see. Scott says the time of death that's not going to be accurate, or maybe at a guess between 4:04 and 4:20. Yeah, I don't know if they were able to determine the actual time of death or not.
I doubt it, since they didn't send that, or they didn't do the full autopsy till the next day, or when they didn't do it the same day.
Yeah, it was done on the 17th.
Scarlett, did the lady who's the official coroner, did she actually go to the scene, or did somebody from her office went to the scene?
No, I think Kathy Mabbitt, or Mabbitt, or whatever the hell you say her last name. I think she actually went there because didn't she say in one of her interviews that it was like the worst she had ever seen?
Yeah, in that, yeah, she talked about when, like the time that she went into, I think.
Okay, so that was at what, like 5:30, something like that. I believe it was.
Remember.
I want to say 5 or 5:30 that she went in. So I don't know. That's another thing. I'm pretty sure she's going to be on the stand too.
Because she had to see one of the victims on the floor, right?
Yeah, she would have seen all four of them, I would think.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to figure out why she said they were in their bed sleeping.
That's what don't make sense. Like,
well, I think she said that they were asleep, or what was I gonna say? Like, that I don't think I feel like she first had said that they were in their beds, but kind of walked back and said, or at least asleep.
Or was it that she thinks that they were attacked? They were asleep when they were attacked.
That's what I mean. That. But I need to go back and rewatch that interview.
There's been so much things that's been said, and that's, I think, where a lot of people are getting confused, because there's been one thing that's been said, then it gets changed to something else, and it's hard to keep up with. You know, like when you hear one thing, and then you have that in your brain for 6 weeks, and then the PCA comes out, and it's just like, bam! It's all, everything that we were told for 6 weeks is, a lot of it's not even true. Okay. So I'm going to write coroner down on my list. I just want to hear what the coroner has to say.
And didn't Dylan say she believed or thought she heard Kaylee say, I think there's someone in the house?
Yes.
Now, I'm trying to dive into that because there's not much room in that house between those two rooms.
And being that Dylan's...
PCA,
go ahead.
In the PCA, it says that Dylan thought Kaylee said someone's here, but then the law enforcement officer that read the PCA said he doesn't believe that it was Kaylee that said that. He believed that that was Xana that said someone's here, which is weird in itself. And there's a lot of YouTubers out there that have channels that say they think it was Xana that said someone's here because the PCA says that that officer said so. But if you're giving it like an eyewitness statement and you say, hey, I know that it was this person that said it, why would the cops change it to what, again, kind of fit their narrative to say, no, it wasn't Kaylee that said it. Even though the eyewitness said Kaylee said it, we're going to go with it was Xana that said it. Like, that was weird.
Well, they said it could have been.
Okay.
I mean, they didn't say
Dylan gave a statement and Dylan said Kaylee said it. And they're like, we believe in our testament that it was not said by Kaylee. It was said by Xana. That's weird.
Okay, this is what it has in the PCA. So Dylan stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. DM stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m., by which she stated it sounded like Gonzalez playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which was located on the third floor. A short time later, DM said she heard who she thought was Gonzalez say something to the effect of "someone's here" or "there's someone here." A review of records obtained from forensic download of Kernodle's phone showed that this could have been a Kernodle, as her cellular phone indicated that she was likely awake and using TikTok app at approximately 4:12 a.m. And then that's when Dylan looked out of her room, but she didn't see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house.
So because her phone was active, we're going to change it to somebody else saying it?
Because I mean,
well, I think
Dylan,
they're leaving it open.
I don't know. It's just kind of weird. Like if I was an eyewitness to a crime and I said I heard so and so inside of my house say this, and they like switched it up and was like, Crystal thought she heard blah blah say it, but it really wasn't. It was somebody else because based off of them being on their phone. I don't know. That part's kind of weird, y'all.
But wouldn't Dylan be able to know the difference in Kaylee and Xana's
between their voices, right? Because they had totally different voices. That's what I'm saying. It's just weird. If I'm an eyewitness to a crime and I said this girl said this, and they're like, actually, you're kind of wrong, Crystal, because it wasn't that girl that said somebody's here. It was this girl. Like, I just find that really, it's odd. And if I was the witness, I'd find it offensive that they don't believe what I'm saying and they twist it into it wasn't who I thought said it. It was somebody else. Like, it's like, I don't know what gives you the right to say that what I'm saying is not credible, I guess. But I mean, we also know there's like an 8-hour time gap. That's weird. So maybe they don't trust me and they're thinking I'm not credible.
Well, if you think about it, it's saying on here that Dylan, that was the first time she looked out of her room when she heard the comment about someone being in the house, which they're also trying to say that it could have been Xana on her phone because she was on the TikTok app at approximately 4:12.
But let me stop you right there, Scarlett. What does that mean, though? So
it says
could have been Xana because Xana was on her phone and she was awake. Like, that doesn't discredit what I just said.
Mortison said she heard who she thought was
Gonzalez.
So, I mean, she could have just been saying, like, she could have been panicking and not remember who's, like, thinking that she wasn't sure of herself either and what she was remembering.
Maybe if they worded it a little different, I wouldn't be so offended about it. But as an eyewitness, I'd be kind of offended that they're like, you know, she thought she heard so-and-so say it. However, like, I don't understand where do we put the weight in the fact that Xana said it just because her phone was still on TikTok? Like, a lot of people fall asleep with their phone on TikTok. I know I do a lot. And just because my phone's on TikTok and it's still running, like, it'll play for hours if I just let it. I don't know. Where that's kind of an interesting speaking point to say, where did you get off discrediting what I said, who I thought said it, when their voices are completely different, to actually we think that it was Xana that said it because her phone was on TikTok. Because that's what you just kind of read, Scarlett, right? Like, because she was on TikTok, we'd think it was her instead of Kaylee.
Well, they said that, hold on, let me go back. So a review of records obtained from forensic download of Kernodle's phone showed that this could have also been Kernodle, as her cellular phone indicated that she was likely awakened using TikTok at approximately 4:12. Well, if Dylan opens her door for the first time at 4:12 when she hears this comment, then, and she's thinking that it's Kaylee saying it at 4:12, okay?
Then Kaylee's still alive, and that's not, like, enough time.
So that would put 4:12 in the car leaving at 4:20. That's less than 10 minutes for all of that to happen.
And also 5 minutes between that timestamp and the other one, where it's the security camera.
Mm-hmm.
With the thump and the whimper.
Right, at 4:17.
I guess I still don't understand why they can write over what.
Well, I mean, I think that they're leaving it open just in case, so they don't want to say definitively it was one way or the other.
Because they have been, when Dylan is saying that she was woke up at 4 o'clock by what she thought was Kaylee playing with her dog upstairs, okay? Mm-hmm. Could that have been she could have taken it as it being Kaylee playing with Murphy when it could have been Kaylee being attacked. And Murphy is barking because that's what dogs do when they sense there's danger and something's happening to their owner. Okay, but if that's the case and it was at 4 o'clock in the morning, then who the hell is driving a white car around at 4:04 in the morning?
I agree, Scarlett. I feel like they might have just added that in to kind of fit more onto the narrative of we're leaving the window open, and now you have two options. Like either Kaylee really said that and Dylan was just confused, but then you're also poking holes in like if Dylan was confused about who said that, then she might be confused about her whole statement and everything she ever said. So I don't know. I just felt like that was just like
probably
a weird thing to
is.
say. I just felt like it was a weird thing to say. Like if I was an eyewitness and I heard them come out and go against me on what I said, if I knew what I said was real, I'd feel weird about it. But at the same time, like maybe they're trying to, like you said, Bofa, like they're trying to make that kind of fit more into the timeline of like maybe it wasn't Kaylee because we already knew she'd passed away, and maybe it was technically Xana. I don't know. Maybe they could have just wrote it in the script and said, hey, at some point someone said there's somebody here. They didn't have to write at some point Dylan said, Kaylee said. They could have just, it would have been a lot better for us and a better written PCA if they said at some point someone said someone's here instead of having conflicting stories. That's probably how it would have got less on my nerves.
Or just either Kaylee or Xana instead
or just
of
say someone
so that they
said,
don't think that
someone,
there's
a
someone.
female
No,
voice
if you
was
say
heard saying.
someone, then
A
it could
female
imply
voice
that
was
someone
heard
else was in the
saying.
house.
A female voice was heard saying.
Because later on it says DM then stated she heard a male voice say something to the effect of "It's okay, I'm going to help you."
Yeah. So maybe she pointed out the exact voice that she thought she heard, and they're like, "We're just going to go ahead and discredit that as well."
Because I mean, if she's saying it, okay, they're saying it TikTok. Like I said, Xana was on the TikTok app at 4:12, and she's thinking that Kaylee said that someone's here. She gets up to look out the door and doesn't see anybody, but that's also the time that Xana was on her phone. That's what they're saying is that Kaylee was alive at 4:12.
Yep.
So maybe I don't know. Maybe Dylan thought that she heard Kaylee say that.
But I'll say this though, Scarlett. On another note, like it's what you hear, not necessarily what you see when it comes to a crime being committed. And there's like statistics on that you can look up. It's what you hear. It's not what you see. A lot of people that are eyewitnesses to a crime see things and give an accidental false statement on what they're seeing because they base it off of what you hear. So the human brain picks more up on what you hear versus what you say. And like I said, you can look that up and research it.
Yeah. And there could be
true fact. It's what you hear, not what you see.
And there could be more to the story with Dylan, and they just didn't put the whole thing in there about things that she heard.
Just like with Bethany. But I feel like what she heard is a more positive testimony for the truth versus, what you see.
Because I just don't see how there wasn't any type of noise. And I know that if someone comes in and does a crime like this, there can be a certain spot that they could be hid in that there wouldn't be screaming. I know that. But you have two victims in each room. Okay. If you have, let's just say, Kaylee and Maddie asleep when this happens, the first one gets attacked. The other one is more than likely going to wake up and start screaming, start fighting this person or whatever. And it would have been the same thing with Ethan and Xana. So at some point, I just feel like, in my opinion, there had to have been screaming from at least two people in that house that this happened to.
I agree. Like my first thought was, why didn't anybody hear the scream? Like, why weren't there any screaming? And why did it take 8 hours?
Right.
But if you talk to anybody like out in New Orleans that's like experienced with street fights, anytime a cop comes out and takes like
they ain't heard shit.
No.
They ain't heard nothing.
No,
they ain't
it's what they
nothing.
heard. No, if you've ever been in a street fight in New Orleans, it's not about how the fight went down. Like, this is from experience. It ain't about how it went down. It's about what they heard. The ones that are going to go and vouch and say, hey, I'll be a witness and I'll testify. I'm going to tell you right now, everybody that testifies, it ain't about what they seen. Who hit who first. It's about what they heard. Because I've I've seen it where not being the aggressor or being the aggressor, either way, it was all based off of witness testimony on what they heard. So anybody that's street smart is gonna scream out, "Oh my God, you're killing me, you're hurting me. Oh my God, let me go," when they're actually the aggressor.
Right.
So it's like, that don't make no sense. Like,
see,
why are these people screaming out like, "You're killing me, you're hurting me," when I'm not? It's because it's all about what the witness hears, because it happens so fast, people forget what they see, but they always remember what they heard.
Oh, somebody get muted.
I think Scarlett and KK went on mute at the same time.
Okay, well, Fofo, you and I'll take. Oh, Scarlett's back. I'm glad you're back, Scarlett.
I'm sorry, I had to mute for just 1 second.
Hey, what about me?
You know I miss you, KK.
I muted it because I'm just saying, like, from personal experience, living in New Orleans, it's not about what was seen, it's about what was heard. So you can be in a fist fight from experience, and that person can be screaming, "Let me go. Oh my God, you're killing me. You're hurting me. Oh my God, let me go." When you're not the aggressor. And it's so weird because you're like, "Girl, I'm telling you, like, I'm pushing you away, but you're attacking me." But it's about what the witnesses heard, was my point.
Yeah,
it's not about what you see, it's about what you hear. So if this girl's screaming, "You're killing me, oh my God, you're killing me," like in a fist fight, the cops go off of that and they base their report off of that, when that wasn't what had happened. What had happened was, some people are street smart and they scream out really ridiculous things because the public's going to remember what that person screamed over and over and over again versus what they actually saw. When you see it and you're in shock, you might not remember it. The average person might not, is my point. So she might not have seen what she's seen, but she heard what she heard, in my opinion. And I feel like it's weird and insulting for the cops to be like, "Hey, she didn't really hear that. She heard someone else with a totally different voice say that." The only reason I can think the cops would reword what she said as her statement, which again is awkward, and Ann can come after that, like, "No, that witness said it was so-and-so." Y'all can't change around what they technically changed what the witness said on the PCA in front of our eyes. Ann's going to come after that and say, "Hey, y'all don't have the right to change what the eyewitness said because you felt like it was somebody else." Because why would they change that? Ask yourself that. Why would they change what they thought she heard? She's a witness. Why would we change it? Oh, well, we changed it to fit the narrative of the timeline, because there's no way that Kaylee could have said that, because Kaylee wasn't even here anymore, is what my thoughts would be.
Okay, so I'm writing down something else while I'm thinking about it. I want to know if Dylan really said clad in black.
Clad's also not a word that's used by teenagers or college-age students. Like, they don't say clad. They don't know the word clad. They don't. It's weird. You have to think like a college-age kid. Like, who would say clad, Scarlett? Really? I don't care what state you're in. Nobody says clad.
I've never heard of it until this.
Clad in black. Who's clad in black? No one says clad. It was odd. I'm glad that there's definitely a video testimonial of how the entire thing went down, so we can see, like, for real, what she said and how she said it when it goes to trial. No one's gonna say clad. Yes, he was clad in black. She's gonna say he was wearing black if she said that, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know. Something else that they said. There was something else that they said that she said. Oh, it was the bushy eyebrows. That was another thing that, to me personally, was just questionable. Of all of the things you remembered, like, you can remember his eyes were deep set, they were hollow, they were light in color, they were this or that. But for her to say he had a mask on, but there were bushy eyebrows poking out, I don't know.
Lord, I can't even spell tonight.
But I'm not trying to open up the door for the whole bushy conversation again, because honestly, I don't think they were that bushy. When I think of bushy, I think of that guy off of that TV show where they're like mega bushy, unibrowy.
Yeah,
his were never
Creek.
That way. Yes, yeah. Him.
Yep.
But they were never that way, in my opinion. And as a makeup artist, I don't think they were ever bushy. They were thick, but they weren't bushy. But I have noticed how they've tamed them down for court.
Let me find who just asked that. Emily, hold on 1 second. Let me find it in the PCA. No, it was not. It wasn't quoted. So Emily was wanting to know if the word clad
Yeah, Clad's in the PCA.
Yeah,
but it's not in quotes.
Yeah, it's not in quote. The only thing that I see on here that is in quotes is where Dylan says that she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you. And there's someone here." And then there was one other thing.
They only quote what they heard verbatim. Everything else was spoken from her, but it's not going to, otherwise the whole entire PCA would be in quotes.
Oh, and then the male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. So frozen shock phase.
I feel like it's also law enforcement, like frozen shock phase. That's weird.
Yeah, it's also in quotes.
But they're not going to put quotes for every word that she said.
You know, if it's a direct quote, they will.
If it's a direct quote because he said, she said, absolutely. But as far as like he was clad in black, she said that, but they're not going to quote it. Quotes are for like words that came out of someone's mouth. Does that make sense?
Actually, wait, where did
if she said it word for word, it would be in quotes. If she didn't, they're paraphrasing her words.
There's actually 39 places in this PCA that was quoted. Let's see. The first one is when Payne was talking about November 13th at 4 p.m. Him and Sergeant Blaker responded to the 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho, hereafter the King Road residence. So King Road residence is quoted. Kernodle, when they put just Kernodle, they put that in quote when they were talking about hereafter Kernodle's room, stuff like that. Chapin was
giving the shortened version because they're going to refer to it.
Okay, so just like the word clad and bushy eyebrows, are we going to say that those are discreditable because they weren't in quotes?
No, I just don't think Dylan said clad in black.
And bushy wasn't ever in quotation, so
let's see.
If it wasn't in quotation, then we can assume, like what Emily's talking about, is that she didn't actually say those words verbatim.
No. Let's see. DM stated the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. No, none of that is in quotes.
Okay,
just the frozen shock face is the only thing that was in quotes. Hey, Elliot, how are you?
To me, I don't know. Maybe it's an illusion, but he looks 6'2", 6'3".
Yeah, he looks way taller than 5'10".
So then we don't have to believe anything she said if it wasn't in quotes.
I just don't. The clad in black, I just don't see a younger person saying that. You know, if somebody is going to say that, I'm thinking an older person. I just don't see a young person saying it.
It's weird. But so, I mean, based off of what Emily's saying, if it wasn't in quotes, then it was paraphrased.
Now, is that when Blaker is, or Payne is writing this out, is that his way of speaking? Like someone wearing all black, instead of him saying that person's wearing all black, he says they're clad in black. Was that his way of talking? So that's why he put it in the PCA that way. It's because he was explaining what Dylan had said,
or because Dylan was like, he's got big eyebrows or thick eyebrows, and he's like, I'm going to go ahead and put the word bushy in there. Is it his interpretation? Because it's not in quotes, is what Emily's saying.
Where's this, when the PCA was written from the witnesses to, well, it'd be Dylan. Is this what he got from her at the police station, or while she's all shook up?
I would think they probably took him straight to the police station to be questioned.
Yeah, even though it's like a new thing for them, I would say these all came from the police station report that was filed. And I'm going to say during the trial, we're going to have absolute access to see it ourselves, the video of how it all went down. Otherwise, people would lose their mind if we didn't get to see the actual interview, you know, on camera.
See, what I'm trying to get to is she hears somebody on the second floor, I'm assuming, saying, I think there's someone in the house, to that effect. I'm not quoting it word for word. But yet there's a hell of a battle going on the second floor, according to Mr. Gonsalves. So how did she just step outside then and look?
I don't know. This is.
I would think things would. I mean, maybe nobody got knocked around hard and hit the walls and knocked furniture over.
There wasn't a lot of furniture in that room to knock over, but I feel like Dylan was centrally located to hear a lot of what was going on. So maybe the part where she thought Murphy was, jumping around and playing with Kaylee might have not been what she thought it was.
But I'm trying to figure if there's a heck of a battle.
There should have been a battle for sure, Riddler. There should have been. There should have been screaming. There should have been a lot more audible.
Right. And I could hear profane language out loud because that's usually what I hear when I see a fight or been in a fight. You hear that profane language go out loud. And the female Xana, she should have been screaming and either hollering for help or.
That's what I'm saying. There should have been at least 2 people, one on the third floor and one on the second floor that was screaming, because when one person's getting attacked, the other person, in my way of thinking, the other person who is watching this happen is going to be screaming. Whether it's stop, please don't, trying to help the other person, trying to warn people in the house or something. It just seems like the other person who's not getting attacked is going to be screaming, and possibly even screaming when they are getting attacked.
See, even BK being I know he's an amateur boxer, but boxers and karate guys are, when I used to work around them, they were just like, they go, when they do a chop. And boxers are usually go, they usually put a or they'll go, to put more into it. Baseball pitchers and softball pitchers that hurl fast pitch, they do the same thing. Sometimes they scream as they throw a punt, as they deliver their pitch, because that arm's coming around faster. I mean, TV doesn't do it justice, but same with that. If he's going to be boxing or stabbing or fighting, I'm thinking both parties. That's 2 males that's got to be going after each other, yelling, and then a female's got to see it like, break it up, stop it, something.
Right. No, I read it. So I read it like I would read a script. Like, this is what happened. This person, there's 2 people getting attacked in a bedroom, and you read it like you read a script. There's going to be a lot of blood everywhere, and there's going to be screaming. Like, that was the first thing when I heard about this case that didn't make sense, was how come nobody was screaming and yelling at the top of their lungs like something's happening, we're being attacked. That didn't make any sense, because when you read a script, it's just words, and we're the visionaries that come behind it and fill it all in with the visuals. So it doesn't make sense that there's 2 people in one room that both get attacked and nobody screams. Nobody screams and alerts the rest of the house. And if they say you can hear the stairs creak when you walk on them, and you can hear the dog playing upstairs, you can hear the screams. So it didn't make sense there was no screams, and it doesn't make sense that she waited 8 hours. So there's 2 really big loopholes in the story that just don't make sense, and we're just not going to know until we go to trial and hear, like, why didn't we hear any screams? Why did it take 8 hours? What were the injuries? What were the wounds? Like, what was the order, like the sequence of who was first? A lot of that doesn't make sense, but it all boils down to Dylan and what did she really hear? Because it doesn't make sense. You can silence somebody, you can silence one person, but you have 2 people in the same room. Someone made noise. Someone was aware and awake enough to know, like, what was going on, which is, like, super frightening to think about. But that's the truth of how it had to have happened. You can't silence 2 people at one. You can't silence 2 people at one time with a knife.
And Murphy, when something like that happens, anybody who owns dogs knows this. When their owner is getting hurt, it's a completely different bark than what it is if he's just playing.
I think he was in that room and he was locked up in that room, and maybe that's what she thought was playing, is because he was locked up in that room by himself.
Right.
I know our dogs would have went crazy. Like, all of our neighbors would have heard, Yep. But I also know, like, that wouldn't happen over here.
But, like, one of the neighbors said you can hear every creep in that house. One of the former residents.
Yeah.
So that's what I meant to say. Former resident, her says you can hear the floor squeaking. You tell when someone's walking around. So I can imagine Dylan and Bethany had to wait. Both of them had to.
He said you could hear every step taken in that house. You could hear the steps going upstairs. I don't know about Bethany being able to hear, but like I said earlier, like we don't know anything about what Bethany has said. That's been very weird, rather, that the PCA didn't really contain anything on like what she did that night, what she heard that night. They're really kind of keeping that close to the vest still. There's a lot that she's going to be able to bring to light during the trial, as well as Dylan. Like we have answered questions that need to be answered by Dylan. 8 hours is a long time, a very long time. What happened?
That's a whole work shift.
Did she go back to sleep? Like, no, probably not. Like, what happened? Why didn't she call that? Like, a frozen shock phase quotations makes it even weirder, because that's a long time. You saw this guy. He was weird. Like, I don't know. It doesn't make sense. He drove by there the next day at 9 a.m. in the morning. What was he doing? Like, he was probably seeing, like, hey, how come it's not out on the news? The press hasn't released it yet. Like, was he driving by to see if that was going on? There's other theories out there floating around. Was he driving by to see, like, if his sheath was still in there, he could go get it, which I feel like probably not what he was doing. He's probably seeing, like, why aren't we talking about it yet on social media? But it also could be, like, and the only reason I'm going to say this is because it's weird that it took 8 hours. Was he dropping Bethany and Dylan back off at the house? Did he take them as a hostage and drop them back off the next morning at that time? And that's why the 911 call took so long? Like, it's weird to me. A shock phase doesn't last that long. Could it be like that movie The Strangers, where he was holding them captive or whatever? Like, I don't know. 8 hours is weird.
Yeah, I just don't get it.
That's why on day one, like, can we please request that Dylan goes on the stand? Because we already know the camera guy's going to blow it for everybody. And if it's just audio, we're not going to listen.
Mystica in chat says the paperwork for Bethany states that she won't be arrested if she comes back for anything that occurred before the summons.
Say that again?
The paperwork for Bethany states that she won't be arrested if she comes back for anything that occurred before the summons.
No, I had heard that when she agreed to meet with the prosecution, she agreed that she wouldn't be held liable for something, but that's not what that means. If she was an accessory after the fact, or if she had anything to do with this, she can still be arrested. They aren't going to cut her like a sweetheart deal over a testimony. Which makes me feel like she didn't really have anything to hide, because she had agreed to come back and speak to the defense. It's not her fault that the grand jury happened. She had nothing to super duper hide. If she was willing to meet with them and speak to them, which we all know she was, it just so happened that the grand jury met before she was able to get back in town. So she's not purposely hiding anything.
I don't know. This whole case.
So I think
seems weird.
I think where that's coming from is in the when the lawyer in Nevada answered.
Mm-hmm.
They said that there's no authority for an Idaho criminal defendant to summon a Nevada witness to Idaho for a preliminary hearing. There's no authority for an Idaho criminal defendant to summon. Well, it says the same thing. To summon a Nevada witness to an Idaho matter without a hearing, and there is no authority to summon a Nevada witness to an Idaho matter without a Nevada judge making a finding of materiality, necessity, and lack of undue hardship. Does not contemplate a Nevada criminal defendant's ability to subpoena a witness to appear before a court in Nevada. So I think that the criminal defendant summoning is getting confused with Brittany. I'm sorry, with Bethany.
I've also read, Fofa, that hearsay is allowed in the court of Idaho if the person that's being subpoenaed to testify doesn't want to come testify. So she didn't really even have to say she would give like a statement in Idaho. Like hearsay is allowed in Idaho.
In the preliminary hearing. I mean, not in the indictment.
They just give us more fuel for the fire, especially if you want to go into a conspiracy or even some Whopper deal. I mean, here's Bethany was supposed to talk with the defense, and then you get the grand jury.
But that wasn't her fault, Riddler. She was ready to go talk with the defense.
I'm not saying I'm not. I know that. I know it wasn't her fault. And I know her and her lawyer worked out a deal where they were going to talk to him.
Yeah.
She said, "I really got nothing much to say than what I've already told them." I saw that even written.
Yeah.
But
That's not like
I'm just saying, every time you try to turn the corner here and try to get an answer, something goofy pops up.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I just feel like it's more clear cut than what people are speculating and making it out to be. It's more clear cut. We have so much circumstantial evidence to show that this is what happened. It'll be interesting, but it won't be like a bombshell to hear. It'll be interesting, not a bombshell, to hear what Bethany and Dylan have to say about what took place that night and why she waited so long.
Right.
It's weird, and you should never have to have an 8-hour gap. Like, as a parent, I'd be mortified that you waited so many hours, but it's not going to be a bombshell. I think other things happen that we're just not privy to. It's not going to be a bombshell. It's still going to be Bryan. We still have so much circumstantial evidence. When you put them all together, there's 50 different things that points the finger at one person. And then we have Anne playing games with like her word wizardry and saying like blah, 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 blah. He was so excited to be exonerated quickly and so excited to be left the hook because his alibi is going to be vouched for very soon. Why did they ask for more time and waive the right to a speedy trial? So that's that. That kind of just to me showed her game plan is weak. She was counting on all the technicalities and it just didn't really come through and fall out the way she wanted it to. So now we're going to ask for extra time because now we know that we're not going to get off on this technicality like we were really hoping we did. But it'll just be interesting. I just want to know. Personally, I want to know.
Well,
she's doing her job as a defense attorney.
She's doing a great job. I want her to represent me if I couldn't afford an attorney. She's doing a great job, but he's not going to get off on a technicality right now. Maybe later he will, but not right now. So they need more time because everything is stacking up against them. She can't explain.
Yeah, but they also need more time because it's not just like the trial part right now. They also have to do the mitigation phase if he is found guilty, and she has to be ready to do both parts of the trial, no matter what, or it's
be ready for what? Because he's so innocent. He has his
alibi. But I mean, it doesn't matter, Kate. They have to be ready for that.
If we're so innocent,
no
we
matter
have an
what.
alibi, and we're so innocent that we have this gold star evidence. Like, how dare you let me sit in this jail cell for 6 more months to 2 years if we're so innocent? Is my point. I think she sealed the deal with asking for more time.
I don't know. I'll just be glad when they finally come out with a date for this trial, honestly.
But how do you convince a juror who says circumstantial evidence isn't good enough and touch DNA to me is trash DNA?
With the CAS report showing that his phone was there and every which way his phone moved, like it went from horizontal to vertical and horizontal to,
Well, what if
that's a lot? There's
we don't know.
Video. There's a lot of video we haven't seen. The sister saw a Ring doorbell camera across the street drop the girls off, and we have not seen anything from a doorbell.
Okay, hold on just a second. Let's take it one step at a time. Is there any video shows him walking into that house?
Well, there's video showing the girls walking in, so we're gonna say there's video showing him walk in.
That shows BK walking in. Okay. Yeah. If they show that, then yeah, case game over.
Done. Game over. That's whenever Anne has to ask for more time.
And that would be.
Saw the girls
dropped off. She would have had that camera footage a long time ago.
But it only
she had it on day 2. On day 2, the sister said she saw doorbell.
That's what I'm saying is that Anne would have had that, and so that's not why they're asking for more time.
Anne asked for all kinds of stuff that she already has.
But it only showed Kaylee and Maddie being dropped off at 1:56 in the morning.
Because the sister leaked it. Law enforcement didn't tell us about it yet.
Right. But
if the sister says it exists and there's a camera there that shows the girls being dropped off at their house from a quote
But is that
doorbell?
That's just in the front of the house? What if
doorbell?
What if whoever went in through the back door? like law enforcement is claiming.
Okay, well, a good point to make is that there's camera footage out there that we've heard nothing about. So it's not out of the realm to think there's other camera footage we've heard nothing about.
So there would have to be, in order, let's just say he goes in the back door, there would have to be cameras pointing towards their back door in order to show him going in. Or if he parked, in that little parking area there between the house and the apartment building, the Queen Road Apartments, like, is there camera footage that shows that area and points towards the house, showing him getting out of the car and going through the back door?
There may be. Do you remember hearing about, or not even hearing, it's not hearsay, it was stated, there was some kind of group that monitors stuff that puts a camera out. Remember where the part where he probably parked in the back of the house is like a round, roundabout? That concrete is round shaped. There's a camera there that these students film for whatever reason. Do you remember reading about that?
I remember somebody coming out on social media, I don't remember if it was Reddit or Facebook or whatever, saying that his photography group or whatever it is,
they film it.
They put a camera in the girl's backyard, and they caught a blonde-headed girl running from the house, from the side of the house at 2 a.m. Well,
so what if it's on there?
But then the same person came back, and in that original post, he said that he doesn't know where the tape is, and then he came back and said that it wasn't true.
Oh, okay. Then I never read that part.
But I'm wondering, if it is true, why is somebody putting a camera in the backyard of a girl's house that has all girls?
It's kind of creepy, Scarlett, but like, you have the right to video anything you want. Like, we have cameras all around my house, all around, the inside and outside. You don't really have a right to say you can't do that. But they came out and said we do it. What if it was there?
But why in the back of the girl's house?
I forgot what they said the purpose of it was. Do you remember? Wasn't it some kind of school project?
It was supposed to be a school project, but why?
It's weird. Why there? But if they had it there, it'd be a blessing
it
for
had
us.
to have been pointing at the girl's house. If this is true, it had to have been pointing at their house in order to catch a blonde-headed female running from the side of the house at 2 o'clock in the morning. So that tells me you have a camera. If it is true, you have a camera pointed at the back of a girl's house where, and we've all seen pictures of these girls with their windows open and not covered at certain times. So why are you watching
it's weird,
these girls?
It's weird, but it's also a blessing that we might have it on camera of him.
So,
like, think of it if it was your kid. Like, I would think that's weird. They were doing that with my kid's backyard.
Right.
You're on public property. And it might be a blessing that you're telling the truth and you really did have a camera pointing at the back of her house. Like, I wouldn't be mad about it. I'd be mad about it before the fact, but if this all happened and went down and they said, like what me and you both read, is they had a camera facing their backyard, it's weird. We would have been mad previously, but if it was your kid, that would be a blessing.
Right. But then they come out and say, well, it's not true.
I never heard them say it wasn't true, but if you're saying that, then I believe you.
And then it's the person claimed that he didn't know who in his club or whatever it was had the tape, but he didn't have it. Then they came out, like I said, later on and said that it wasn't true.
Well, that sucks. So that's not true. It's creepy in the beginning if it was true, but it would be a blessing for a parent in this situation.
But my thing is, though, if it is true, how many other times do they put a camera back there and watch these girls?
I wouldn't care if they're not the,
All I know is that the CAS report, if that CAS report comes out and it puts his phone inside that house, this goose is cooked.
But if his phone never went in the house, they still can't prove he went in that house. If we go back to the scenario I'm talking about, that I don't touch DNA is trash DNA. Now, what else you got has me coming in the house?
Riddler, let me ask you this. If it put his phone parking behind that house, and it is very specific, the CAS report is so specific. If it puts his phone behind the house, and it puts the phone not moving once again until after them are committed, will you believe it was him? Because that's how specific these CAS reports are. That's how detailed they are. If it shows that he parked there and he left it in the car, because we know he had it with him. Are you going to believe it was him?
That's what it's going to show that it was in. I believe it's going to show him in that parking lot. But I cannot say in a courtroom, not out on the streets, but in a
If it didn't
courtroom,
go in the house,
sitting
but
on
if
a
it
jury.
didn't move,
If it did, maybe he's sitting in the car getting his jollies off, looking at the girls at night.
No.
Oh,
No way.
I've never heard that expression.
I mean, I'm just trying to express that you have to prove
that it went inside the house, that his phone went in the house,
You
and he
gotta-
left it in the car.
all right.
Because he can't be that stupid. He's stupid.
Okay, hold on. Let's don't even go to the 4 charges of M1. Let's just go to burglary.
Oh
What
my
do you have
God.
to have for someone to go in? I'm telling you, I know these crooks around here. They get off all the time. They can't prove they went into the dwelling. They had another guy went in the dwelling, so he didn't get caught for breaking, but he did get caught for entering because they left the door unlocked. So he didn't break in; he just entered in. So he got a misdemeanor and got off. Now, for the definition of a burglary is he has to enter, and you got to prove that he went in there. I can sit out there on your sidewalk 24/7, and you can do it to me and film all day long because the court says so. I'm on public property. The sidewalk's public, and whatever my eyes can see, I can take a video of. I don't care if it's little children or old grandmothers. I can take a picture of anything I see. Now, he could sit out there all night long in that parking lot, unless it's a private parking. He can sit out there all night long, and he has not committed a crime yet until they prove he went into the home. That's
Okay,
the
wait.
part I'm
Let me
saying.
stop you right there. If he
Mhm.
was in that back parking area and his phone sat there during the time that the crimes were committed, and then his phone was reactivated as far as movement went at 4:20 when we know he sped off. So technically, Riddler, like you're saying, if his phone wasn't in that house, but if his phone was stationary from whatever time to mobile and moving again at 4:20, which was the window of the times being committed, the crime being committed, would you still say that?
Yes,
Would you still say
yes,
like the
yes,
odds are
yes,
he just happened to sit
yes,
there and when it was over, he just happened to leave?
yes. I would have to say you're going to have to
No.
prove to me that
No.
he did this.
No. What are the odds of him leaving right when it was finished?
Okay,
Riddler.
go read Ed Humphrey's story. He's got the same one.
All right,
Same.
and real quick, y'all, in 5 minutes, I'm going to be ending it. So if y'all haven't hit the thumbs up, please do so before we shut it down for tonight. Okay, go ahead, Riddler.
But just think about what do you have to prove to have a burglary? It's not, you got to show someone in the house, not outside the house. He could have been a peeping Tom, and he drove. Look at all the other coincidences. He drove off the same time this happened. What about a door?
Right when it was over.
But you got a DoorDash driver coming over at 4 when they're supposedly coming into the place. I mean, there's too many coincidences in this thing. So I'm not going to rule him until they show me. Now, if they show me he's in that house, it's over. Now, if you want to know what I think outside of the court, my street sense, yeah, he did it. And I think he also had help. Maybe not have someone come in with him, but he has some help somewhere.
So if somebody come in my house and left their phone in their car, but off me, went back in their car, the minute they said that it was over with, like based off the medical examiner's report, and they drove off, like you're going to say that it wasn't them because their phone wasn't on the person when they committed the crime? What are the odds?
Beyond the reasonable doubt. I'm trying to get it down because I don't want a crazy guy out there that's still loose and an innocent guy take his place. If that happened, I could never sleep again. I'm serious. I'd be on a flat bed and say, well, Doc, it all started back on YouTube.
And somebody came into Crystal's house and offed her, but he left his phone in the car. And so Riddler was like, it wasn't him.
All you need.
Go ahead, Riddler.
I'm just saying, to prove burglary, you got to prove he's in that house. Now, the touch DNA is going to be good for a lot of people, and maybe you can change the mind of a juror that doesn't believe in touch DNA. That right there, because I've seen touch DNA work perfectly in SA cases. You know, his skin cells are on her thighs or on her shoulders. Yeah, now we got a problem because she was wearing pants that day. How did he get? How did he get there? But I'm saying I don't believe that sheaf was planted like people are thinking.
I don't think it was planted. It was
I
definitely
don't
his.
need.
It was
I,
definitely his DNA on it. There's cameras with his car there.
but there is
There's
a
thumbprints with his
possibility.
car there.
I want to know something else. Is there other DNA evidence on that sheaf? Because I don't know where he purchased it from. I can't tell you,
Amazon.
but I gave you an example where I touched one, and what if somebody did the same thing with that knife sheath? I was out there playing with all of them because I'm like a kid in Disney World.
What would the odds be that you're strolling and perusing that exact same neighborhood at that exact same time? That's one in a bazillion chances, Riddler.
Well, they're using one out of octillion to get his DNA.
Yeah, octillion.
So
I'm gonna have to look up this octillion.
It's in the state's objection, or the state's motion to file under seal. It's the one right before the Logston objection.
So that was June 23rd.
To me, it's just crazy. It's like, what more proof do you need? You have pretty much everything you need to
It's
have. You have an
also
eyewitness. You have a car. You have a camera. You
Sorry,
have
KK. It's all Scarlett. It's also in Becca Barlow's, in her affidavit.
So wait, what am I looking for in her
The
affidavit?
octillion.
Okay.
Sorry, KK.
That's okay. But it's like camera. Everybody questions like the camera video surveillance. Like, give me a break. It's Idaho. I'm from Louisiana. We don't have front license plates. Do you know how many times on a daily I see a car that doesn't have it? Pretty much all day, every day. Scarlett can vouch. We see Texas plates coming through that go to the casinos, and they have both, I believe. It's rare to see a car that has no front license plate in Idaho. In Idaho, everyone has it. Just like I believe New York, they all have front and back. So let's skim that down. There's probably 20 cars in Idaho that are white Elantras that match that description that don't have a front plate, which matches what we saw. So there's that. He admits to driving around dollygagging at midnight drives. There's that. His DNA's on the crime scene. There's that. So like conspiracy theory, all you want. But his DNA's in that house. He was driving around and doesn't even remember where he was that night. I joyride too, obviously, sometimes late at night. I think you guys caught me earlier.
He said he doesn't remember.
No, he didn't say. He said he doesn't know where he was at that night. He was just.
He doesn't know exactly where he was at what time.
Right. Well, I do. I drive around. You guys saw me earlier. Y'all saw me earlier. Like, people drive around late at night, and usually they kind of remember where they were. But it's okay. Like, I'll buy that. It's not an alibi, but I'll buy it.
Yeah, you have to say exactly where you were.
I like to drive around. Well, I like to drive around too, Fofa. I like to drive around too, but I can tell you where I drove around at, even if it's late at night, even if it was a year ago. Yeah. Even if it was a year ago, I can tell you where I drove around at.
Well, didn't the sheriff, or not the sheriff, the captain, I forgot his name. He kind of looks like the chief. He said
Roger Lanier.
He said there was 22,000
in that area.
And let's single it down, because it's not 22,000 without a front license plate, Riddler.
How many states don't require a front license plate?
I feel like that's a really messed up. That's a really messed up thing to put out on the internet and say 22,000 in Idaho, because there's not 22,000 in Idaho that are missing a front license plate.
Hold on. How that other college is just a border town. It's just like we see Georgia plates come in here. Well, we see all the plates come into Florida, but there could have been people from Moscow. I mean, Pullman coming across, and those other little towns coming in there from across the border.
Now, and they all have front license plates.
But more likely from other states, students from other states with their
Does Washington require front, and Idaho requires it too, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So let's single it down before we put out false information.
Then it's Pennsylvania. Well, it's not false information. The guy put it out. We got 20.
Pennsylvania doesn't require front and back, just back.
Right, but it's not false information. The guy that got him on video saying we had to go through 22,000 white Elantras in the area, and they got the year wrong.
However, 22,000 don't all have front license plates.
Right.
All right, y'all. I hate to end it here, but I've got to get out of here so I can try to get some sleep. I've literally had very, very little since Sunday.
Yeah, you're out chopping trees, putting up new poles.
I know it's been crazy.
Did you find the number in Bica Barlow?
No, I got Bica Barlow
It's on page
sitting.
9.
Let's see.
It's in the footnote.
See a cold hit case. Wait, is this the right one? A cold hit case is a case in which no suspect has been identified in a DNA profile. Is that what you're talking about? So I don't see on page 9. Am I on page 9? Yes, I'm on page 9.
It's numbered page 9 at the bottom. I don't know about in the PDF.
Oh, hell. Hold on.
It might be page 10 in the PDF.
Okay. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
So
I'm just saying, I'm not
So you see at the Declaration of Bica Barlow at the bottom? And it has,
it's on page 11.
Page 9.
Yeah, if you start from the top though and count down, like on the side, you know, where it has like all the numbered pages or whatever, it's page 11.
But it's page 9 of the Declaration?
Yeah, of the Declaration, yes.
Okay, it's in footnote number 7.
So it's a motion that the government misstates a statistical rarity of the comparison to the DNA from the sheet. The STR profile is at least 5.37 octillion times more likely to be seen if the defendant is the source than if an unrelated individually randomly selected from the general population is the source. It's reported statistic.
It's going to get confusing, but I thought you just wanted the number.
Okay, no, I actually looked up, is octillion a real number? And it says that an octillion is a number that is equal to 1 followed by 27 zeros. Hey, Macy, how are you? It is a very large number that is difficult to keep track of and count each individual zero, so long numbers have been broken down into groups of 3 zeros. So names of numbers above a trillion are rarely used in practice, and such large numbers have practical uses primarily in the scientific domain, where powers of 10 are expressed as 10 with a numeric superscript. However, these somewhat or rare names are considered acceptable for approximate statements. So it's a rare, octillion is a real number, but anything above a trillion is rarely used. But it is a real number. It just has 27 zeros behind it.
Yeah.
It just means without a shadow of a doubt it was him. Hello.
Oh, I'm not arguing that the DNA on the sheet isn't his. I'm not arguing that.
So we have him on.
We
DNA.
know it's his.
Well, I think it's crazy people still think it's not him.
I'm not going to argue that it's not his DNA. But touch DNA doesn't put someone at a crime scene. That's where they got to prove that he was in there.
That's where you have camera footage and his car and his phone pings and an eyewitness.
What if they don't have camera footage of him going in the house or coming out of the house or driving in that car?
They've got it parked behind the house for sure.
But where's that camera at? Where it's
he cycled the neighborhood like 500 times on camera.
But do they have him parked behind the house?
It's going to be pretty crystal clear that he parked behind and it didn't circle past at least the neighbor's camera next door on that light on the corner until the murders were committed. We know that that's a factual piece of information and evidence, is that it didn't swing back by that neighbor right next door until the murders were committed and done with, because he swings by it every other time.
I don't know. If I'm just sitting on a jury, I'm going to have to see this person, especially a death penalty case. I got to see the person getting out of the car, walking to the house.
Got to see him getting out to walk in to make you believe it. Even if you see him coming in that neighborhood and it's crystal clear that it's him 5 times before that.
It's not crystal clear because they don't have his plates and they don't have him driving. Like they don't have his face on camera.
No, we just haven't seen it. We haven't seen it zoomed in from the FBI with a crystal clear HD photo.
What if they don't have it though? What if when this goes to trial and they don't have that? They don't produce that.
Just like, what if Dylan gets on the stand and says that's not who I saw in the house?
Could she do that?
She's gonna say it was him. They're gonna ask her, "Is this the man you saw in your house?" No doubt, they're gonna ask her that.
I've even said that, but is she? How can she positively ID someone who has a mask on?
I could.
Their nose and their mouth, and all she could say was,
"I saw his eyes, and I can identify him from his eyes." I know I could.
Once again, you have to stay in the scope of the PCA. You can't wander outside of it. If you stay within the scope of the PCA, yes, they have enough for an arrest, but do they have enough for a conviction? And right now, I don't see enough for a conviction in the PCA. That's not what it was designed for. But I wish we had this thing open where we knew everything that Ann knew. We knew everything that Mr. Thompson knew. Then we can sit there and say, God, let's go on to the next case. This is over with, whether it's guilty or not guilty. I'm just going to tell you that it's going to be super hard when you get in that jury room and you have a person for religious reasons cannot convict for DP, and you get in there. And
they won't get on the jury.
Right.
Yeah,
well,
probably not.
Well, we don't know. We say that, but we just had one here. It went 2-10. And people are upset in this town. It was a mom and a daughter. But anyway, you might have people in there say, that's circumstantial evidence. Just listen to Willie. What if Willie's on that thing and I'm sitting next to Willie and you're the foreman of the jury? We just sit there and tell you, I don't care what you tell me. I don't care how all these coincidences, people here, people there. Now, I'm smart enough to know, okay, they do got a picture of him going in that house. I'm sold right there. They can end the case right now. I already got my mindset.
It just kills me that his DNA evidence is inside of that house and on top of everything else, and you still won't believe it.
Well, KK, if you read in there today, they're releasing people because of the DNA, touch DNA, and now they're having to release them from prison, some of them.
But it was his DNA, really. There's no question.
It was their DNA too inside that house. And they let them go because it was the touch DNA, and they proved now how touch DNA, they've gotten even more scientific, the defense has, of how it can spread.
Maybe so, Riddler. But he also vouched that his alibi was he was riding around.
Right, he doesn't have an alibi.
Time, like, okay, think about a parent perspective. His DNA is in that house on the murder weapon sheath, and as a parent, he also said, I was riding around at that time, but I don't remember where I was riding around. Like, as a parent, like, you can't dispute. Like, there's just so many things you can't dispute. His DNA's on the murder weapon sheath in the house. He was riding around at that exact time. He's on camera, maybe not, from what people think. But his phone pinged also, maybe not, on what people would decide to think. But there's so many things, like, I would just be appalled that people don't. Like, it's so clear cut.
But as a parent, like, let's just use the Gonzalez family for an example.
Right.
As a parent of a child that's what's happened to Kaylee and her friends.
If that was your kid, Scarlett, and he was riding around joyriding and didn't remember where he went, but he had his DNA evidence inside the house, that phone.
They didn't say they did. He doesn't know where he went. They aren't ready to disclose it. Like, that, it's different.
My thing would be these other 3 unidentified male DNA sources that were found at the crime scene.
But we don't know where they were found at the house.
To me, as a parent, I would want to know who they were, and I would want them to be investigated to make sure they didn't have something to do with it. Because if they had something to do with it as well, then they need to be held accountable for it.
So as a parent, you wouldn't think BK did it?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying.
I'm asking you, like, as a parent, with all this information we have that is factual.
Well, as a parent, I would more than likely know more than what us as the public knows. Also,
no, because they won't tell Steve anything. Steve's a blabber. We like him, but they cut him off a long time ago.
But as a parent, they have the right to know, and that's where I would be at the.
No, they don't have to know. Law enforcement doesn't have to tell them.
Oh, I would know.
Girl, I would know too. I would be up at that police station until I definitely knew. But
I would know.
As a parent, if I knew that the
would tell me something.
If the sheath has it on it, his alibi is that he, on that particular night, was riding around at that particular time. Like, there's just too much. It's too much. As a parent, I would know that's what it is. What it is.
But you got to remember, a parent's not going to be on the jury.
And it doesn't matter. Riddler, hey, let that jury let them off. Let them off. Like, BK is innocent. Let them off. But as a parent, let them off and let the street handle it. And I'm just saying, Scarlett, there's so much information out there that we know.
You watched the Casey Anthony trial, didn't you?
I did. And her daughter wasn't my daughter. But if her daughter was my daughter, it'd be a whole different outcome for her. She wouldn't be sitting out the bar on Facebook trying to hit on other guys and like living her best life, because she's living her best life right now, and that's not okay.
But what I'm trying to tell you is, on that jury, we don't know who's going to be selected. It's law enforcement. It's not feelings enforcement. Right now, you and those who are parents will show emotional feelings towards this. They'll have a passion, a different one. But if you get the people in there, once again, you can talk to everybody who you want to. If you got Willie and Riddler here on the jury and you're the foreman, we're going to tell you best go out there and tell the judge you got a hung jury. So they'll have to retry it, but they're going to have to narrow it down to people who are going to say that, okay, that's good enough for an arrest, but is that good enough for a DP and a guilty verdict?
So do you think Zany the Nanny killed that baby?
On which one now?
Did Zany the Nanny do it?
You talking about on the
on Kaylee? Was it Zany the Nanny that did it, or do you think that her mom did it?
No, it's Casey. I believe Casey Anthony was guilty. But once again, see, that's what I'm trying to tell you. I don't know what that jury was thinking.
I didn't even follow that one.
I don't even know what got inside their head. But they came up with, every one of them, it sounds like, came up with the idea, you never showed us the connection of her. Well, they can't, because the baby was a skeleton by the time they got to it. And there was a piece of tape there. So they never could. But even though the cadaver dog, hit on the back of her car when they opened it up, and that dog only hits on human, not animals. Because the human gives off it's the only creature that gives off a different scent than any other animal out there. And that dog is trained to hit that, and that dog hit it. Now, another dog didn't hit on it, and the jury got twisted on it. The jury was following the defense the whole time in that case.
And wasn't she dating her defense attorney the whole time?
No, she had an excellent one named Jose something. I can't remember. Jose Bias, yeah. That was her defense attorney. And he even came out and says, we're going to tell you who we think did it.
But didn't he date her? Weren't they dating?
Well, she moved in with him.
Right.
After the trial, she moved in. Now she's dating a police officer. What does that tell you?
All right, y'all. I really got to get out of here.
I enjoyed it tonight. I got to get going too. I want to see the storm come.
Okay, well, Riddler, be
Riddler, I'm
careful.
going to send you a link.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, please do.
Of a live stream.
Okay.
And be safe, you and your mom both. If you can, text me, or not text me, email me tomorrow, and just let me know that y'all are okay.
All right. And we had a good, healthy discussion tonight, and I like that. Thank you all. And once again, I learn something new every time I come on here. And thank you for all the prayers, everyone.
Oh, and you're welcome.
And if you're in the path of the storm, my prayers are with you also. Good night, everyone. And so long from the Sunshine State.
All right. Have a good night.
Good night, Riddler.
Emily, have a good night.
KK. Good night, KK. Good night, Scarlett. Happy that you're back.
Thank you. Have a good night. Thank you for coming up. It is after 4 o'clock. Mystica, thank you so much for subbing up and joining us tonight. yes, make sure everybody, keep everybody in Florida, Georgia, and the Carolinas in your prayers who are in the path of the storm. Agape, love, you're very welcome. Tonka, have a good night. Mikey S, have a good night. You too, Sally. Yeah, it is like after 4 o'clock. I'm dead ass tired. Ron John, have a good night. Bofa, are you still up here? Are you just chilling?
I didn't know I was. I'm gonna leave now. Goodbye.
All right, have a good night. All right, y'all. I'm about to get out of here. Candace, have a good night. So I love you all. Like I said, keep everybody in your prayers who's in the path of the storm. If y'all can, email me tomorrow and let me know that y'all are all okay. Riddler, Summer. I don't know when it's supposed to hit your area, but if you can, the ability, keep in touch and let me know that y'all are all right. Tonka, have a good night. So I love you all. I hope y'all have a wonderful morning, night, day, wherever you may be. And I will talk to y'all tomorrow night.